Boomer.
We got a plan. Sorry.
You should do what I
Luckily
used
for
to
you,
do.
I still have half of a strawberry left.
Ooh.
Alright, folks, we are on 110. Give it
First
up
session
for
of the
day.
year.
First session of the... Oh, yeah, I gotta change it. Hold on.
Fucking
I think, honestly, I might just go back to only going on just Twitch, because I don't think you guys need to go back, like, more than a month in terms of VODs if you ever miss a session.
Look, I'm not gonna lie to you. I prefer YouTube because, like, I don't like Twitch, and YouTube I have on my phone already.
But you get to
Same here.
archive all this, Adam. It's for posterity.
We
Like,
can
if
go
I'm
back
here,
in time when we're like 30. We'll be like, oh man.
Like 30? When you mean
Well,
like next
like
year?
2 years ago.
That far away for some folks.
You mean like
yeah.
next year?
Like for your SEO, Adam, I will hop on Twitch when I'm here, but like when I'm like away and it's like, oh, I
Yeah,
gotta catch
careful,
up,
you now that strawberry. You got to be quick.
then I'll be on YouTube.
Well, if it's the ads, like, you don't get VODs, you don't get ads on my VODs because I'm not partnered, or even associated, or affiliated, I mean.
No,
I, mean,
like
I
I
guess
said,
I am associated with them.
I already have a YouTube app on my phone. I don't have like a Twitch thing, and
Yeah, you got to
Just
sign
use
in
your
on all
browser.
that ones. Do it.
It's the same thing, dude.
I was joking.
why don't you just send me the?
I was joking, by the way. You do what you want with your streaming.
Oh
I
shit,
do
Alec,
not-
you got your cap on?
I
Camera
do.
cap.
I can.
Well, the
yeah.
only reason I say that is because I gotta change the fucking description each time, so it doesn't say first stream of the new year, and frankly, it's kind of a annoying thing.
You
to
should
do.
have just go to Chat GPT every Sunday and have it like auto generate a description.
We don't know what's gonna happen yet.
Yeah, how's that gonna work?
It'll be funnier that way. Imagine trying to keep track of these things and it's just like it's making up.
It's
shit.
gonna
It's like,
accidentally say something incredibly racist.
Gorthon the Destroyer in this episode annihilates Planet X.
Well-known member, Gorfon.
Alright, well, that's someone's next character. You're locked into it. Not I.
Dibs.
Alright, let's go ahead and start 110. We scroll all the way up
Woo!
to 109. Very nice. Oh, look, here, there I am. That's the item descriptions for all the doodads, items, and whatnot. And the first thing we see on the list is Dan. His name is Laszlo
That's
in
my name.
game.
Yeah.
And he goes by
Dan.
Frost Session 109 on the weekends. Quotation marks, undeath is a preferable alternative to squid communism, quotation marks. First point. Henry, the person, might have bribed his family to roll dice. We saw Fug again. Coffee time with the League, for real this time. Followed by a nice collage. First left is the Liberty Prime from Fallout 3, I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah.
All three. With the caption of the undead are temporary setback on the road to squiddom. Wait, you're trying to say you're trying to become squids?
No, the Avatar right is the
Oh,
Liberty
I see.
I'll go with them.
Varys, being played by Adam Driver. I want every gun we have to fire on that Zombozo. I don't know this guy's name, but he
I
has
don't know
really
either.
interesting sunglasses.
Oh, it's 2 Chains. Come on, guys.
Is that 2 Chains?
Yeah, it's 2 Chains.
Well,
Hell yeah, that
the
makes it
caption
better.
reads as Laszlo's narcissism after being referred to as a folk hero. Blurry image, sunglass, grinning black guy. Andrews, that's just a picture of a dwarf. It says repub if you hate
Actually,
elves.
you missed Andrews. It's above
yeah, I
your
was gonna
item
say,
description.
Oh, it's squeezed in there.
Because I had my name picked out like immediately, just because like once you said it, I was just like, that's the line, that's it.
Oh, you just posted yours mad early then. Henry's got a thing of some elf thing beating up a bald, big-nosed human. Kind of looks like a humanized version of Squidward.
Yeah. How does? Yeah?
Andrew says 109 semicolon quotation I'd rather you not say snoosu around my flesh golem, close quotation marks. The League geared up for a knock-knock drag-out kaiju fight of divine proportions, which did not happen after the prelude. after actually talking it out with the necromancer, we discovered that he is in fact opposed to our squid nemesis. 95% certain. I'm just saying 95%. That 5%, that's what a natural 1 is on the dice. So
That 5% is.
9.9%
I didn't hear him say
bacteria.
it, so I don't trust him.
we gave the necromancer the 20 questions, the Sultan a minor heart attack, and doubling back to the necromancer the book. Big props from the Crystal Sparks. Big dressing down from the Morjamoth. Sultan pushed against the dragonoid-shaped bus. And finally, big regrets on the part of the Sultan. Something was edited. I'm not entirely sure what.
I left off an S on 20 questions.
Wow. After the image of the dwarf, we have Alec, which is 109. Varys' suggestion to start a book burning is shot down. The League, spelled correctly, ooh, shots fired, does some community outreach in between studying sessions. Kalos trying to eat the rich is only kept from backfiring by the rich person in the party. Next is Pat's, 109, with colon. I like how we have every punctuation mark so far. We have a hyphen, we have a colon, and we have a semicolon.
We have a hyperlink next. That's
I honestly don't even know what the proper use for any of those three are. I just put them in anywhere I feel like there needs to be a break. That's not a comma. I'll probably look those up later and forget about it like 20 hours later. Pat's with colon. Diplomacy, colon. Using their heads and their secret knowledge to decide the necromancer may not be that bad of a guy. Engineering, colon. Zen manages to be the most useful racial in the game yet again. Use the most useful racial in the game yet again.
Careful,
This time to avoid doing actual work rebuilding the city. Oh yeah, he was just doing the foreman thing of you.
Just doing the he was
just doing the foreman thing. Foreshadowing, Zen will use stone cunning yet again to tell people which rocks are best used to crush a body. Finally, Henry is doing the I'm going to throw a block of text at you. And this is because it's his
We tried
research
breaking
report.
it up. We tried breaking it up.
Yeah, I tried. Yeah, me and Dan tried.
Well, this is coming in the form of the research report that he would be giving into the research division of the Crystal Spark family. In order, starts with the Azure Limb Splitter, the great axe that lives up to its name. The first battle, it was used to split an adult Loxodon in half like he was butter. Kudos to the researcher and blacksmith who worked on diamond quartz steel layering. The kinetic energy that builds can be used in many ways. Anyone can benefit from the boost of speed after building up enough energy. If the user can manipulate the arcane weave, they can push it through and benefit from an extra jolt of power for a hit. The cherry on top of this technological marvel is being able to shrink into a one-handed weapon while keeping its previous effect. It is truly a chef's kiss. The next, the quartz.
Italians exist in this universe.
What's the equivalent of an Italian?
Well, they'd be Indominus, no? Because
I think Dominus is.
it's
Oh,
just
yeah, you
Europe.
might be right. Greek, like
Yeah, because they're right next to
Yeah,
it. Might
they're
be
kind of
that.
near. Not to say that there's a similarity, but
Next are the quartz rattlers. The only complaint that I can see for these beans of destruction are that they do not return to the thrower's hand. This might be the effect of that they were not bound to someone in thought. A quick fix might be to bind them to a belt that the thrower could wear. After being thrown, they would return to the thrower. My predictions are that these would be a great addiction to any guard trying to defend a large area, especially if they can be returned to the thrower.
they're that good. They're that good. They'd be addictive. That's good.
The limb splitter
Zen
lives
is
up to its
addicted
name,
to-
and then some.
Yeah,
Quartz
it's-
rattlers only negative is that you have to go and pick them up.
And you become
To be a
addicted.
shame if the enemy got a hold of them and let them build up a charge. To the council, the defense during the siege of Anupolis proved to be an exceedingly formidable undertaking for the city and its populace. The provision of weapons and equipment by the esteemed Crystal Spark family proved to be a tremendous asset in its defense. The valiant guards who fought alongside us, the League, can attest to the formidable power and unyielding nature of these items. Signed by the League, Princess Hualong of the Morjamoth family, Kalos Zarvis of the Crystal Spark R&D team, Zen Shaberdoodle and Bees. Bees signed it too, huh?
Yeah, damn right.
Barris and Laszlo, last name pending.
How far back are the Rattlers in?
Jesus.
Who's taking a hit?
Roomba's
My
gonna
God.
fucking kill him. He's taking a hit. Wow.
Who's taking a hit? My
how much,
God.
How much power do they have on the section there? Fucking. Jeez.
Alright,
I don't know
that
who that
Oh, it
was...
just says tossed in the air. It doesn't say thrown at something.
Well, that was the last of the recaps. From 109, of course, you guys had the resolution of the siege, which culminated in a very nice conversation, albeit somewhat tense, with the necromancer himself, turning out to be not so much a nice guy, but he just has a means to an end that is more or less parallel in some regards to your party's end goals of fighting back the Squid Menace. His methodology is also mildly squid-like in the form of the assimilation of all organic and maybe some inorganic life forms in order to add to his side of the army. But either way, if you don't agree with his motives, you might agree with his end goal, and his way of doing said end goal. But eventually, he gave him back the book because he told you that if it were to, say, fall into the wrong hands, you can presume whose hands those might be, that it would be disastrous to the point of Armageddon-class bullshit. Although the Necromancer did take out just over 750 civilians back to his flesh army, and accumulated into the large golem that eventually took the chest and ran with it. Everything was more or less resolved, not peacefully, I wasn't going to say that, but in any case, you guys were deemed as people who were very much responsible for the safety of the city, in hard contrast to the Sultan, whose direct actions and verbal communications with the initial parley with the Necromancer led to the almost 1,000 deaths of the civilians of Annapolis here. Being deemed as unfit for duty, he was removed from his position of power by force. This comes from multiple sources. In one part, the Morjamoth family, who is financially the essentially pockets of the city in terms of finances, and political leanings, economic bounties that come to the city of Annapolis, and a vote from the people. However, according to the Loxodon guard captain of the city of Annapolis, goes by the name of Mahali, is kind of a one-sided pillar of the community sort of thing. If you took the Washington Monument and compared it to, say, like one of those concrete posts that they put in parking spaces, those are the contrasts in power if you were to surmise them in Morjamoth family political leanings versus the will of the people. In either case, once you guys have confronted the Sultan, he is immediately arrested and sentenced to an execution the day of, somewhere around dinner time, about 6 or 7 o'clock p.m. by stoning. Very traditional, very painful, and everyone gets to get involved as long as you're of legal age, because you can't have children doing that, because that's traumatizing. But adults, perfectly fine.
Adults who were previously traumatized by bad childhoods? Absolutely.
Did it all with therapy.
A good old public stoning for the people who don't deserve to live anymore. Exile was one potential avenue, but realistically speaking, the Morjamoth family had already put their stamp of approval on this thing, so to backtalk them is to attack the same pillar that just sentenced this guy to death. So despite your political leanings or any kind of moral high grounds that you're trying to take on this, it is not in your hands to determine his fate. In any case, communications were had between all of the major parties that you guys are associated with. Crystal Spark family, the Morgermonts, and of course the Sultan's household, which is now going to be empty until a new person is elected. For the most part, that is one of those small partisan political things that is, again, in the hands of the people to see who is elected. Typically, though, the person who's going to be essentially in the limelight may or may not be lobbied by already higher-leaning political officials. All sorts of corruption, if you want to call it that, but more like, I want to get my people into higher power sort of thing. What's the word for that?
Dictatorship?
The palms aren't greased; they're just oiled.
No, there's a word for, like, when you...
Coercion?
No, that's definitely not it.
No.
When you put people into power who are closely associated with you, be it family or close friends.
Nepotism.
Thank you. I suddenly started with an N. I almost said Neopets.
This Neopet is now the rule.
Neopets, nepotism, same shit.
So, you guys got some, not dressing down from the Crystal Sparks, you were actually dressed up. The potential for pay raise is in the future if the Crystal Sparks can get the political parties to all agree to purchase their products. As many P's I could fit in that sentence.
Potato.
But if the guards at least get their hands on the diamond quartz weapons, then there's going to be a big pay rise for pretty much everyone that you care for, and also includes the people who mine this stuff, but you don't really have to interact with them because they're underground. But that is from the Crystal Sparks. For the Morgemoth family, specifically for Princess Hualong and the body of Princess Hualong and Dauntless and whatnot, you were sternly spoken to by your mama and told that you're being too much of a face of the people. You're supposed to be not so much a face, but more like the looming figure that it threatens your very existence if you don't do as I say, and not so much the friendly, down-to-earth person that you're trying to be. Although it makes people look at you in a nice way, you either take the favor of the people or the favor of your parents and the rest of your family by proximity. In either case, what you do choose to do is socially constraining you if you choose to acquiesce with your birth mother's wishes, or if you're going to say, fuck you, mom, it's not a phase. In either case, you can do what you want, but you were still told to essentially, keep your nose up and not in the dirt with the commoners.
It's only a phase until I find a new body to inhabit.
In any case, as soon as you were told all of that stuff, she still has the worry of you going about and putting your life in mortal danger, having not birthed any kids to extend your genealogy. That's also a concern. From a strictly parental and not gynecological, that's not it.
Oh, Jesus fuck.
Genealogy. You have yet to pass on your genealogy, so your mom is worried that you haven't given her a grandson yet. Sort of thing.
Logical.
When are you gonna get us grandchildren? In any case, as soon as that's over, you can you were told that you can come to these Morgemoth-owned specialized cafes anytime that you please, as long as you are, doing your thing with the dragon blood, which is kind of a big priority, and is more or less the last bastion of holding you guys to this continent, and so that you can eventually go back to the original start of this journey in Rutash. The whole, everything that's going on in Rutash that is currently squids, Diviculus, and all sorts of other things that are currently flying underneath your guys' current radar that is kind of doing things...
Lobosic in something's stomach.
The real problem is we wouldn't be able to do anything if, I got shanghaied and then Laszlo got dead.
Right, yeah, so this is clearing the platter for us a bit.
Why don't we just take all of our problems and push it somewhere else? First SpongeBob reference of the day, gentlemen. In any case,
Dick.
as we're about to go into this thingamajig, we're looking at the 25th of June. The month is almost coming to an end, and according to your information on what the merger months are going to be doing with this dragon blood, you have at least another week until the ceremony of whatever the hell they do with this dragon blood is supposed to occur on your July something. You're not told the specific date. That means that you guys are going to be hitting the road so that you can find a dragon, because there's nothing in close proximity that's willing to be a donor for this, be it hostile or passive.
Ahead of time, you get our. I sent you a message with like a shopping request.
Yeah, I
Day.
wrote it down already.
Cool.
In any case, as soon as you guys are ready to go, you are going to be pursuing something dragonoid. You have a variety of options to pick from. Some of them are not viable for dragon blood because they don't have blood. But that leaves you down to a certain couple of them.
Gurgobemnon was the one that we were going to head for. Right?
A certain flashbang type of dragon.
Flashbang, bam, bam, or whatever.
Well, seeing as you're not going after the one that likes to play hero, the undead one, or you're not willing to wait until eventually, potentially about 3 months from now, the lair for the other one is supposed to have apparated in the desert somewhere. Albeit it is a mildly well-documented location in terms of the quadrant that you can choose from. It's still very much hidden, and was not going to be an easy feat to just stumble into. One does not simply trip into Mordor or something like that. Let me go ahead and check out what I have written here in Sanctus. So, we're not going to the Spire of Arrogance. We are not going towards the east side of the desert.
We're going to clang our way to Dragonblood.
You're not going to decide to split ways in the desert waiting for the friendly dragon to save one of your asses, leading the other people to just be like, do you think the other guy got the dragon? I didn't get it. So you decided that you're going to...
1-800 I am dying!
So instead, you guys decided you're going to load up a wooden crate filled with the noisiest silverware that you could get your hands on, and traverse into the desert looking for the Star Child, Gurgobemnon, whose witnesses who were able to walk away from his attacks denote basically nothing visual, as on their travels they were essentially blinded in a quick motion, rendering them unable to effectively fight back, and only feeling the scorching flames of what is presumably either the dragon or a child with an axe body spray and a lit match, doing that spray thing. In any case, there is no key location that you can be using to essentially find him to pin him down, and all previous accounts essentially say wander in the desert with something loud and expensive sounding until eventually a dragon swoops in and tries to do you the dirty. That doesn't sound right.
Try to flashbang you and take your shit.
In any case, you guys are going to be traversing into somewhere to the north by essentially northeast of the city. You can kind of hug along the Sea of Embrace, but at some point, who knows, maybe you'll get lucky and he'll be just chilling on the beach somewhere.
He's having a beach episode, so that's where we'll get him.
He's just sun tanning.
Yeah, he's chilling.
Does
Before we leave,
anyone? Oh,
oh, go on, go on, Alec. Go.
I was gonna ask. Does anyone want like a mundane dagger? I don't.
You
I'm
never
going to
know
my
if you'll need
inventory.
it.
What you got there? A knife.
I got a
Let me
wife.
see. I think I gave my
No.
dagger away, but I think I replaced it. Let me double check.
Got your boot knife as well. I
No,
know that was
lost
in
the boot knife a long ass
yeah.
time ago.
Yeah, we wanted to go to the Ignanimous Worm to go to see Igith and sell some items. That was what I did before we leave.
I never
Hopefully-
replaced my dagger, so I will take it if you are offering.
So yeah, add that to your inventory.
yeah. Would we be able to do that, Adam?
I'm gonna burp at you first.
Well, thank you. Cheers. Blessed.
Some cultures will see it as that. So let's go ahead and see about buying some things. Potions of greater healing times 10. And accounting for discount is going to come down to 960 gold pieces, or 2,880 Samir converting rate.
How much was this, Amir?
2,880, so 2,880.
10 potions, you said?
10 potions of greater healing.
That's
hold on.
576 per Samir.
I
for each
can
of us.
I can put down 2,400 Samir.
I was just gonna pay my amount.
Well, this would include your amount because you gave me half for your sending thing. So anyone who just wants to put another 488.
Yeah.
I'll pay 488. That's fine.
Or
Okay,
80,
cool.
not 80.
Oh, sorry, 480.
Okay,
Alright,
that is the
I also
potions.
coffee calls. I'll be right back.
Okay.
1221. Okay.
Next is wagon repair plus extensions on the rental. Everything's gonna come out to 400 gold for the repairs and the rental increase, or 1,200 Samir in conversion rate.
44 plus 4, right? That's the greater healing.
Yes,
I can. You said 1,200, Samir.
correct.
I can throw that out. I'll throw that in.
We decided to give it all away. And finally is an additional camel plus a decent amount of feed is going to be 160 gold or 480 Samir.
I can do that.
But I pulled Lasso aside real quick.
What?
Eat the camel.
What is it?
I don't.
No spectral
have-
camels.
The
Well,
whole premise of getting this is that your camel can be like a backup if needs be.
Well, I can make like a bigger camel now.
Even so, same principle applies.
Okay, I just wanted to put it out there before we spent
Yep.
money.
Okay. For a camel.
I should choose what I want to be my.
It doesn't have to be an elk. You've got
No, I know.
pretty big range on what you can have with that if you want.
Especially if you're using the grater.
Yeah.
Check real quick.
Yeah.
Adam, is there anything you're not okay with off of the Greater Steed list? By the way.
I haven't even read the damn thing.
Tiamat.
That's not even on the list.
You just said you didn't read the list. How do you know?
Oh, got him.
Because
Right.
Tiamat is a fucking CR 30.
All right,
I've
the
read
examples-
Tiamat.
The
I've never
examples
found
they
pages.
give are Griffin, Pegasus, Praeton, Direwolf, Rhino, or Saber-toothed Tiger.
Get flexed on Henry. He's gonna have a rhino for free.
That's just a normal Rhino.
Oh yeah, it's not woolly. He put a little hat on him.
I remember being mad when I looked up what a Praeton was, but I don't remember what it was. What the fuck is a Praeton again?
It's got like a snout of a hound and it's got like a furred upper torso. And it's a four-legged
Ooh.
creature. Got some wings in there somewhere.
Sounds rad.
Oh, it's like the deer eagle, or deagle, if you will.
Desert eagle.
Eagle.
It's gonna
No,
shoot a
that's
hole
what
in
it is.
someone.
It's like a deer eagle dragon.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
Now everything here is kosher.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see. That's all your tinier things dealt with. Your
Awesome.
Fucking
puny
buggo ass
mortal.
Okay, God DM of it. Was it Overlord? Sorry.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm,
That's not
But yeah,
DM,
yeah.
it's OLTU. That actually doesn't roll off the tongue as much as DM.
It is
Anyways.
Overlord. Yeah, we like to go to see Igith and get some stuff. But before we proceed any further, Mr. Adam, Laszlo would like to turn to Zen and take off his little
Vomit.
bracelet. I take
Yes.
off my little bracelet. I bestow this upon you, for I don't need it anymore. I wish it to give you the best of mental acuity as it has given me.
What is this?
Do you want
This
me
is
to
the
perform
bracelet.
ceremony on you?
The bracelet of intellect. Forever you will be a smart man now.
I just put it on.
See already. What's 1 plus 1?
Does it work instantly?
No, no, it's got a tune to it.
2.
You're like 8. It's like, yeah.
Placebo is already kicking in.
You know what I like to think? I like to think that he puts it on, but he never attunes to it. It just gives him confidence.
That's how.
I've
Yeah.
become quite wary.
Yeah. I will make cats and spiders speak.
For some reason, he thinks he speaks Mandarin.
Hey, I
In a
will
week.
once I get to a certain level.
Wow.
That's the confidence we need. So yeah, I give Zen that because my score is now that
Sure.
without it. So.
Do we level up?
No, I read my book of
Oh yeah, your book. I
intellect,
forgot about
yeah.
that.
Yeah, that was the only other little bit. But yeah, I want to go to Igith's. I want to sell some stuff.
Igith is the proprietor of the magical item shop dealer.
Ignanimous Swarm!
Right across
That
the
the-
street is the alchemy store. His cousin lives there. Or something. But-
Swigith. You should have named him that. Oh, you should have named him Swigith.
Well, who names their like when your cousin, like your brother, is naming their kid, you like go to them like, hey, dude, I named my kid fucking Todd. You gotta name him like Rod now, all right?
Oh, yeah, dude, that cool relatives.
If your
Listen,
bro-
as
if your
long
brother or
as
sister
Dan
kid, you
names
like
his
that.
middle kid middle Dan, we'll be fine.
Yeah,
You need to have.
that's what
3
you'll name your
kids.
son, daughterless. How long?
Well, Dan will be his middle name, and his first name will be Middle, so he'll be
Middle Dan.
Middle Dan.
Oh, brilliant.
So Igith, and his cousin Satir, not
Not
And-
Swig.
no, it's not Swigith.
That's code name Swigith.
No, Satir is his cousin in the other magical kind of shop. Not the magical items, but potions. Potion shop.
Ocean.
I watched that again yesterday. It was great.
You need to watch it every now and then to sort of get back into the swing of it.
I need to make an NPC of that, but like I gotta hide it somehow so it's not too obvious. But it's gonna be
Andrew
obvious.
will smell it out straight away. I'm cool with it. He'll know.
I'm just gonna probably start with like you guys walking in. He's gonna be like a really buff dude who's like in full kit, just crying as he runs out, and then you just see the other guy inside. He's just like sneering at him. You can't handle our strongest potions,
What is hair loss?
let alone a man. All right, so Igith doesn't do that to you guys. Don't worry.
You can't handle it.
Flashbang.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
If only.
But Igith is a slightly older gentleman. He is of half-elven descent and has lived on the east coast of the country for most of his life. Although he doesn't get out much, he is quite well known in the magic practices and anything related to magic on this side of the country. He's the guy who told you where most of these dragons can be found and some of their history behind them, thanks to his ear to the ground and nose for magical doodads. In any case, this gentleman can be found currently weaving a bit of cloth into a bolt. That bolt is lined with a series of magical runes on the wood, allowing them to essentially reel themselves in, much like a spring-loaded gadget, but with magic instead of physics. As it looms and unwinds, he is beginning to weave them into a fine cloth that is taking the form of some sort of cloak, including a hood and padded shoulders to make you look square around the frame. You slam the desk.
No, sorry.
The heroes have arrived.
Just breaks the table.
That's my favorite table. What the fuck?
His
Yeah, we'll go
concentration
up,
is
yeah.
broken as you enter the door, and the little chime above the door frame tingles and tangles. That's not the word, it's jingles and jangles. It's a bell.
Yes.
The jingles and jangles, breaking his concentration, but not in such a way that he is suddenly startled like you just ran up behind him and did give him a dead leg. Those were not fun.
Yeah, not fun, no.
In any case, as you enter, he lowers his spectacles from the bridge of his nose and looks at you as if he is staring into the sun for the first time today. He's squinting, and the wrinkles around his eyes begin to crease. Oh, good morning. Or is it morning? I've lost track of time.
I think it is morning, right? It's the day after.
Well, I have yet to eat breakfast either way.
You want some? I got some rations if you want.
No, gentlemen. I have a very strict diet that I must adhere to, lest my stomach turns over and eventually out to the other end in a nefarious fashion.
Explosive. Well, we're here to sell some stuff, or trade stuff. Yeah.
Well, I'm in the business of trading stuff and buying things, but they need to be of a certain nature. I hope you know that I am.
Oh yeah, we know.
I kid. I know why you're here. People, you don't need to, Joking aside, what do you fine folk have for me today?
Out of my bag of holding, I take out the club.
Very crude. What is this used for? Holding up the door?
Well, it's...
Hitting bitches, taking names. It
So
does that when it comes out.
It rocks out.
Look at this fucking thing! Pew pew pew! Okay, like dancing lights going.
It plays a mean air guitar.
If Billy was here, he would do it.
Oh,
R.I.P.
oh,
He's
dude,
not-
honestly,
He's not dead.
I want him to Andy come back.
Guys, you guys that talk to Andy should be like, oh, you should guest
Andy.
star.
No, he should be guest star, and then we won't let him leave again.
Well, that was the thing. We couldn't. We have not confirmed whether or not Andy is just on a very long
I hope he is, and I hope he comes
Adventurers
back.
League hiatus, and Billy's just
Andy-
gonna pop into existence, or is he
Billy's
been-
gonna be fucking swole.
Or did
He's
we
gonna
leave?
kinda-
Because he literally stopped at a point where we said, oh, we could have left him in Rutosh. So it's like,
Imagine
He's
when
on-
he just
he's gone on
appears
tour.
again.
He's gone on
Yep,
tour.
he's gone on
He's-
tour.
Billy on tour.
I take out the omen of
That's a tongue twister right there.
it's a Kalabim?
KFC.
Kaladim?
Yes, that sounds it. That sounds about right.
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Yes, the Omen of Kaladim. I know that weapon. Okay.
I made it after all. It's like, you did what?
It's quite an ominous sight, to say the least.
Yeah, most of us don't really.
I'm a weak bitch, so I can't even wield that thing. So, yeah.
And the princess over here can't use it because, from my
You do.
understanding, she doesn't meet the requirements. So, and I got this bad boy. So,
Well, most unfortunate for the item, it's going to probably languish on my shelves for quite some time. It's quite a gruesome piece. Most people around these parts don't buy anything of that nature. Almost something barbaric about it. Not, I don't mean the fact that it's just a large stick with a base of screaming faces on it, but there is less eloquence to the maintenance of that and the handling in terms of in combat. So, I can pay for it, but it's not going to be as much as you might hope, as I know for a fact it's going to, again, languish on my shelves for quite some time. And storage space is storage space. I'm not essentially charging you for that, but it's not an eyesore. It's not quite the nicest thing on the beach. So, let's just discuss a price. Do you have an asking price at your immediate behest, or shall I flex my creative juices?
why don't you go ahead and flex your creative juices? Just don't, give us a good price for it.
Well, I'm going to need to inspect it first, so hold a moment. He lowers his spectacles once more onto the bridge of his nose, and they flash with an arcane brilliance that you are familiar with in the form of the identification spell. His eyes glaze over, slightly bluish tinge, until eventually they come back to normal, and he is revealed the true nature of this item. Not cursed, but just looks gruesome.
Looks cursy.
According to my magical items chart, since that is a +3 weapon, that is considered a rare item. Very rare, in fact. I'm Sean Connery.
Have you seen that video where he shouts, close you cunt, to a elevator, because it doesn't close?
No, and
It's
also,
very-
please, the C word is not very liked outside of Australia, Dan.
I
You can't
heard
just...
Henry say that thing
Well,
many
you
a
can't
time,
just throw the word cunt around like it's nothing, alright?
What word?
The C
Scream
word,
Hunt?
cunt, yes?
Oh, cunt,
Yes.
okay. Yes.
Demonetized.
Can't be demonetized if you're not
That's the name of my
monetized in the first
character. I can't
place.
because
Not with that attitude.
Alright, gentlemen, how does the going price of, 30,000 Samir sound?
Is there an equivalent exchange as well in terms of like item for an item, or
Mayhaps.
okay?
But this is going to be my basic asking price. Now, those of you folks who are very familiar with this whole, you guys are already well liked around here, that is accounting for some sort of, don't get your head too big, is all I'm going to say.
We're not flexing our popularity. Don't worry.
No, you already do that when you walk into the door and you know, your
So
presence
that's-
alone.
That's 10k gold in equivalent, right, from Samir? In fact,
That is
Yeah.
if you divide by 3, yes.
yes.
Although I will be
Um,
paying you in Samir because that's all I
Oh,
have.
of course.
Yeah.
If you want to convert it and lose some of your money, then by all means.
I look towards the princess. Did you think about the horns, princess?
I actually would like to keep the horns, even though I may not use them instantly. I have a good feeling about them.
Well, if it's something that you like, then keep on to it, and I'll just buy whatever you don't feel like keeping on your person. But if that price is an equitable amount, then by all means I'm willing to buy right now. In cash. In this brown bag that I have here.
It's not nuts, I swear.
Don't look into it, though.
Oh no!
Not again!
Got him!
I have a Discord question. Can I save like attachments like some way on Discord, like the pin thing, but like a personal pin?
You'd have to make your own server.
Okay.
Wow. Just a screen
I
cap.
have one called Baldwin's, and it's just I have.
It's
stuff
just you and Alec Baldwin.
yeah, me and him are on the DM. It's great.
Is there any way to mark it, like bookmark it?
You can
Just-
right click
Dude, I don't
and
work
then
in
copy
Discord.
message link, and then you put that external from Discord somewhere, like in a notepad or something. That'd be your best bet.
Okay.
The best I can think of. Yeah, if you're gonna do that, if there's an equivalent exchange, I will also like to sell an item.
Okay, what
As
is
well.
it?
The Crown of Whisper Words. Where's
Gimme-
that phone notification?
The Crown of Whispered Words.
Yeah.
Miscellaneous magical item. Found here in my one.
It's like he's got a note of every. Don't ask.
Oh, that's an old one. That's number 8 on the list. This goes far back. Cursed, you say?
Evil.
Must
See
be
that little E
attuned by
there,
an
like-
undead or someone who has died at least once.
Damn, I can't DM myself either.
Make a
Yeah,
notepad
that's why you make
on-
your own or a notepad, like the notes file. Just very
Yeah,
easy.
fine.
very easy.
This is quite a vile item you've brought into my store.
Yeah, I've kept it for safekeeping this long, but this would be a good place for it to be sold.
I gave
I
it to
believe.
our new friend.
Do you understand that this thing is... I say vile, I mean it in the worst possible way.
Yeah.
The creatures that can be using this must be, much like the person who is so kindly sieging the city, you must be one of him. Or have seen death with your own eyes, and lived to tell the tale.
Which one? Which item is this?
The crown
Hades
of whispered
crown.
words. Cursed magical item must be attuned by an undead or someone who has died at least once. Gives you resistance to necrotic damage and +1 damage dice whenever dealing necrotic damage. Can cast Speak with the deal. I wrote deal, not dead. At
Make
will.
the deal with the dead.
But can only ask one question per corpse. Crown fuses to the wearer, cannot be removed conventionally.
But you have to be evil to use this.
The undead.
Or I've died,
Or died at
which,
least
which is
once.
all of us here.
The
more or
wearer
less.
is marked as a warden of the Wailing Wall and will become a warden upon. There's a lot of W's in that sentence.
What?
Oh, okay.
Upon a meeting true death. The location of anyone in possession of the crown is known to all wardens and Lord Hades, regardless of attunement state. So you technically have been marked this whole time.
So if you're worried about unloading that, maybe we like hold on to it just a little while longer. We might have someone else who might be more interested in, rather than a public-facing establishment like this. Maybe we have someone else who might want to stuff it away for safekeeping.
By all means, gentlemen, there are ways of keeping yourselves, or in this case, the item, unknown to any prying eyes. If you have a box of lead that is thick enough, which I do have in my possession, you may stow it in there, and despite all magical inclinations of divination or otherwise, it is impermeable. So, just because it is a marked item by whoever this Lord Hades is, doesn't seem like a pleasant fellow.
I've heard nothing bad so far, but yeah, it's just the name implies. I'm sure you don't want to buy it. Is it one of those?
I'm willing to buy it, but in terms of, again, finding a clientele who is going to be like, well, what do you want to buy, fine client? Oh, please buy this cursed item that marks you for death.
Also a god of death from a different pantheon than what these people worship around here.
True, but some people
Which means
are
it's
into exotic
exotic,
things.
you know. Yeah, don't try to lessen the deal here, Varus.
I'm just saying that if like
Well,
he
there
doesn't
are
want
ups
it,
and
we do have
downs to this sort of thing. So.
we do have one option. I don't think, because I don't think you offered it to the flower shop at some point, right? No, I'm misremembering.
But if you do want to pawn this thing off and get it out of your pockets, then I'm willing to buy it for a price, of which I'm going to tell you right now.
Give you about $5 for your evil.
Yeah, it's like that. Rick,
I'm gonna
Rick
have to
Harrison
call
or
my. I'm
whatever.
gonna have to call my expert.
Yeah, it's just the necromancer comes in, like, hey guys.
Oh, hey guys, I'm just moonlighting. You know, you gotta.
Oh, that's my baseball cap.
Times are tough.
Oh, you found it? Oh, thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Damn, lost another one. Good. You guys are good at this.
Where's my calculator?
Evil. He comes in.
Evel was sold for.
But we can't get back in that foul shop.
Is
Yeah, that one at least.
times 1.2,
$1 million.
and then oh, that's a cursed item. That's cursed, all right, guys. It's gonna be 66666.6666.
Jesus.
That is a lot of money.
That's a lot of.
666,000.
666, repeating.
That's a lot of sin right there.
That's a lot of sin.
Is that gold or Samir?
That's in wait, that's what did I calculate that as? Calculator, where's my calculator history? No, not scientific calculator. 6666. That is in gold.
It's even more money.
It's my retirement fund right there. Like,
Yeah, but it's funnier if I give it to you in gold because it's.
Evil. I mean, my idea for selling this is that we could, if it's that much, we could then get items here to better help us fight the
that's fine.
dragon.
I was just worried in case he didn't
Oh,
want it
so
right
this
here.
is big numbers, oh!
Oh, big numbers,
I'm
you
joking.
say. All right, never mind.
Well, we sell this crown. We could buy like a cruise missile.
So 66666 times 3 is 199,998.
198,000.
I can round that up to 20. Oh, sorry, 200.
200,000. Yeah.
That's a lot of change right there, buckos.
I'm going to spend it all on Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
And maybe hooker, maybe one hooker.
A hooker or two.
Barkeep, your finest hooker.
I need someone to play Connect 4 with.
You Yeah, yeah, just buy a hooker to play Yu-Gi-Oh with them. Oh god.
I think I read a green text like that where this guy would repeatedly hire out a escort, and then like every time though he would just play Yu-Gi-Oh, and then like the fourth time she had her own deck.
Hooked her in.
Be me.
Yeah.
Need someone to play Yu-Gi-Oh with. Have
Started
too
off
much
horny,
money.
plays Yu-Gi-Oh in the end. That's a lot of that's a lot of money.
That's such a why?
What do you mean?
Why not, dude?
Just go
Cool,
like
only.
they still have Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments. Just go fucking play somewhere.
Well, maybe
That's
he
what-
likes to play old school vanilla Yu-Gi-Oh before they got all complicated and like all those tournaments have too many.
Maybe
I
they
ju-
play
look,
strip Yu-Gi-Oh. You
I
don't
just
fucking
refuse
know.
to accept it's like easier for someone to find and pay a hooker to play Yu-Gi-Oh with than it is to just go someplace and play Yu-Gi-Oh.
How about we stop judging the person, Andrew?
Yeah, stop judging Igith, okay?
Maybe he likes to play strip Yu-Gi-Oh. You don't know.
I'll also say it is very smart on the hooker's part to just like I'll just build a deck that way. It's like incentive.
And I beat him. Pot of greed. Pot of greed.
What does Pot of Greed do?
I summon pot of greed.
And I
With
use
another
magic.
pot of greed.
It doesn't do that. Yes, it does.
It does now.
He's supposed to be here.
You can't summon a magic card. You
I use magic force, which allows me to get Pot of Greed. It do be like that, Yugi. So do you want the money or not?
I mean, if you wanna, if we want to sell that, and then we could we have a look around some of your items before making a decision on that? It's definitely a given
Then we will
for-
sell it. Yeah.
for the club. A club.
I was only, and like I said, I don't care about the crown. I was only curious because it sounded like he didn't want it. So,
Sounds like you want it with that money.
Okay. no, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know we went through that, but I feel like we went. Did anyone have anything in mind from? Because I know we went through the inventory last time around. Did anyone remember anything? So we don't have to have Adam list off everything, or
I'll check my notes.
I got this candy wrapper that I forgot to throw out.
I buy it. How much? 200,000.
I'll take your whole stock.
Looking at the bow section, does he have any magical bows? I'm assuming he does.
He has magical bows, magical strings, magical missiles. Not the kind that you pew-pew with, I mean the one that you shoot from the actual bow itself.
Hey, Varys, did you want to stock up on ammunition?
What does he have bolt-wise, if anything?
Bolt cutters.
He has bolt cut. He has a jar of bolts.
He has ammunition in the form of just generic plus whatevers.
Uh-huh.
+2 all the way up to +3, which are considered very rare.
What do we have in the random shit category?
What the fuck does that even mean?
Oh, you know, the
what
random
box
shit
do you have?
category.
Blocks, guys, the loot blocks.
I'm not spending money on a loot box.
I hate on it. You don't knock it till you try it. You know, I have the rates right here. I have to publicly acknowledge them, or else I'll get in trouble with China.
What is
This box
China?
will kill whatever you point it at and open it, but it's never been opened. It's a complete gamble whether or not it works. Will you try it?
Okay, well, let's look for some random bullshit, as is tradition. Do you have a category I can narrow this down to so that I don't just scroll through the whole thing?
Okay, fine, fair enough. Utility versus actual combat, but has the potential for combat. Oh, never mind.
you have that very specific category in your inventory.
The
Adam?
Andrew category.
Utility.
Yeah. Adam's got a special tab just for
Stuff
Pebble?
Andrew
Shit that
may or may
Andrew
not
might
like.
want because it's bullshit.
Andrew
Oh.
Drew Goldberg machine magical.
Look,
items.
it's
It basically has become the Andrew category.
It is. It's fucking bad.
Andrew, stop lying to yourself. It's the
Yeah,
Andrew
you are
category.
the funny magical item guy.
It doesn't have to be funny. It's just
It's-
utility over like it's not. Look, the item doesn't have to just kill things.
That's
That can
why
has
be
to
it's
kill them
the-
funny way.
Andrew, we're not laughing
I'm
at you.
we're
We're
messing
laughing with you, okay?
Look, all I'm saying is the fisherman's friend from the first campaign could have been like stuck into the ground, and if you extend it, it becomes a pole vaulter.
Oh
That's
yeah,
useful.
that was a good item.
I don't remember that one, but sure.
We got it when we
I'm
got
pretty
the
sure there's
drum
an
note.
item just like that in this campaign.
There is.
Maybe it's that item. It's right here. I've been holding on to this just for you, Andrew, this whole time.
I acknowledge
Well,
him by
yeah.
Andrew. Yeah.
Yeah, he pierces
Everything's
the
a
fourth
key.
wall.
Everything's a key, waiting to find the door that it opens.
I've heard that old chestnut. Everything's a checkbook if you look hard enough.
Hell yeah.
Oh, no. Well, I mean, yeah. Shoot away. What are you looking for? I suppose.
Well,
What you
like I
want?
said, just
What you
utility
want?
wise.
I have sovereign glue.
What is it? What?
It's
And
glue.
it sticks to anything.
It glues anything.
Forever.
How much?
Well, it's going to cost you a pretty penny. This stuff is quite adhesive and is difficult to make. All in all, the overall price for this thing is going to run you folks a very pretty penny, if we had pennies.
You keep saying pennies.
We used to
It's
have
some long
pennies.
old traditional coin.
The asking price is going to be 150,000 Samir.
God
That isn't that
damn,
much.
son.
I don't want to get it for a gimmick. We can get other stuff.
Well, the only thing I will say in the glue's defense, if we have to do flash repairs on the wagon, that could be useful.
Alex
Hello.
can
You don't
Alex
need
can
that.
do
Sovereign
repairs
glue
on the
on
wagon.
one thing wagons.
Hello.
Oh.
Hello, Princess. Your favorite.
I'm just throwing it out there.
We have an artificer that knows mending. We don't need that stuff for flash
I
repairs on the-
think if you look into what sovereign glue is and what it can be used for, it's kind of a crazy item.
Alright,
It
fine.
binds
Did we ever
literally.
buy
like,
those Dragon Slayer arrows? Or were they too expensive?
They were pretty expensive. I don't think these. I mean, I don't remember the price offhand, but I don't think we have enough to cover it. What were the?
We didn't have enough, but we
We definitely didn't have enough. Like
We
we definitely
might
didn't have enough
now.
then. But,
How
like,
much was it? If
Biggest price check. Dragon arrows, please.
Wait, this stuff can only be like removed by like.
Yeah. So
I
when you said
also
put it on a
saw the
wagon,
solve
it was like,
report.
Oh,
In any case, if you want arrows of slaying, these ones are highly attuned to killing dragons. And if it doesn't kill them outright, then they just take a shit ton of piercing damage. Very rare item, though, and you only get one shot.
mhm.
So if you miss, then...
save your d6 for that.
If
That's
you
what he
miss, then
says.
haha. But my asking price for this one in Samir is going to be money.
Money.
Where the hell did I put my chart? Is it in quick notes? Nope, that's not available. What? Oh, here it is. That is going to cost you 90,000 Samir.
we sell a crown, we can afford it.
Hmm. I mean, is there any other items of any any descriptions that anyone would like?
well, if the crown is like 600 grand, I think the glue is useful.
Two questions. One for an item we talked about that I forgot the price of. But what was the price? Because there was a set. I think it was studded leather armor that like it changed its effect based on the damage type you were doing. How much was that?
Oh, I remember
I
that
don't.
one.
I don't remember.
Yeah,
I forgot to write down the name of it, but like I remember the effect, and it was like this could be useful with.
or Hawkeye over.
We need
Yeah.
glue, great arrows,
Hmm.
and
I
gear
don't think we
optic.
should get the glue. The glue's too much money.
For
If
what
we
it
can get,
does.
And the
yeah,
very specific scenario you asked for is something we already have covered. So
yeah,
Well, I just threw out an example. It can glue to anything together.
yeah.
Well, listen, we're going on a dragon slaying mission.
I would rather spend the money and people be alive, and then we get money from the horde and then buy it, than
Yeah.
buy it the other way around.
Fair enough.
And this has just been in my inventory, so I need a little bit of money for all lads, anyways. But if I can put some of this money towards getting you lot items, then that's going to be.
Unfortunately, that
Big
item
win.
was purchased by an individual just over 2 days ago.
all right, that's fair. Oh well.
Fuck that guy, I guess.
No. It's a business. It's a business. It's...
What's his name?
What's his name?
No,
We're
no,
gonna kill him.
Don't just say his name, Iggy. Don't say his name. You see a guy
Alright.
walking by the window, like get him,
That's fine.
get an
I,
ass.
I like my current armor. So all right.
My armor's cool anyway. I didn't need
Well,
it.
Varys,
I
why
also
don't
sell, I
why
also
don't
sell
you look
grapes.
for why don't you look for a new bow and then I can have your old bow? Because I kind of want a magical bow, and if you can upgrade your current bow to new and upgraded bow,
I think you're going to be a pretty useful to have two people with good bows against someone that can fly. It's going to be pretty gnarly. Like,
so.
and
I
Zen's
would
got
say,
his crossbows as well. Like,
They don't go too far though.
I suppose we can time it if it gets close, and just like.
I would
Yeah,
suggest upgrading your weaponry, sir. If I remember correctly,
I was gonna ask for like, yeah, we can look at the bows too, real quick, if
Yeah.
you have any.
Sure.
Sure.
That'll segue into the other thing I was gonna ask.
very rare bows, Igith.
I sell a variety of bows. Some of them are not meant to be wielded by someone of lower back strength.
How swole is Varys?
He sells great bows and also regular, not so great bows.
Okay, bows.
Okay, bozo.
It's a fine bow, but it's not a great bow.
There's a distinction between great bow and longbow, right?
Yes, it is a custom magic item.
Okay.
Or not custom, it's custom.
It's just a
Tier of
fucking
item.
one that you've got to like stance it.
Yeah,
and it
you gotta
fucking-
stance
yeah.
down, you can't move when you shoot it, and it fires a special kind of ammunition.
Yeah,
The Dark Souls item.
Yes.
yeah, it's fucking sick. It's cool.
Let's see if Varys can pull back on the bow.
I think it was like 16 strength requirement, if I remember
16
correctly.
fucking strength.
Am I speaking out my ass here?
I have a strength score of 7, so
Oh
Ooh.
God!
He wouldn't be able to
Fucking-
even lift the bow, let alone pull back the string.
Yeah.
Well, if you're too much of a noodly armed burly man, why don't we just pick some other bows?
Well, we'll
which,
pick a twig off the road for you.
honestly, though, there should really actually be a prerequisite strength for some bows, but that's just not
Yeah.
how
Well,
D&D works.
longbow does it by what's it called? Class, size class, not strength score. So I get it. That's how I get away with it.
Well,
You
I
got
could
a
be a very tall,
7?
lanky.
On
I
your
don't know.
strength?
I didn't know it was that low.
Holy
At
shit!
least someone doesn't have like a 6.
I hide it because
I
I'm
have a 6.
proficient in strength and athletics, so I kind of hide it when there's those specific checks. But like, yeah.
He's so
Varys,
light.
do you
that's
want
why.
me to
Bird
make you
bones.
some strength gauntlets?
I wouldn't.
Do you want me to pump you up?
These just
Do
called
you want me to get you some steroids?
Oh,
Magical
Uh,
this is called
steroids?
test.
Not immediately.
If you have
We can have that conversation if it becomes an issue later.
Okay.
make some wisdom stuff, I can finally stunning strike people.
Do you want me to make you some wisdom stuff, sir?
That would be kind.
Okay. All right, Igith, bows, please.
I don't need the strength.
Well, would you folks like something... what are you trying to do besides hurt people?
Well, I was going to
Hurt
actually
people
ask.
good.
How, rather?
Well, I was actually before that. I was going to ask for ammunition because during that horde, it was like, even though I typically prefer to like single target and prioritize, it wouldn't have hurt in some of those encounters out there to have something that like have an arrow or two that could do like a radius of damage on a point of impact. So
Well, there's multiple ways of hitting multiple targets with a single arrow. You could also pull back 2 arrows at the same time. But if that's not within your wheelhouse, then we have special ammunition that can do such a thing.
Mhm.
Are you going against undead once more?
we're not planning on it, but I wouldn't rule it out. It's entirely possible we could.
Well, Varys, if we're gonna be
Dragon
looking at a
slaying.
dragon, what about like a net?
A net
Yeah,
for a
you could-
dragon.
No, you shoot like a big net or something.
How big?
big-
Do you know how big?
a net?
A big
do you
net.
think?
For an adult-sized dragon,
You know what dragons look like?
Nautilus is just trying to think
know what they
outside of the
look like,
box
but
here.
how-
Yeah.
Big.
They're bigger than you.
I mean, that one was bigger than me, but I just assume they come in different shapes and sizes.
Very progressive, very progressive. Yeah, but this one's probably quite big. Very, very big, I would assume. I mean, the one I saw when we were going around the cart that one time, that was like that blocked out the fucking sky. It was that big. So it might be that big. It might have a really big net.
Well, there's a variety of things I can present you, so what would you like first, the bows or the ammunition types?
Talos asked for the bow, so let's ask that, and then we can go with the bows first.
I have a very nice bow here, and considering this talk of dragons, it could potentially help out with keeping the beast, well, maybe not so much out of the sky, but dissuade them from staying there for too long.
Oh, like a paralyzing thing.
No. When you shoot this bow, if you are precise enough, it will summon a very localized hurricane wind tornado. And if the creature is not able to withstand the beating winds, it will be thrown asunder until eventually landing prone in a particular direction away from the tornado. It is not a guaranteed shot, however, and you cannot call upon this wind at any given moment just because you feel like it. It requires a critical hit.
Oh.
I mean, I could see that being good as like a day-to-day thing, actually. Just because I would imagine a dragon is really strong, but like I would still think I still think this is a smart move.
I might be able to make that. Maybe not guarantee to make it happen, but I might be able a way to enhance that a bit.
Hmm.
and then is this a rare bow, very rare bow?
This is a bow of local legends. Therefore, it has attained the status of legendary.
Ooh.
It's written in orange text.
Right here on my book.
Cheeto writing.
As opposed to my epic bows, which are purple. Alternatively, if you are someone who doesn't use bows, but uses crossbows, this one is quite heavy, but its utility is second to none. When you shoot this very heavy crossbow, you can invoke a magical chain to tether down any creature that you'd like, and it cannot move from this 30-foot radius of where the chain is tethered.
You could buy that, Kalos, if you could use it.
If the creature is strong enough, however, it can break the chain, rendering it immune to this effect for a full 24-hour cycle.
That's how chains work.
Magical chain.
Dude, this bracelet's gonna kick in, I tell you. Holy.
And the final bow that I have available here is one that is quite useful in firing into not so much one big juicy target, but several slightly less juicy targets. Whenever you shoot from this, your ammunition will split into upwards of 3 different projectiles that will go into a sort of a fan shape. Anything caught within this fan is subjective to slightly less damage than a single shot would normally do, but you could potentially hit more than one target.
Mm-hmm.
Any ammunition of special properties, however, are not amplified by this.
Alright.
You can only use mundane arrows. But if you cluster them all into a nice little bundle, your damage potential is potentially higher than just shooting a single shot. Do any of these tickle your fancy?
Alright. Question for the one you led off with, the legendary one. Does that require attunement, or is that...
Let me see. This bow does indeed require you to focus on its energies for at least 1 hour.
The best bow in the world.
Not...
Has it been how long has it been since I got that bracelet? Probably like 5 minutes.
Probably about 20 minutes at the most.
Building. The power's building. What is it?
I can almost spell my name.
It's building up to a brain blast.
Oh my god, it is.
But what's the price on it, too? I guess that would be the bigger question.
Ah, yes, indeed.
$200,000.
You are not off by that much, actually. But we don't deal in dollars here.
Yeah, I don't know what Gromnil coin you have.
Got Monopoly money.
Yeah.
Due to the legendary status of this item, it sells for 180,000 Samir.
Do you think we should maybe get the arrow instead, and then see if there's any other items for other group members?
I would
maybe?
think so.
Yeah, I think that's
You
fair.
think that might be because the arrow is going to be good.
I was wondering about this, and since we're on topic, I have a gameplay question, Adam. How does... I know that, like, when you're... As far as, like, attunement slots, when you're overextending, it's like roll the D100 when you cast a spell, but, like, what is it for when you have a magic item like that that's a weapon?
Whenever you invoke its magical properties. Only rolled once per round, though, so you don't need to worry about multi-shot triggering it 3 times.
Alright, so I have to... If I make just a regular attack, I do have to roll, but it's only once per...
Yeah, it counts for the round.
Okay. Future reference, I just... That might help to know.
Well, that's
If we
only if the
sell-
attack part is the magical part.
Well, but
Like, I
they
believe
all...
for, like,
But
an
the
act-
attacks are all inherently magic, though, so, like, if it's a plus something bow, then it's, like, technically every time you use it, you're using the magic, so...
Exceptions to the rule would be, let's say you have a flame tongue, but you don't invoke its magical word, so you just hit them with the actual thing itself. You're just hitting with the sword, not so much the actual no flame on kind of thing. That would not trigger a magical wild magic roll table. But if you did turn the flame on, it would. For the case of the bow that you're talking about right now, technically, because it's essentially just waiting for you to crit, it's technically always on.
Mm-hmm.
So if we sell the club and this crown, we each get, if we want to split it, 46,000 Samir. So...
Well, let's split it after we make the purchase.
Yeah, let's.
Yeah. So is it a given that we want to get the dragon slaying arrow singular?
Just
I know it's a bit of a gamble.
I to be quite honest with you guys, I kind of want Varys to upgrade his bow because it's a +1 bow, and seeing how everyone else is hitting kind of oomphy, I kind of would like him to hit oomphy too, but that's just my take.
I mean, I'm of the stance of we should get the sovereign glue at another opportunity, Andrew. I'm not ruling it out. I think it'd be good to get.
What does it taste like, DM?
I can't ever open your mouth ever again.
What were like the quick stats on the third one, the one with like the AoE-ish feature? How did that?
So you can essentially replace one of your regular attacks, and instead of making a weapon attack, creatures in a 30-foot cone, 45 degrees, must make a dexterity saving throw to dodge against your arrow split. Damage on them is equivalent of whatever you pump into it, and reduced to half efficacy. So even though you can't use magical ammunition, you can get everything else that's in your kit. Like your force damage shit. So you can apply that, but it will deal half in the cone. But it's a
half
30
as much
foot
damage.
30-foot
Half
cone.
as much damage, but potential for more targets. Yeah.
Is the bow like a +1 still, or?
The bow, if you want to know the actual statistics on it, is actually a +2.
+2, and is this an attunement one or 2?
This
or...
one does not require attunement, but
You guys enjoy. I gotta duck out. So I will
Who's
see you
duck?
guys.
User disconnected from your channel.
That guy.
Bye, Andrew.
Now we don't have to split it 5 ways. But, I was going to say I would like some of that money, maybe.
Yeah, it actually does not require attunement, but well, you're shooting regular ammunition, so you don't have to worry about maintaining that, and it can't even fire special ammunition. So
so it can't fire it. Like, can I
At
use
all?
it?
no, it has to use mundane ammunition. You can't use
For the specific ability or just in general?
So if I
no. If
the
you're
ability,
using it for the split shot,
Only for the split shot.
only the split shot. Okay.
Yeah.
But the ammo itself isn't like, but like the ammo that comes out of it is still does magical piercing damage. It's not like, oh, and then I'm trading.
yeah,
For
it's
the-
still,
for the
it's just still
Monado.
magical bow. It's just that
Yeah,
when you
okay.
use the split shot, you can't use special ammunition,
Okay.
and it's not always shooting split shot. You can still use it as a regular bow, in terms of
Okay.
firing your special ammunition, but you can't
What
split.
bow do you have at the moment? What's your range increments?
Well, longbow's range increments are 150,
Yeah.
600.
Is this also a longbow?
It is also a longbow.
Okay. I mean, yeah, that sounds like a fucking match made in heaven. How much is that?
That one is 350. Calculator, it says. Uh, 700, not 700, 75,000.
Okay.
Samir.
Yeah, I will sell that, and yeah, I'll give that to Varus. That sounds like a fucking
Between
just a
you
great
and
deal.
you're keeping track of the money, right?
I'll hold on to this money. Yeah,
Money.
Yeah.
I'll be the money guy. Yeah,
There were your items.
because I gave my big crystal to Kalos. I'll hold on to this. And if we need to divvy it out, because you kept onto the gems as well from the other thing. So
What is this? What should I call this bow?
This is known as the Porcupine's Quill.
Okay.
+2 magical longbow. Does not require attunement. Doesn't have any extra properties besides the split shot, though.
Okay. So +2. Porcupines. What was it? Quill?
Porcupine's Quill.
okay.
Well, that'll.
I also have.
Are you giving the other bow to Kalos as like a
He said he
hand-me-down?
wants it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. We'll fucking watch out, skies, is what I'm saying.
And DM, this one, actually, Varys, you would know. Alec, is this attunement?
The dead swallow? No.
No. All right. Cool. Fantastic. Pass me the stat sheet if you don't mind, sir.
Let me.
In real life?
see.
Adam could do it in real life.
Here's what it. I just have 3 bullet points written down.
I've got enough for that blood rapier now. Just what I'm. How do I get down there?
You can change the damage type from piercing, slashing, and bludgeoning. You can pick between the 3, depending on the scenario.
Nice.
+1 longbow.
Uh,
Change damage type.
it creates its own ammo. So for those mundane attacks or mundane, but like for those, you don't have to actually have a quiver with. You can just it'll just create its own arrows as long as you're using a regular attack. Yeah, you don't need any actual arrows. You don't have to buy a quiver. You do not have disadvantage when you're prone or firing point blank.
Creates ammo. And no disadvantage.
When you're prone or when someone's right in front of you. So if you have to fire at someone point blank range, you don't have to roll at disadvantage.
Point blank and prone?
Yeah.
Yeah, what if they're like laying on top of you while you're prone and just like.
So I don't get disadvantage. All right.
I heard the bitch in that.
No, you heard the.
Now, do any of you folks want something that's not a long bow? I have shorter bows. They call them short bows.
I'm proficient with short bows, rapiers, long swords.
Did I ask?
And longbows. Oh my god! And high elf. Thanks, high elves. Cool. Do you have anything for a wizard?
A wizard?
A wizard man such as myself?
I have wands, staves, and rods. What do you want?
Do you have any cool hats as well?
Cool hats. Well, I have hats, but they're not magical. They're my hats.
They're mine and enough for sale. Could I have a look at some staves, please?
Only because you said please.
I know, I'm respectable. Ow.
Well, the staves that I own are of a fine variety, used by wizard kinds, and all sorts of very powerful magics imbued within them. Are you the kind that would strike one down when they get too close to you? You can just hit them with a stick. Don't laugh.
Oh, this is the way you said it. You hit 'em with a stick. Yeah, I can sometimes hit people with a stick. Yeah,
Sure, it's a +3 quarterstaff.
Jesus.
It's technically a very rare item. The Staff of Striking. That's an item. Staff has 10 charges. When you hit with a melee attack using this, you can expend up to 3 of its charges. For each charge that you spend, the target takes an extra 1d6 force damage. The staff gains 1d6 plus 4 expended charges at dawn. If you expend the last charge, roll a d20 on a roll, the staff becomes a non-magical quarterstaff.
Whoa.
It's a stick for hitting.
Powerful stick. Hitty stick. I'm not interested in the hitty stick.
Wow, alright. Are you into the nature-y kind?
Could be potentially. I mean, that could be useful on our issues in the forests. Back on the other continent.
We have forest issues? Oh, right, we do have.
We have big forest issues.
Oh,
Yeah.
right, we have forest.
Yeah, we have
issues.
active forestry trying to beat the shit out of us. So, yeah.
I meant like summoning woodland critters, like rabbits
Oh,
and
okay.
mice.
We already have that under wraps for Varus.
Very well. Well, if you don't want that, how about this one? It deals the same kind of stuff you would see in a thunderstorm. It deals thunder and lightning. And you already left, so his thing is fucking...
I mean, I could pick it up for him if
It's a staff of thunder and lightning.
Okay. You know what? I'm fine with just that purchase for now, but let's talk about these short bows and maybe we've made the trade. I don't use short bow. I mean, what do these short bows do?
The short bows. These are extremely useful bows. Very well liked in some of the elite guards, as they allow you to mingle both melee and ranged combat within a quick succession of each other. Imagine you approach someone, give them a quick pop, and immediately switch post-haste to your melee weapon to give them an additional slash, allowing them very little room to defend themselves from either. Being rushed down from like 6 people doing this at the same time is quite an annoying thing to do. I say annoying, but you'll probably be dead. Now, this is only used by some of the elite guards. If you ever witness the former Sultan's...
That's gotta be a tough one. Yeah.
The former Sultan's entourage in action, they... Well, that's a really good armor piece. Ignore that.
What was that armor piece?
Wait, Igith, you just mentioned armor. Wait, hold on.
If you playing a gacha game right now?
No, it's a fucking legendary. It's a fucking 5-star.
It's S2. It's S2.
Dude, it rolled fucking attack percentage and crit chance. It's fucking great. But this is a short bow that is intended to actually be used with essentially you're dual wielding it with the light crossbow in one hand, and you have to have a light weapon in your other hand.
Okay.
But you can essentially, as long as the offhand has the light tag, so that includes things like short swords, daggers, some other things that have light tag. Unfortunately, rapier doesn't have light.
Yeah, rapiers are weird. They're finesse, but they're not light.
They're finesse, but not light.
I got the Quicksilver blade, which I can turn into.
You can essentially. You still need ammunition for this one. This one doesn't produce its own ammo. But you can use this particular short bow, which is a D6, by the way, in terms of damage.
Okay.
You can use this. You can use your multi-attack to make any combination that you want of however many multi-attacks you are allotted to do a combination of short bow or your offhand light weapon. The the bow must be in your main hand slot, and it does have to have the light property in your offhand for the other melee weapon you have. Completely ignores the fact that you need 2 hands to fire a bow. You're using essentially like you use your offhand to do the thing normally, so you can shoot even if your other hand is occupied.
Oh, cool.
The bow itself is a +2 and has a couple of additional properties, such as a charged ability. I say charge, I mean it uses charges. You don't charge the shot. It has a number of charges for something called the quick draw shot, which I can go into finer detail if you give me $20 in real life. I'm kidding.
For my gacha game that I'm playing.
Haha.
Ooh.
No, this one, don't spend money on it. It's not worth anything.
Okay, so don't. He said it, guys. Don't spend money on it.
I guess I gotta leave.
But this one, this is for the purpose of this. This is called the Scout's Quick Bow.
The Scout's on it.
Scout's Quick Bow. There's a short bow +2. So it's a D6 in terms of damage. Allows you to ignore the properties of two-handing the crossbow as long as your offhand is a light. The quick shot is a total of 3 charges that all recharge at dawn, much like most other magical items. And you can actually recharge before that if you score a critical hit with the quick shot itself.
Oh, cool. So it's like a little step back. That's cool.
In theory, but the actual quick shot properties, you need to make this shot as part of a multi-attack. It replaces one of the bow attacks. You can't use quick shot on the melee if you're doing that kind of combination.
Yeah.
Obviously, because it's quick shot, unless you throw your fucking weapon at them, I guess. But no, you can't do it. Needs to replace one of the bow shots, and creatures that are hit by quick shot will be rendered as staggered until the until the beginning of their next turn. Staggered enemies, you have a +2 to hit versus staggered enemies, with all future melee attacks and ranged attacks that you make. They can also not make what's it called? It removes their ability to react. Sorry, they can't make reaction. That's what it is. That's only if they get staggered. They have to resist a DC Constitution saving throw of 16, or else they get staggered.
Okay, I'll put that on a maybe. That's
and 3
cool.
charges.
Is there? Okay. Sorry, is there additional stuff? Sorry.
What? No, that's it.
Is there anything that would help a blade singer or aid me in mobility? I find in my age and my mobility, it will be increased when I'm blade singing. I would
I'm
like to be able
old.
to move around more.
I'm
I'm
not
old, you
familiar with
see.
singing, but
Pardon, Henry?
I'm old, you see.
My limbs. Well, is there anything in there that you may have lying around that'd be interesting to see? I've already got these little jiggly jangly bangles, but if there's anything else to supplement my abilities as a blade singer, that would be
I got
highly
these
sought after.
shoes.
Hmm. What do these shoes do?
They are well adapted to moving in sandy climates. I don't know about anything else, though.
Okay.
They're my regular shoes.
These are sandals. They look
I
like
will
sandals.
I will sell you my shoes, old man. I know how you suffer.
Worn
Are
edition.
you a size 9? I hope you are.
I'm a bit bigger than the size now. I think I might be like maybe a 10 or something.
You know what
I'd
they
fit
say about big shoes?
all elf.
They
Big
need big
socks.
socks.
Oh.
I do have a couple of elderly gentlemen that come into my shop, and I do have a specialized walking cane that helps older folks in their mobility.
I'm only 310, so I'm an elf. So I don't know if that's old or not. But
Not really.
I usually, well, if it's the case, then do you have anything for mobility in terms of being able to get around the battlefield a bit better?
I have this
just-
thing called a mobility scooter. It's a
Oh
rascal.
yeah, I'd be a little Mad Max out in the desert. That'd be kinda
No, I don't
cool.
have that.
Okay.
For mobility, no. I have something that you can put onto a horse. It's called
Okay.
a saddle.
Or a camel.
Well, it's a saddle.
Is
As
it-
long as it can fit
oh.
onto a beast of burden or anything that's rideable, then you can fit.
Is it a magical saddle or just?
It is a magical saddle, yes.
Okay, well, let's hear it.
You can sit on the saddle, and it's quite comfortable.
Okay.
Not only that, if you are fighting a creature that is smaller than your mount, it's easier to hit them.
Okay.
And if you really want to, you can force any attack that would normally hit your mount to be taken upon yourself.
Okay.
If you're hit by an explosion, though, you can't do that.
Horse, take the damage. Take the hit. Get down, Mr. Horse President, essentially. Okay.
It also makes it exceedingly difficult for you to be knocked off of your mount, unless by some magical teleportation means. But you are almost
Sure.
nigh impossible to be knocked off your mount by conventional means of me hitting you really hard. Alternatively, if you guys don't want anything like this, I have this really nice bottle. It's said that
Yeah.
there's a magical gin.
I've heard nothing but bad things about gin. What? Is there, what happens with this
That's
bottle?
racist, Laszlo.
Well, folklore. Okay.
Well, the magical gin is unbeknownst to me in terms of
Okay.
demeanor, what their name is, etc. If when you open this one they are in a good mood, they might grant you a boon. However, if they are angry upon opening the bottle, they will instead attack you and attempt to flee back into their realm of existence.
Okay.
Do you like to gamble?
No, not anymore.
Oh,
Not
okay.
anymore. I used to. Okay, well, I'll keep on with the rest of this coin for now, and if we come back with some dragony bits, we may drop some off your way and hopefully sweeten the pot for some future trades.
Didn't you just mention that you wanted to get some sort of rapier?
I've got the rapier, but if there's any new stock, then I guess this Quicksilver blade kind of slaps though, Karos. It's pretty cool. But yeah, I mean, there's no harm in asking, I suppose. I don't want to keep asking Igith all day. He was doing his bolt of cloth, but yeah, if you do have any rapiers, I would love to hear about them.
Rapiers. A gentleman's
Thank you. Here's a
armament.
gentleman.
I do
I am
have
a
a couple of
gentleman,
them.
yes.
Many of them are quite simplistic in their nature, although potent in their delivery. This one is a +3. And that's it.
Just +3 rapier. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
You say just a +3 rapier.
I know. That's.
Do you understand how long it took me to enchant this thing?
There's,
You know how long it
Oh.
to make this potato salad? 3 days!
3 days. Oh. Get him.
Good morning.
Yeah.
These rabbits got a job to go to. Okay. If there's a prostitute's kind of nice. Shit. Me being a stingy piece of shit right here.
What are you
Stop being
calling
a
stingy?
stingy piece of shit.
I don't need it. I don't need it. I'll hold on to it. We may ever go to some other locations. We may be able to hold on to this cash for now. Cool.
Well, if
Okay.
you need to, I'd suggest that you go over to my cousin's for buying potions if you need to spend a bit more money.
We've already been there and bought some good.
What did you buy?
Some 10 greater healing potions. Yeah.
That's it? I mean, good choice.
Oh, okay.
Igith.
I'll pop over to Swigith there,
Igith,
okay?
listen. We're gonna bring back Dragon Blood. He's gonna make us something cool. It's gonna be great.
You've been a bit bored lately.
Well, has he spilled any beans to you over dinner or whatever when you tattle him? Has he got any cool potions he's keeping
Do you guys hang
for the
out
higher
every day?
falutin? They go,
Many
hey,
more
Igith, and
people are not so much going towards him for magical tonics nowadays. It is, business is kind of slow. That's it.
Okay.
And you have to
Well-
look after your family, so.
Yeah. That being said, family, big group here. We got 10 greater healer potions. So that means we've got 2 slots each used. Do you want to just go get another slot? We got 3. Just for safety's sake. No harm in it.
Damn, I got 3 greater healing potions. Let's fucking go.
You already have 3?
I have one. I had one left over from the battle beforehand.
Okay.
And now you give me 2. I have 3. Maths very
Okay.
good at.
Well, if not, then we can hold on to it for now.
We did not buy the special dragon arrow, right?
No,
Okay.
we did not. Okay, well, yeah.
Were there any other like maybe
Less rare things.
less, but like
Can I
ammunition?
look in the PHB, Adam? Is it? Yeah.
I sell ammunition of regular +1 through 3.
Okay.
I'm just gonna look at some stuff. I'll take some pictures.
That's fine. All right. I think we're set then.
Let me look. What is this? Fuck is that?
Igith, I have a question for you.
Today is the 25th.
If I was to sell this armor, how much would you give me for it?
I've yet to inspect it, but it looks like a very high quality piece. If
You
I had
have
to
to
give you
take
a
it-
rough estimation right now, it would probably be somewhere equivalent to that legendary bow. Dwarven craftsmanship is very easy to get at an immediate glance in terms of identification. The actual properties of the armor and the high quality of the craftsmanship is evident to the eye.
Okay. All right, gents. Are we done buying, or
Yeah.
are we still buying?
We done buying. We done
We
buying.
done
for now.
buying. Igith, we shall see you next time. We're probably going to die. I mean, we're probably going to kill that fucking dragon. We'll bring you back some magical stuff. Me and you will talk, and then hell yeah.
Okay, so you guys bought some things, I think.
We bought that bow for Alec,
Yeah.
for Varys.
Yeah, 75k Samir, so I got 125k sitting pretty on that. That's good. Reimbursed.
Magical
Nice.
items for magical items. In either case, with the party now bolstered and getting ready for a dragon fight, you're going to leave the city.
We fucking skedaddle.
League on out of here.
Someone's gonna roll a 3 on the d20,
I'm
and
not.
oh look, another Loxodon. Another Loxodon ships
Guys,
that are
I
crashing.
forgot something in the city. Can you please pick up my dry cleaning?
For a dragon killing arrow, anything. Yeah, we're gonna leave. We're gonna leave.
You leave on the late morning of the
Zen, you putting on
25th.
that bangle, the hermit?
No, I
Bangle.
haven't yet.
Okay.
You put on that bangle. Does anyone mind if I put on the glove?
Sure, go for it.
Well,
I
we can
put
still
on
give
the
the glove
glove.
around too, but nope.
Yeah, that's like a one you can just pass around, right? It's not.
It's one that we could pass around, but only the ones with magical prowess. So me, you, Varys, and
Is that the
Dottie.
case? Do you have to cast at least a level 1 spell slot? Is that the thing?
I believe so. Adam confirmed it last week.
Oh, my leg. I had my leg crossed like a fool.
Old legs. Wait, no. Oh, your actual legs.
Yeah, my real legs. My Dan legs.
Not your Laszlo legs.
My
The middle Dan legs.
Yeah, ready to depart this sucker.
Get the fuck out of here.
Has it been an hour yet?
We're about to pass into the first roll of the travel time, so let's see what happens
threshold.
first. I'll also roll the time at which it occurs, so then you can see if you have time to put on your new shit. Ding 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 ding.
What was I gonna ask? I had a. Nah, that's it can
In accordance to items like the necklace of fireballs, no, you don't need to be able to cast to use the glove.
Okay.
You get
So we could all just pass it
Yeah.
around.
on bicycle. Yep. Alright, so that means if we're traveling, you guys triggered an event on the first day before, so we're back technically to a T20. So we're looking for the death roll of 4 or below. If you want to start off on the first day of travel with another major event, be my guest. Do it. But someone needs to roll a D20. And it's usually not me.
Could you summon me, Mr. DM?
Oh yeah, me
Under
too.
the-
Yeah, me too, please. Let me get back on.
I don't even have. Oh, there we go. Big ass desert map.
Well, where do you think we're
Oh,
going?
back on.
What is this?
baby.
Is this just sand? What is this place?
Is anyone burning to roll this d20 or should I do it?
I am
Oh, I
so
rolled it
hesitant.
last time. I rolled it last
Okay,
time, so don't let me roll it again. And
Can I get a
make
summons,
Loxodon
DM?
appear.
You're gonna roll it.
It'll
Cool.
be $5.99.
I don't know. Let just someone else roll it. Don't let me roll it on this one. 'Cause
You
I
don't
rolled
want
it
it?
last time.
I'll do it.
No, I rolled it last time when we left the city.
Do it. Do it, Varys. Do it.
Lightning
do
can't strike
it.
twice in the form of Loxodon pirates.
All right. Let's see. No.
See?
Perfect. All right. No major encounters.
New page for traveling. So we've left on the 25th.
We have a. I know we don't have a specific location, but we do have a general direction.
We were on the road, outwards, and that was the
That
attack
was like
occurred.
we didn't know exactly where, but we knew a general where. So we weren't
Yeah,
like
we can
flying
skirt
blind,
along the
right?
road as long as we can along the road, the saving place.
So,
With our jingly janglies.
well, don't rest on your laurels just yet, gentlemen. Sometimes things happen even if it's not a major encounter. In the 5th hour of travel, meaning that if you want to tune to anything, now's the time. During the 5th hour of travel, you encounter something minor, and it is not a person who is not of age, nor is it a person who mines for a living.
By the way, right now Zen is staring into space as his neurons connect after like 100 years.
There's
Now,
the beard.
I have a
Part of your
question.
beard
What
connects
is
like
doesn't his what's the rule? Does it bump his intelligence to a
the
max of-
19.
like
No,
straight to
it just
19?
turns it to 19. Yeah.
Oh my god, this is
Yeah. Henry was like, well, we could give it a Z, and I was like, yes.
So Zen is going from, what, an 8 to a fucking
19. Yeah.
18?
Zen just.
Do you know what? Also,
More-
I have a
double.
question. I have a question, DM. I guess it wouldn't be for you to answer me. It'd be more to answer for Pat. But dude, any memories shake loose because his intelligence just shot up
I think that'd
so
be
high?
the neurons are still connected.
I don't like that silence.
Adam's like, hold on, let me flip a coin.
No, just increasing
Oh,
your
he's-
intelligence doesn't increase recollection.
It increases.
It doesn't undo brain damage.
It
is
doesn't
what you're
Hold
saying?
on,
brain damage.
Intelligence measures mental accuracy of recall, and the ability to reason. So he's going to be reasoning all day long now.
Let's see. So, hour 5 into day 1 of travel. Give it up for day 1. Who is driving?
I'm riding shotgun. I can't drive.
I got the driver's license. I'll be driving. I got a passive perception of 15.
And Dauntless is not here, so I'm just gonna put the mini. That's fine.
Stuff it in the wagon. Clip it into the wagon.
Okay, so the driver. As you're going along the paved road, hugging along the coast of the Sea of Embrace, the cool breeze hitting you from the left side of your face, and the company of your party with a nice, newly rented out and refurbished wagon, a brand new camel who goes by the name of Swanson, and all the time of the day to wait for a dragon to swoop in and try and kill you. However, instead of that, you instead see a wayward bucket and a fishing rod sticking out of said bucket that has been left on the lone road.
Oh no. My desires. I love fishing. There's no body of water too nearby, right? I know the Sea of Embrace is like on the.
It's
Are we
within
on?
visible
I'm no
spectrum.
thief, so I'm gonna leave that. Does it look like a high quality fishing rod? Is there fish in the bucket?
There are no fish in the bucket, but you have all the fishing tackle that would be required, such as the strings and the hooks and the weights and the bobbers. And I guess if you count the live bait, then that's something living in the bucket, but it's not a fish.
I peep to Varus. In like oases and stuff like that, is it possible to support marine life? Like, if we're out in an oasis, are we able to fish?
I mean, we passed a few of them.
Yeah, but would we?
Yeah, there were
Is
people
it, does
fishing
it support?
before, remember?
I mean, people, there are definitely fish in the Sea of Embrace. And
It's a sea. It's not like a tiny oasis.
Does it look like there's any like footprints or like, any like foot traffic or any people nearby to this thing? Are there any like structures or like? I don't want
You
to
are
steal a
at
person's
a
fishing rod.
particular junction where the distance between civilized locations is scarce of all activity. The sand and the wind of the Sea of Embrace makes it so that footprints don't last particularly long, if at all.
Okay.
you want me to get out and take a look, see if there's anything?
If I can skirt by it and mage hand to see and pick the fishing rod up.
As you
It's not.
travel by this wayward bucket and fishing rod combination, the mage hand floats on over, gingerly picking up one end of the rod that is exposed outside the bucket and raising it slightly above the precipice. As it extends outwards, you notice that this thing is of a very high quality engineering. Most fishing rods are just one solid piece, and all of the other hooks and rings of metal that are used to help reel in the line are one solid contraption. This one seems to be some sort of almost accordion shape, collapsible, much like a modern fishing rod would be. This engineering feat is extremely expensive. This is a very expensive fishing rod. Alongside the tackle and hook that are adjacent to it, this guy or person, fisher person, I think you get in
Yes.
trouble. Yeah, you get in trouble for that nowadays. That's
Fisher
fucking
folk,
retarded.
I
That's
know.
fucking retarded. Anyways,
Yeah.
not only that, the hook itself seems to gleam in the sun as if it has been highly polished and is made of something more than just the usual wrought iron that is typically made of using hooks. Someone is using very blinged out fishing accessories.
who would be using? Is there any? I'm gonna shout out. Is anyone near here? Your fishing rod is in the middle of the road.
You shout out, hoping that someone will respond and saying, "Oh yes, that's my stuff." Unfortunately, you are met with deathly silence.
I
with
take
only
it.
other sounds.
I'm not no thief. I take it.
Why is no one here? Don't just leave your shit in the road. Lesson learned.
The
I am
fishing
fishing.
rod is extremely light, as if its composite materials are made to be both lightweight but also sturdy. There's a certain flexibility as you get it into your hand that can almost withstand the tension of a line holding back something as large as, say, a tuna.
Okay.
Uh,
Okay.
DM, if I was to get out of the wagon and go over to the bucket, would I see any foot tracks?
No.
I'm moving the wagon at like a slow trot. You gotta we're gonna keep moving. I guess.
I
got
see
this.
no foot tracks, and I hop back on.
Oh, come on.
You take the fishing rod and leave the bucket and anything else left behind. The trail that
Ooh.
leaves in the sand eventually gets swept away by the incoming sea breeze, leaving nothing but just a couple speckles of sand on the paved road that you guys traverse, still heading northwards, but now with +1 expensive fishing rod. Day 1,
Out fishing rod. That's pretty good. Pretty good.
you lose karma points.
Well, that
What
guy
if that
loses.
guy was a murderer?
What if we
Exactly.
find that guy and we can return it to him? Maybe he got
See?
away in the sandstorm, and then we can return his fishing
See,
rod.
That's we would look at it, return it. Does it got a name on it? Is it like any on further inspection?
Inspect it using your skill of investigation.
All right, I'll do
Wait,
it.
let me try this.
That actually
With
makes
my
sense
new
now.
+4
Plus 4.
investigation.
Go do it. Go on, Zen. You have a peruse around that.
It's like I feel like I can do this now.
I feel good.
might be like
I
a
rolled
stone-
an 8. I don't think it activated yet.
Oh, was you said to tell me it's a fishing rod?
That's a fancy fishing rod.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
You tumble it over in your hands, looking for names, secret compartments, engravings, and etc. Although your brain is firing on several more neurons than usual,
Never before.
it is preoccupied with other thoughts. It's like some sort of weird savant thing. You're thinking about
Like
rocks.
sensory overload, like
You're thinking about rocks, and you don't really have the time or the patience to
this isn't a rock.
think about
he
things
says.
that aren't rocks right now.
Isn't this sand just trillions of rocks?
It's too much information. I mean,
Some
would I be able
Jaden
to use
Smith
my passive investigation to determine if there's any names on there or like owned by? I don't know how if that's possible or not.
Nope, at this point, someone's already made the investigation, be it passive or active otherwise. Otherwise, we would just
Okay.
have... DM, can I do my athletics at
Well-
fucking passive? No.
Passive backflips, please. Okay, well yeah, I'll telescope it down and put it in the old inventory.
It collapses into a smaller frame, only about 1.5 feet long. At full compactness.
What is the? You said the hook looked different. Has it got like it's really shiny?
It's made of some sort of metal that's not iron or steel.
Carlos, what do you reckon this could be? If you're riding shotgun, this is the next best thing from I Spy Mo with Little Eye. I look at this cool fishing rod. Have a look. Could be,
DM,
could be
would
some
I
kinda-
recognize the metal that it's made out of?
Do a history check.
Ooh, I'm not good at those.
Oh my God,
Ooh.
+5 in intelligence.
I do. And I rolled a 14. 19 total.
Many different kinds of metals are used in metallurgy, be it for armors, weapons, jewelry, accessories, in this case, metallic hooks. Someone has blinged out a made of platinum hook.
Holy shit, I say.
That's hooks go missing all the time.
Damn!
This must be a Mordremoth hook.
Well,
Holy shit, that's platinum
it's
right
a plot
there,
hook,
boys.
literally. It's right there.
That's a nice hook.
Well, hopefully we'll get some nice fish with it if I ever get to use it.
Other than being real shiny, is it just that, or does it have any other properties to it?
Well,
Are
it's collapsible, so it's
Are
pretty,
you
that's pretty
trying to
rare in
say
itself.
if it's magical?
Just curious. Yeah.
Do I while I'm inspecting it and blah 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 blah? Do I see any magical engravings in it?
I licked the hook.
No,
Hey,
but I
Patrick,
probably would do
Patrick, what are you-
I probably would do the thing of sticking it in my mouth and trying to bend it, that type of thing. Like, you know, when they inspect gold, see if they can bend it or not.
It tastes like metal.
I've never seen any other fisherman do that before. I don't do that. You don't know where that's been.
Are you going to identify it or just
Uh,
leave it to its lonesome?
I'll take the 10 minute. I'll take the 11 minutes to identify.
Yeah,
it.
that'll occupy you while I'm driving this thing.
Give you about 11
Yeah.
minutes, boyos.
As you're traversing, waiting for Kalos to give you the report on this fishing rod, magical or otherwise, although expensive, it turns out that there are some things that are extremely magical about this, but it's not the actual rod itself, it's only the hook.
Ooh.
You licked a magical item.
I've been around the block.
I've licked magical hooks.
I've made mustard gas before, so I'm not scared.
That's not a
You
good thing
said
to be
it.
proud of, Kalos. Don't be proud of that.
I am
I've heard
super
nothing but bad
proud.
things.
Fuck.
Good
the
for hot
learning.
dogs. Okay.
Am I riding
I
here
don't
with
like
an extremist? Like,
Fuck
Oh,
the
geez.
learned. The people.
This fishing rod is extremely useful for fishing, and the hook even more so. Any creature that is considered to be a beast and has an intelligence lower than 5 must make a charisma saving throw, or they will be charmed by the hook.
that's so cool. That's so...
You know, technically, we could just take it to like a rant. It doesn't even have to be a fish.
It's very cool.
I tell Laszlo.
Well, you know,
There you go. Don't fucking lose that hook, boy.
all right. Put it in
You test it on the
pack.
bees.
Is it? No, bees are smart.
No, we're
From what
not.
I've seen. Oh,
Actually, no. Are the
-5.
bees? Are the bees actually considered beasts?
how do you
Or
hook a
are
swarm,
they like
Varys?
fae or-
Okay, like, come on now.
How do you hook a swarm?
Hey, just move out of the way. I get one bee. Magical. Cast save or charm. Beast. Sub. You said sub 5.
Sub 5, yeah.
Sub 5 intelligence.
So sub 5, or does that include at 5?
This is a less than sign, not less than or
Okay.
equal to.
Is it permanently charmed or just charmed for it's got the hook in its mouth or whatever?
It is. Here's the funny thing: the charm immediately breaks if it takes damage. So if you like charm it into hooking itself, it'll immediately break the charm.
But it's already hooked.
But it's already hooked. Yeah. You stupid motherfucker.
Uh,
Stupid ass fish. But it lasts a minute.
okay. That's fucking amazing. Well, you know, if I ever get the opportunity to get some cool fish for you folks, I will do. It's been a while, so
They do need to touch the hook though, in order to be charmed by it.
sure. Okay. Is it got a there's no naming on here. I'll just call it the roadside platinum hooked magical thing for now.
Awful name. Absolutely awful.
Well, you know, Igith's not here, so
Every it's like I was with you, but less every syllable. It's like
telescopic.
No, this
Is
is
there an
something that
acronym?
Andrew would
Is there
probably
an-
love if he was here.
Is there an acronym?
Weird gimmick item.
We could.
Telescopic. Gnosis.
Magic hook.
Okay, cool. Well, that was a very good. That's better than a Loxodon pirate. First day out is
Better than a Loxodon pirate with a book of evil. stuffed
Yeah,
away
this
in
is
the
just
ship.
a book of possible fish that we could get. Well, all right, back on the road proper. Let's give. I'll give a you know, give a little rain whap.
Quappage.
A whap? A wet ass pussy? Okay.
Okay.
Alright, well. Anyways. So, you guys eventually have to stop for the evening. You'll make camp somewhere alongside the road. There's sand everywhere. It's coarse, and it gets in your boots. Occasionally, you can look out towards the Sea of Embrace, which offers not only a cool breeze, but a nice reflective surface for the moon to shine off of. Which moon, you might ask? Well, both of them.
How's that moon looking, DM?
It looks like a moon, high in the sky and betraying its intentions.
Massively. Okay. Little camp. Nice.
You know that sniper glint in Battlefield when someone's
He's
looking at you?
going. It blinks back. Oh fuck. I could do a little bit of fishing. I get a little fish for us for Dindians. I guess I kind of want to use this thing.
Well, is the Sea of Embrace like in our rear view, and we just see it from the distance? Or
Your
are we...
guys are actually more or less moving parallel to the eastern coast of the Sea of Embrace. The road is probably about 150 feet away from the nearest bit of water. You would need to essentially tumble down a sand dune in order to get to the surface, but you know, it's not the worst thing that could happen, you know, tumbling down a sand dune with a metal hook in your hand.
Ow, 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 ow.
Actually, okay. No,
Mhm,
actually,
yes.
nothing to do with that. We can. I do have something I want to check, but yeah.
It's
I
also
have-
slightly later than you guys usually stop because you were in town for usual part of the day. So it's about plus 3 hours beyond what you usually travel for. So usually if you guys typically say go from 8 hours starting at about 7 p.m., usually end around 3, so it's about 6 o'clock by the time you end this first one. So it's not quite dark, and if anything, this is actually probably the longest time of the year. So the sun
Oh,
is not
for
going
it
to
still being
set.
light. Like, yeah.
Yeah, it's probably not going to sunset for at least another 2.5 hours, so about 8:30. So it's not night fishing, just evening fishing.
Okay.
Question. I was going through my inventory. Whatever became the egg that I got way back when? Still, is it still sitting? Like,
Ah,
Still chilling.
the egg that you have
Cockatrice
not
egg.
inspected in probably at least 5 sessions. Go ahead and make a nature check. Alternatively, you can make animal handling because technically it's an animal.
I will go ahead and give you a +5 to that because I've been wondering the same fucking thing.
we know it's a cockatrice egg, and those are
Cock
considered
egg.
beasts. Would I get advantage?
It's a
Okay,
cock.
Adam. All right.
Would I get advantage on that nature check?
It is a. I think cockatrice is actually.
An abomination.
I believe so, actually. Either
Is
that
like an
or
amalgam of stuff, I think.
it's a horrible creature. Disgusting.
Horrible.
It is a
Gross.
monstrosity, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I
So if
get
anything-
advantage on those.
You fucking Zen, in his new wisdom, or not wisdom,
Yeah.
intelligence, knows that this thing is a fucking menace to society.
Get rid of it. I will cook it up and eat the fuck
I'll do
out of
animal
it.
handling then. So that's +8 plus callus is 5. So let's see. That's not bad. 24 total.
You surmise this thing actually has a decent time in this environment. The hot desert sun, contrasted with the occasional not hot desert sun, creates an incubation period where you don't necessarily need to be sitting on this thing in order to hatch it. Whatever creature is inside of here, known as a cockatrice, it is not the kind that requires at such high temperature to incubate properly. If anything, they are more accustomed to middling temperatures and climates. Going beyond that, you surmise that this thing's incubation time, if it comes straight from the cloaca, and you put a timer on that thing, somewhere about a 2-week incubation period at the maximum.
Mhm.
When did you get this thing again?
Oh, dude, he got it a long time ago. He got it at
We
least.
got it
like,
when we lost
four-
the
yeah.
cards. I don't have a date written down, but
I think he got it at least like 4 weeks ago. Because we've been on this continent for a month now.
we got the guys. It was on this continent. It was between.
We lost it
how
when
long-
we were with the nomads.
how long were
after
we in
the, after the
Annapolis?
Sphinx? Like,
Yeah.
we were in Annapolis.
Well, we did at least 6 days of
Community service.
So
community service.
session 95, which was the 28th of May, was when we still had it. Let me just.
It's been more than a month.
Bear with me. Yeah, at least. Yeah, more than 2 weeks.
We
Oh.
opened the box and it's
It's hatching.
It's like Andrew
It
used to
it
get
hatched in
to
all the
message his
chaos.
husband. Like, that,
It hatched in all the chaos, and we just forgot, and it like suffocated itself inside.
Oh,
Oh,
Jesus.
Well,
Well, let's see. If that's the time frame that we're going off of, although you didn't get the egg immediately as soon as you touched down in Annapolis, so it's still not quite the full 4 weeks, but it's somewhere in between 2 and 4. As you take the egg out and inspect it, it is now, in contrast to what it looked like before, the egg itself now has a series of black etched runes in 2 separate hemispheres of the actual eggshell itself.
Hmm. But it's cracked, not broken.
It is... You can see a hairline fracture going down the top of it.
Are the runes in any language that I recognize, or?
You are familiar with all sorts of things, but are they included on this egg?
may I
Probably
offer
not.
you this cockatrice egg in this trying time?
List off your languages immediately.
Common, Elven, Sylvan, Draconic,
Huzzah!
Undercommon.
It's written in Sylvan.
Mhm.
Turning over the egg and looking at the text in Sylvan, it has some sort of weird extraterrestrial properties to it. And if I mean that, like, if Terra is the material plane, everything's technically extraterrestrial. It reads in Sylvan. Now, Sylvan's grammatical structure is a bit weird. Coming from a series of plant-like people, they are essentially just emotions, verbs, and brief descriptors to do things like adjectives. The grammatical structure is basically non-existent, and might as well be incorporated into the equivalent of a caveman going ugh, ugh, blugga, blugga, blugga.
Fug, fug.
But one rune on one of the hemisphere reads as hungry, and the other one reads as happy.
My God, it's Tamagotchi.
That 19 intelligence is like, oh my god.
Guys, I remember things.
I didn't feed my Tamagotchi and it died. It's like, they'll never let me down.
All right.
Well, you know, you're a lad of the outdoors. What does it fucking eat?
I mean, we're talking
Chicken? You
regular
got
chickens
seeds?
or crazy magical
I don't
chickens?
fucking a cock of trees, whatever it's called.
This is not a normal chicken, so
Yeah.
I don't know precisely. I could guess based on what a regular chicken eats, but yeah.
Well, if we're going off of Valheim rules, they eat dandelions
What's a
and
Valheim?
seeds.
Okay. Well, that's your egg, I guess. Are these runes in different colors?
Black has the night.
Both black. Okay.
And the eggshell is colored eggshell.
Okay. So it's easy to read. Okay. Well,
Kinda
you
menacing.
need to figure out. Maybe I catch it a fish. You know, see if it is there. Put a fish near it and see what that does to.
We need to catch the fish first. It's
That's,
not
but
a
I'd like
free
to catch
fish.
it. I'd like to try and catch a fish with this cool new fishing utensil.
Well, fishing ain't free, so what you need to do is cast a line and
Okay.
make a roll with a dice.
Sure.
Are you proficient with fishing tools?
I should be, yeah.
Well, is that a yes or a no? Not a should
No,
be.
it's not, but I should be.
Well,
Considering my backstory, but
You do that roll. I'll be right back, guys.
well, then that means you're just gonna roll a d20 plus your wisdom, and
Okay.
then add nothing else.
a flatty roll. Hoo-yah! 6.
In all of your years of casting, you accidentally throw the line back and it gets caught in something. The hook is now embedded inside of the back of Kalos's collar.
God! Ah! Last.
Gotcha.
Doesn't he wear armor?
He's got clothes exposed beneath that, though.
Okay.
Got him. I got the. I unhook it. Sorry. I'm a bit rusty on that casting.
When was the last time we went fishing? Damn, bro. Come
Well,
on.
long time ago.
You may try again with comedic effect.
I'll do it again.
I'll go ahead and
get hide somewhere.
I'll go ahead and just run away from
Come
myself.
on. No.
Even
coming for you.
worse.
As you reel it back, you can hear the string whining against the reel. It goes even farther back. If you did make it go forward, it would actually go out a decent length. But now it's hooked into... Let's see who it gets hooked into. Is it a person? Is it an
Zen,
animal?
it's deflect missile. Quick.
It is Zen.
It doesn't count as a missile.
It is a projectile, I guess.
Put it in the water. Put it in the water. It's coming your way.
I don't think. I think I would just deflect it. How much damage it would do?
Yes, it would do 1 point of damage regardless, so...
Can I use one key to throw it into water?
Sure, you make a ranged weapon attack.
My monk attack is +9, so 15.
You catch and release the hook before it even comes into contact with anything that could do harm. Having seen the Kalos incident, you already prepared yourself mentally for what happens if this old man, who doesn't really seem to be actually that old, he just acts an old man, age appropriatism, I don't know, cultural appropriation, but for age, he throws the line out, and it flings backwards once again. Maybe he's forgetting to release his finger on the line as he's drawing it forward, but in either case you catch it and throw out the line into the actual destined location it's supposed to be, which is in the water. And you shoot Kalos, or not Kalos, you shoot Laszlo a look of like...
Look at that! Old man, teamwork. Nice. And I sort of go, Jesus, I'm not really, a bit too long. Way too long.
Fuck, I used to be good at this.
I did used to be good at this. I don't know what the fuck's happened. Well, we'll see if this fanfare we can get fish from this. Hopefully.
The shiny hook dangles below the surface of the water, being suspended by a bobber that is already attached to the actual thing itself. Both of which are extremely expensive looking, but the bobber itself is not made of platinum, because that would just sink. It's just made of cork, so don't get your hopes up. In either case, as you wait for some time, you remember that you're supposed to bait these things.
Yes. Yeah, they're really sleepy at night.
Mayhaps there have
I'll
been-
reel it in and try another time.
Mayhaps there have been some bait in that bucket you decided we didn't need to go with.
Well, you know. I'll
Like-
reel this in and we'll try it another time, maybe.
Hey, last.
What?
It's
What
like
is it?
forgot to bait that, didn't you?
Just testing to see how everyone was reacting to me, if they're paying attention. Okay, good eye. Yes, man. Okay.
Staring at thing in curiosity, wondering. Well, not wondering because like
me wanting to curiosity.
No, I'm staring at the egg. I'm staring at. I'm still kind of keeping an eye on the egg. Knowing how actual chickens work, but like not sure.
You're a chicken enthusiast, Varys?
I do cast Goodberry.
Chickenberry?
And I do hold, just because why not? Because it's the Feywild. Because who knows? I do hold one of those berries above the Hungry Rune and just see if anything happens or.
Have you ever seen those raccoons putting the cotton candy into the water? It kind of does that thing with a good berry. It begins to flake away until eventually it becomes dissipated within the surface of the rune itself. It glows for a brief moment, going from a dark charcoal black to a slightly neonish white, before fading back into its original luster. Still reads as hungry, so maybe it's a growing boy.
We haven't fed it in fucking like 5 weeks or whatever. Like, we're not gonna fed it fish.
Well, I have 10 of these. They last 24 hours, so I'll set 4. There's 4 of us now? No Dauntless. So I'll set 4 aside for us. And we'll set half of them aside, because we could maybe give them to camels. I don't know if camels are allowed to eat capable of eating berries, but I put a second one down just to see what happens.
Much like the cotton candy raccoon, it turns into dust and is consumed, air quotes consumed, by the rune. Glows once more before fading back to its original luster. The rune now reads as hungry, but due to the weird nature of Sylvan, if you remove some of the characters from the actual font, you can tell the intensity of something, such as hungry, ravenous, starving, etc.
So it's less intense now.
Kind of like how when you translate trying to speak or count in the same way that English people do versus Japanese people do, they would just add another E, so it would read as 10, and then 10, and then and then just keep adding E's to it. Which it for the tens place and above.
All right, one more berry then. Let's see what happens.
You feed it one more berry. The rune glows like it did previously until eventually it fades back to its original luster, now reading as satiated.
Stop feeding me berries. Too many berries.
I want meat. Give me meat.
What is this berry shit? It says in the silver.
I'll wrap up the rest of the berries for tomorrow morning. We should have 7 left. Because they'll last 24 hours, so we can have them for whenever we need. And yeah, I will put
An eventful first day of travel, gentlemen.
Before we while we're setting up the actually no, it would be 8 hours. Never mind.
Okay.
Put my 4-hour tent. It's going up. I'll put my little tent up. Yeah, you want to do a tent or you want to do a hut? What's the consensus? I wouldn't mind doing a little tent.
I can do a 10.
I'm doing a tent. I'm building my little tent. So I'll do that.
Very well. Make a survival check.
I will help you with that if you're gonna do that.
Sure. What? I'll give you advantage to help me. How's that working?
If I'm helping you, you have advantage. So.
Okay.
You said you were gonna do it. So.
Yeah. Here's the first roll. Oh, it deleted itself. Okay. Oh, that's my first roll.
You can get a double.
And there's
Okay.
my second roll. So I'll take the 20.
With Varys' help, you don't hook anyone by accident, and you find a nice place to put down the tents.
I do
Having
joke
not-
about it though.
Having not done this in a while, and usually referring yourselves to the Lehman's tiny hut, it's a different environment, not only temperature-wise and the amount of air that passes through the tent, as opposed to none at all if you don't want it to permeate the actual Lehman's tiny hut. It's sleeping underneath the stars, as opposed to sleeping underneath the artificially manufactured dome of magical presence. Back to nature with you folks. That being said, once you set up camp and everything is nice and saddled away, so to speak, not literal saddles, what's the nighttime activity going to look like for you people?
You wanted me to do something, Zen, right? Or was it?
Did I?
Oh no, it was
I
Callus,
actually
was
want
it?
you to do something.
No, I was gonna try on that weird hermit bangle thing.
Cool.
Before I go to
Oh
bed.
right, did any hermit appear for
Gonna
his
wake
night?
up to a little hermit.
No, I
going,
just
hey,
put it
what's
on
up?
now.
Hello, I'm a hermit. What's up?
I got a quest for you.
Oh, I'm sat in my tent right now. If you wanna
I'll
approach, I say. I open the little thing. What is it, Carlos? What is it?
I need you to scry on someone if you could do me the favor.
Okay.
Who
Who
you
am I
see,
scrying on?
you see me
where am I
put
scrying
on
That's-
a hat, and I disguise
Okay.
myself,
Yeah.
and the person that I disguise
So
myself
it's you in a hat. No, I
is
can save the scryer right here.
not known to you, but I
Okay,
will.
well you can tell me about him. Might help. If I don't know him, so got
I
a possession
will
of theirs.
share the image.
Ronald McDonald.
I will share the image on the League chat.
Okay. Ooh, Adam, sorry, buddy. Ooh.
No, Adam already knows who this is. I will.
Wow, dude. Ooh, woman.
Um,
Sorry, I'm joking.
Ooga. I'll This was my
wife. No,
not my wife per se, but
okay.
we did have
Wife-like activities. Okay, I get what you put it down. Okay, yeah.
we did
AI girl. I mean,
yeah, no, they did. I told Adam that this is what
this
the
is
AI spit out if you were to put Triss Marigold as an elf, and this is what it spat out. So this used to be my. I don't know if she still is, to be quite honest with you, but I kind of want to know if she's doing okay.
okay. Do you have a possession that they let you have or something?
You guys have seen that on my character model, I have a pink hair.
Yeah.
A pink hair thing.
Sling it on over. It will help me find
And
it.
this, she told me that her mom gave it to her, so she used to wear it all the
her
time.
mom like.
From what she told me, her parents are dead, so you won't be able to.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, you know, this will be a way to find out if she's a liar. So
yeah, I kind of
that detracts from the point, though.
I've been putting it off for a while. I know that you can scry on people, but I am hoping that she wasn't. But if there are many unfortunate events,
what's their name?
Greg.
Her name is Greg.
Gregory.
I don't think I.
If you can get the name, I can. You know, all will help. So.
Hold on.
I've never met them.
No, you never.
Despite seeing them here. I don't want to kind of be creepy here, Carlos, but did you end on bad terms with them? You didn't like.
Well, do you?
You didn't rip their hair out or anything. I'll just get good help.
No, she gave it to me willingly, and
The hair.
the hair thing.
The hairband. Yeah, there's not a little piece of their hair put in there by accident.
No,
probably be your hair.
It's been cleaned out.
All right.
But this used to belong to her, and her name was. Hold on, I had it somewhere. Her name. I know her first name, but I thought her last name. I wrote it down too.
Oh, yeah. For a lover, you know the names here. Like.
Shut up! It's Henry here. Okay.
Her
name is Henry.
Shut up, bitch.
that's some self love.
Henrietta
I mean,
bitch.
self love is good, Henry. Don't worry. We're not judging.
That's
Self love is
bold
positive.
Do I not have a last name for her?
Well, you know, it's gonna hurt the role a little bit for old Lass finding this thing, but
Hold on.
I'm joking. I jest.
Give me a second. I'm going through my
She
back.
gave me this number. It's weird.
I might even have the notes in here. Hold on.
She also gave me this phone number, but when I they must have changed because when I dialed it, I got you've reached the rejection hotline. I don't know.
Oh,
it's weird.
It just keeps calling. I answer phone. I don't get it.
It was weird. This all happened after I showed her my racehorse bed.
Shut up! The racehorse bed came after, bitch.
Henry used to be a toy maker, and so he made race car beds for a living. That's why.
Hey, you guys.
I want one.
You guys poke fun of it, but there's a generation of kids that
love race car beds. Yeah.
That grew up with my.
I'm not knocking it.
With my toys, all right. But her last name was her full name is Cleo Samaras.
Cleo Samaras.
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 Okay. Samaras. Okay. Ass of the summer. All right.
Quick, you guys see the picture?
Yeah.
Full.
Are we all in my tent? Have you guys come on in? Come on in.
I would actually want this to be a little private event.
Party.
Okay. Well, you're in my tent right now, so I've got the
Yeah. So
you. All right.
It's just me and you.
Just me and the boys and the jail crystals.
And
it's a big jail crystal. This is a fucking scrap.
And the AI generated Triss Marigold.
Okay. Right,
but you see that she is wearing I disguised myself as her. She's wearing a pink dress, which she always used to wear.
I recall from what you've told me before about them, they're like pretty secretive. Annie against,
yes,
are they probably going to be able to not block a scry,
most
maybe?
likely, me and her developed an arcane technology where
sure
the secretariat wasn't able to
Okay.
scry on us. So
Sure.
she
Is there
might
a
be.
location that is like a like a hideout or whatever that could also be if this one doesn't work?
Unfortunately, we always used to bounce around between hideouts, so
Okay.
it could be in a places of as number as 15. We had many.
Any places you went in Hecafates? It was like, oh, we used to go here a lot. Maybe they might have a soft spot there and be there.
DM, actually, we've never discussed of how the layout of Hecafates is. Like, I know the 8 figure, but we never discussed if there's any like significant landmarks. I always imagined it as to being like a
Big giant monkey statue.
no, but I always
Statue,
imagine it
unfortunately.
having like some sort of awesome landmarks because it's an awesome magical city. So I don't know if you ever
All right,
have.
Cal, you're a big up. This is a cool. It sounds like a cool
Listen, all right, it is probably the most, from what Adam described it to me, it is probably one of the
place.
most
Squid-infested
advanced.
detritus realms of the.
I mean, probably, but it is one of the most advanced
Monkeys.
magical
Well, if I see monkeys, I'll be happy either way.
technology
So.
in the world. So I always assumed that it always had like awesome landmarks,
Modern
but
day
me
New
and
York.
him never.
Yeah. It's got a subway system.
There
Never,
are a lot of things that go on in that magical location. Many of them are only accessible to people of the higher status, so you wouldn't have been able to even go there if you wanted to.
Okay.
So for you people slumming it up and whatnot, you got this one sewer,
The sewer
then
pipe's the best pipe.
and then some of the stuff above ground is just like a public park.
But no, Laszlo, we didn't really have a
Okay,
magic a spot that we would go to.
All right. Well, I gotta do my magic quite literally, and this I'm using the divination orb, so I don't know if I know now you can see invisible things. That's what it said. There's a note in there that can be what it does. Is there any other additional things with a scry spell that I could do, Adam? In this case, would I be able to amplify its effectiveness, or so I don't know.
That's what the amplification is. It's the see invisibility thing.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll scry on that person, Cleo Samaris. I got the possession of theirs. I've seen them.
You get an error message.
Oh, I do. Yeah, you don't work. Yeah, there you go.
Hmm?
Shizzer.
What did Dongo do?
Doesn't work.
TV stop.
Sorry,
Microsoft,
Bucko. Didn't
the
work.
Microsoft blue screen there.
Mhm.
Yeah, maybe.
Bump. You had that
maybe,
sound effect on your soundboard, Adam?
They're either dead
Nope.
or they're like blocking it real well. But probably the blocking real well, just to be optimistic. As you said, that could be a possibility. Yeah. So that's that. Yeah. There you go.
You see me tie my hair
Anything-
up and then just like.
Anyone else? Anything else?
No, I just wanted to
Alright.
check up on her.
Cool. Well, let me know if you ever want to do that again. Cool. All right. Well, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I put a ball away.
Wanna shuffle on out of your tent and
Yeah, I guess.
make my tent.
You want help making the tent?
No, I got it.
All right.
The day concludes. No snooping is done, and everyone else is making fun of Laszlo for being
No,
bad
they're
at
not.
fishing.
No. I was a comedy bit. I swear I was good at fishing. Honestly,
Yeah.
back in my heyday.
I usually don't last this long. They call him quick shot.
Jeez.
Alright, so let's mark on to day 2, which means now we're on the 26th of the month. Only a couple days left in June.
Oh, DM, question for you.
28 days.
How does the passive overclocking work?
There's the what?
So if I was to put an item that's passive, that doesn't have an activation of sorts, like a ring of protection, let's say. It could increase my AC by 1 and it gives me +1 to my saving throws. How would that affect? How would that trigger in the future events? Does a passive magical effect?
Nope, only when you activate it through something that is essentially either casting a spell, using the magical incantation of the item itself. Passive ones like that just add to the score of number of overclocked items, because otherwise you basically would be taking every step of your life is now triggering a wild magic.
Okay then. All right. So
It's just rainbows and then like pink bubbles
Well, I
every
fell through
time
the
Callus
floor
takes a
one
step.
time. I nearly fell in like a thing of shit. So yeah, be careful. It's not worth it.
You guys see that when we wake up the next morning, Kalos is wearing this very nice chain that glows purple.
Nothing new there then. Purple is the look of you. What is that? That's cool as fuck.
Oh, just some more magical protection for myself.
Good, nice.
I can make you guys one if you guys want.
What
It'll
does it
take me a
do?
couple of days.
Protect me against magic.
Protects you against magic, and it gives you an extra layer of protection from any physical damage.
Cool, yeah. Happily.
Also, DM, how does the diamond quartz crystal enchanting work? I remember you saying it reduces the time by how much? And the cost?
It's free.
I just create fucking magical shit. That's all I do. Yep.
I didn't write this down.
If you want to just give it to me later, that's fine too.
Yeah, it's not.
I'll just say that I'll be enchanting stuff.
I got a quote here. An instant hit. Alec in reference to Fug. Oh, that's a good fucking little write it down.
Rabbit's at it again.
Yeah, whatever.
I have a note for Diamond Quartz here, Adam. It's a catalyst. Alchemical in powdered form can be a focus, used for enchanted stuff. In liquid form, dangerous. Magical radiation when formed and crop growth enhances crop growth. Larger creatures nearby crops get changed. Soul of the planet, quoted by Baruti. Bailey can imprint text for enchanting via a lens when a hollow needle item in a facility. Big crystal can be reused if a player places it back in the mine for a long time. I don't have anything specific on this, sadly. On like the calculations, at least.
It's either a quarter or 30%, but I don't know it right now.
Okay, just get back to me. I'll ask.
Sorry, note people, I could not because I have it there. Well, yeah. A new day, a new dawn, a new fishing opportunity arises for Laszlo.
Well, don't forget, if Zen is wearing that bangle every dawn, you get a visit from the magical hermit.
Of legend.
He is quite well known. Every dawn, the wearer is visited by the ghost of the famous hermit, who will bestow them a quest. The difficulty of this quest and the time allotted to the wearer vary, etc., etc. So, as you guys are waking up in the morning, the first thing you see as you exit your tents is not anything that you've seen before. Around where you might have kept a campfire is now a smoldering pit where an individual is squatted in front of it. Their hood is drawn only halfway up their head so that it only reaches the top middle of their skull. Their shoes, well, they don't have any shoes. There's clothes. What clothes? This guy is basically completely stark naked, except for a little bit of loincloth just for the sake of keeping this thing PG-13.
Oh, hey, look, it's the guy that's been long
maybe
dead.
He's a Ken doll. Maybe he's a Ken doll. Maybe
He's got a big dong. Has he got a big beard?
He has a large beard that goes down to his belly button. His eyebrows are comically bushy and almost obscure his vision to some extent. Everything else around him is very unkempt and very hairy.
Wait, is this the hermit?
Yeah, presumably.
He's just some
considering-
guy, Zen. I don't know. Hey, good morning to you. And I put Zen in front of me. There you go. Just go talk to your friend. What?
I thought he was supposed to. You guys see? You see him too?
I could see him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go talk to him.
Yeah. I'll go up. Are you? I think I had your name written down.
You the old guy?
Wait, but I'm the old guy. Does that mean
Oh,
you
he's the older
are
guy.
me?
Check.
He's probably
Hello?
really old
Check.
and dead.
Hello? Check. Hello?
I know we didn't have the name of the hermit written down.
Well, he's a naturalist.
The naturalist.
Famous
he's a
hermit, that's all we have,
apparently
yeah.
a famous hermit, but we don't know his name.
Testing.
How
Hello?
would I be able to make a history check, DM, to see if I know
Oh,
of this
he's
hermit?
muted.
We
Testing
just have to-
filters.
I mean, we do have the notes he sent us on the thing. Did he?
Yeah, it doesn't say
No,
the name
I'm
of it,
looking
but
at the notes.
I'm
No, it
a
just says-
local to this continent. I might know of this hermit.
That's if he is from this continent.
Are you from here? Are you from Sanctus, good sir? Yes, maybe I am.
Fuck you, buddy. I'm not.
Yeah, he's like the
Fuck this place. I hate it. It's so desert.
It's not cool.
It's everywhere.
Was it rough? It's in the ass crack, and it's really
Oh
irritating.
my jeez.
1, 2,
I don't know how
3,
that guy with
4.
armor is
Hello?
living. Fuck.
It must be real warm. See, I got RGB and
Hello?
cooling in here. That's how I
Testing.
headcanon that with that dwarven armor. It's just got like
Internal
just
cooler.
yeah.
Hello?
Oh.
I like to think that the material that it's made out of, it just has a very cool sensation.
Like a cold to the touch.
Yeah.
Okay,
I like
found
Adam's
a
like
filter.
default old man voices as well, but anything to enhance it further with a filter is going to be well received.
Okay, let's go ahead and open up today's morning with the stranger at your campfire. He is unkempt, undressed, and for some reason he doesn't stink.
Oh.
Whoa, it's Asmongold.
A plus?
He probably smells to high heavens.
He probably we heard him. He's like, I don't shower for 28 days, and
Dude, that's fucking disgusting.
he's like, you just go past the phrase of it with his like freaky teeth. Like, it's like, all right, but dude, that is pretty gross. But this guy isn't.
Well, he is currently squatting over the fire like a very individual from some sort of Slavic country. Slav squat, you might say.
Mm-hmm.
As you approach him, coming out of your tents, he quickly begins to shuffle as if he is being caught doing something he's not supposed to. Gathering up all of his beard into a bundle in his hand, he essentially trundles over to where Zen is before handing him a small, torn-up parchment. It seems to be made of some sort of paper made from plant materials and is very, very aged and crumbly feeling.
What does it say?
As you begin to unravel it, he cups his top hand over yours, and then he stares at the rest of your companions, and then he shakes his head, and then begins to scramble into the sand as if he's burrowing. Then the creature, whatever this thing is gone.
Okay. I think that
Guess
was the
that's-
hermit, guys.
You might want to. I guess you need some privacy to go read that.
Maybe it's a quest only for you, Zen.
Yeah,
I
let me
respect that.
let me step away a bit, not too far.
We can help
see
by
what it
not
says.
helping. You know, just if you're gonna go do something, you will help. But we maybe don't need to say it to us. I don't know.
I'll step away a bit and take a look.
You unravel the crumbly paper, careful not to tear any of its edges, and it feels extremely brittle. Eventually, you open it up, and it is written thankfully enough in common tongue, so you don't need any specialization in terms of language. It reads as the followings. Skiddle-dee-dee, I come in pairs of 3.
Ugh.
Find me
Okay.
by the water, And the rest doesn't rhyme.
Skiddly dee, I come in pairs of 3.
Find me by the water. Riddles.
Oh man, Zen's fucking extra smart now. That's great.
Yeah, he didn't anticipate. I like that he like gave up towards the end. He's like, oh, about water. Like,
Okay, I'll hold this for now and get to thinking.
With the quest underway, not entirely sure what you're supposed to be doing or getting, but it comes in skiddly. Pairs
you
of
really want to
3.
put the skiddly dee on there.
Yeah, no,
Skiddly dee, pairs of 3. Come find me by the sea, water.
Sure. With that in mind, we'll see what happens when, or if you complete the quest. There's a fail condition, maybe.
Ooh.
But you have that, and you can mull it over as we continue on our journey. The morning of, you guys need to eat food.
I've got good berries from last night that are still good, so I passed them around.
Not spoiled or anything, they taste the same as they usually do. Slightly bitterous, slightly sweet, and a little bit of tang in between. In either case, as soon as you guys are filled up, including the camels and the bees, assuming that everyone has enough food for everyone,
I have the mango.
we can skedaddle and move on to our next leg of the journey. This one is getting down to a D12 as opposed to a D20. Now let's see who rolls, and
Hey, before
rolls
we
less
roll,
than 3.
hey Varys, go shotgun. You got better eyes than I do.
Okay, sure.
The term
Weird
shotgun
way to
comes
compliment
from...
a man.
No, he does. He fucking
I know,
man.
yeah. Man has big eyes.
Man has
see-
better eyes. Him and Krios are like neck and neck.
What's Krios' passive perception?
It's actually more than yours.
What is it?
Yeah. What is it? It's 20?
Oh, 20.
Because double my proficiency.
He's like, we gotta kill the cat. I gotta be the eye guy.
What is it?
You can have him looking out the back. I don't know. Like, it could be the rear view.
That's what is it? Plus 10 plus double my proficiency bonus, so 20.
Okay.
This cat's seeing.
But because player agency is what I care for, you have the better eyes.
It'd be really funny if the cat was just there sometimes.
Love anime logic.
Dropping the bangle, like, oh, I got this bangle, and then yeah, I'll be driving then. I'm a dedicated driver. I can't
Driver
fish. At least I can
aside,
operate a boat and a car.
Someone's going to have to roll dice.
I shall roll the dice.
Do it.
Since
D12.
Huzzah! Ooh.
5.
Ooh,
Close.
we have
Close.
changed to a D10.
Can
On the
we
next one.
use our D6 on these to bolster
No,
the
because
roll?
it's not something that is necessarily...
Okay.
It's just a percentage, not percentage, not even. It's just like
Thought
the
it would-
number.
Yeah. Thought it
I
would
mean,
work
that's
faster.
like, is that something you want to like waste it on? It's like, oh, it's an encounter. Is that like? I
If
don't know, I
anything, all
suppose.
you'd only do is just you.
Oh, no, that locks us
remove. No, because you would increase the count, so you'd just be increasing the number, so moving out away from a major encounter. So that's the only thing you could do with it.
Mm.
But it's a D10 now. On a minor encounter, let's see what the dice tell me to do, because I am nothing but an AI. And it happens at the hour mark of the last hour, the 8th hour. So as soon as you guys are finishing up your travel time for today. Let's see. Minor encounter in the desert. As you're traveling along the Sea of Embrace, 2 people are sat on a nearby cozy little dock. It seems they have a residence here, judging by this house that is larger than a boathouse, but smaller than most of the exotic-looking townhouses that you have over in Annapolis. Something of a quaint fishing lodge. Maybe not meant for permanent residence, but just for occasional getaways. 2 people sit fishing. One of them is currently rolling up their sleeves and preparing to put a couple of live bait on the line, while the other one is rummaging around a bucket filled with all of the tackle required, occasionally looking up from the bucket to see what the other person is doing before returning back to the rummaging. Eventually, they both stand up and realize that they have completely forgotten one major thing. None of them have any fishing rods. Instead, one of them leans over and picks up a spear that is specially made for fishing with, as it is a trident. Hands it to their friend, and they both have one each. Eventually, they look to disrobe until eventually they're in their small clothes and are going to dive for fish rather than using a fishing line. They are extremely quick at their work, diving in and not but about 20 seconds later coming up with a prize. A writhing, wriggling mass on the end of one of their tridents, and the other one has come up with a boot.
Ooh, he's got that low fishing score in an MMO.
I got a rock.
Swimming back ashore, they begin to chatter to each other, mocking how one of them got a boot and how the other one got a live catch. Eventually, they come ashore and notice that your wagon is passing by. They give a brief nod, and the one with the boot drops it onto the sand and begins to redress themselves, drying out by simply just like wringing their hair through and then allowing the intense desert sun to do most of the evaporation. Seeing as there's very few people out here, it would be rude to not at least give a howdy doody, and one of them, holding the fish, tips the fish as if he's like doing a salute. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Good fishing around these parts if you're looking for a bite to eat, fellers. Not including that one there, as he points to the boot.
That one seems extra scrumptious, to be quite honest, I think.
The other one rolls his eyes and tosses the boot over his shoulder, which lands in the shallow water, and it begins to become, well, it's already waterlogged, so it begins to immediately float, or sink, rather. Once finished dressing, they begin to assemble a very rudimentary campfire, and one of them has a metal spigot, a metal spit that he is beginning to assemble to skewer the fish onto, which he'll turn over manually.
Are we able to camp nearby? Saying the fishing's so good.
We might have scared some of them off when we dived in headlong, but if you give them a couple minutes, they'll resettle. So just keep that in mind. Hope we don't keep you up at night. We'll be probably drinking and laughing up probably into the late hours.
No worries. I might try my hand at some spear fishing. That sounds kind of good.
You notice that on the opposite side of their little cottage thing, there is an elevated area that has been stamped down, allowing for a flat area that is not covered in sand. It is a manufactured structure of a couple of wooden planks that have been laid horizontal, creating a 10-foot by 10-foot platform that can be used for various things. It is not currently occupied, and is even covered with a bit of a shade in the form of a drawn tarp that is able to be rolled up and deployed. If you want to park there and make sure that you have somewhere to rest tonight, you are getting a bit weary from traveling and the desert sun constantly beating on your head for these 8 hours. Considering it's a friendly location, it would be not entirely out of the question to stop here for the night.
I think we should just set up camp here, boys. You can get some fishing done, Laszlo. Maybe get some fish for the
I might deploy. I might use my old strategy of how I used to fish, other than this method of fishing, this old school method.
Oh, remember, you gotta bait the hook.
Yeah.
You begin to set
I
up
was
camp
gonna,
around
yeah.
this area. The entire time you can now begin to smell the scent of cooking fish, as the two individuals here who have caught their catch already have already gutted, descaled, and gone about the process of preparing this thing to be cooked on an open fire.
What time is it right now?
It's only about 4 o'clock.
Can I walk around the shore looking for things in threes?
Sure. Go ahead and make an investigation check. Now that you're actually good at these things, it's possible.
Yes, it's not It's not negative. Oh, I rolled a 12.
Not entirely sure what you're looking for besides pairs of threes. You're looking for things like, oh, what's those 3 rocks over there? You think that counts?
That's not unique to the ocean.
You go over, and eventually you pass by a series of couple of creatures that scurry away from you. These freshwater amphibians that mildly resemble that of toads, but they have these interesting looking things on their heads that look like almost like a helmet. They do not come in pairs of threes. In fact, it's just one of them. It begins to croak at you until eventually your newfangled synapses that have been reaccumulated thanks to this magical item, you notice that this creature is bellowing at you, this cricket-like mix between a frog's croak and a cricket chirping comes in a pair of 3 chirps. It goes pop, 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 pop. And
it's got a gun!
Unfortunately, though, as soon as you get close to it, it attempts to run away into the reeds.
Well, I think I'm going to look at that. First, can I activate stealth?
Alright. Let's see. Go ahead and roll stealth, obviously.
22.
You get down into the reeds, using them as much as cover as the weird frog thing is. In any case, as soon as you go down into stealth, you can see its little rippling effects as it hops from reed to reed, causing the reverberations to tickle the surface of the water. It's clinging to each reed, kind of like Spider-Man.
Spider-Man! Toadman!
It jumps from reed to reed, causing the ripple effects that you can easily follow with your new smart eyes.
Smart eyes.
Now that you're stealthing, you're going to need to try to track it through this reed cluster, or almost a miniature forest, as you will. To the rest of you, Zen has basically disappeared into the reeds, and even though the reeds aren't that tall, to Zen they're basically like just past his head. To you guys, it's maybe like up to your upper arms. So Zen disappears into the reeds after you guys hear this weird clicking series of croak clicks. So you're going to need to track this thing using survival.
I watch him disappear, and I'm just like, is this going to become a thing now that he's wearing that bangle?
Is
this going to be our daily routine?
Where the fuck did he go? Well, I'm gonna cast something on myself. I'm gonna go try and stab a fish.
I rolled a 15 on the survival.
Using your every sense available to you, smell, sight, and hearing, you follow the clicking sounds and the motion of the ocean as the rippling effects traverse through. You essentially use, even though you're stealthing, you use a couple of the reeds to essentially corral this creature into a particular direction. By shaking the reeds, making it so that the creature doesn't want to use these ones because it's an active, motioned object, it's a bit more threatening than just a still reed. Eventually you corral it to a point where it's essentially cornered and has no more reeds to jump on. Otherwise it would have to jump into the deeper waters. You see this thing hanging on a tiny leaf, dangling as if it is about to fall. What do you do?
So it's about to fall?
It's about to fall. Its little amphibian fingers gripping onto one end, but one of its foot is suddenly falls away as a little bit of the structure that it's currently clinging to.
Approximately how big is this creature?
About the size of a hamster.
I hit my 0 key is my auto mute.
I shoot
Could
it.
I possibly make a dexterity check to try to catch it in my empty jar for honey?
Okay. I'm gonna say we do a contested roll. You're going to do.
Does he not know that he's there?
Who, the frog?
Yeah, if you were stealthed.
Well, you are passing through the reeds for the most part, and you have gotten it to this point. You have advantage on the roll.
Okay. So, am I gonna do? I'm still gonna do the dexterity. That's agreed upon.
Let's go with. Well, there's my roll for the frog. You are trying to capture it, so you need to do. You're technically on the offense of a grapple check.
Okay, so it
So it does have.
grapple.
Yeah, it does have to use athletics, but you have advantage on the roll. Can't outsmart your way to that.
So I have rolled a 12 on that.
Ooh, close.
Well, my froggy, I rolled an 11. And let me check the bonus to frog.
Frog bonus.
Probably quite high.
I would think so.
Robert.
He has a +1 to Dex.
Ah, it's an equal roll. Does that mean what's that with a contested?
Well, whenever you do a contested roll, the tie always goes to the offense, in the same way that meeting an armor class does.
He still does it.
So, with all of that in mind, Zen sneaks up to this crickety frog thing with the weird skull cap helmet. With one hand, you kind of shove the creature off of its perch into the jar and then cap it with your open palm. It lays there, like a lump on a log, having been captured in this former honey jar. It begins to croak loudly and in higher frequency bursts, as if it is into a panic at this point. Eventually, though, it begins to expand. The frog itself turning into, eventually pressing up against the sides of it and causing great cracks in the honey jar to form. It continues to expand and expand and expand until eventually it takes a new form, shattering your jar, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
It is now taking the form of the mostly naked man.
Oh! I'm like, oh!
So you have captured me. I congratulate you. Your first quest is complete. They will not be this easy going forward, however. I'm sure you are awaiting a challenge of higher magnitude. But do not worry. The prize, the great wisdom that I bestow upon you, will be greatly appreciated by all. This is one of many. I look forward to seeing your progress. See you next morning.
I'm still like, I'm just stunned in silence.
My fucking jar.
He then turns away and dives into the water. The last thing you see is his feet disappear underneath the surface as he almost melds with the water as he disappears.
He looks at Laszlo's like intelligence ring. It's just like stupid thing. Like he.
I'm just gonna go and lay down till dinner.
So Zen
Ignorance
has
truly
one
was
quest.
bliss.
I'm gonna say Zen quest 1.
He's paying off. Big payoff already. Big payoff.
As Zen is walking by and triumphantly, hey, bad
I'm
news
more
for you.
disappointed.
I can't boost your wisdom. It'll take me a while to do it, but it'll take me a while. Fortunately, it's easier to make the intellect one, but the wisdom one takes a bit.
When you do it, I'm gonna lay down.
Okay.
Disappointed.
I think I've got a quest that's on my own because I fucked the fishing up so bad the other day. I'm not going to use the cool fishing rod. I'm going to cast. I want to try and cast Alt Elf and get aquatic adaptation and submerge myself like I used to when I was going for mining for getting pearls and stuff. I'm going to try and kill a fish with the blade, like the quicksilver blade, like a rapier, like pierce it. I think I have a spear one-handed, so I could probably use that.
More people are diving into the water, however it's not the hermit this time, it's Laszlo. Applying fish-like properties to his physiology, he dives into with the rapier headlong, screaming for bloody murder of fish. Well, it's not free, and the fish are scared as soon as you breach the surface of the water, causing them to dissipate. Clams and oysters don't run away, so diving for that's easier.
Would I have been able to have walked in and not dived in?
No.
Okay. Well, I would like to stay still and try to hide in the water so the fish eventually become calm. And then when one is within range, I would like to stab it.
You're going to need to hide behind something.
Okay. What do we have in the water? Is there any big pebbles or
big pebbles?
Rocks, you know.
Rocks, you might say.
Yeah.
You're going to need to dive a decent amount. Closest to the shore, it's nothing but tiny rocks that can only be fit into the size of your palm. In order to actually get something that you can stealth behind, you can either wrap yourself up in a shit ton of seaweed, or you can dive down until eventually the boulders become boulders, not so much rocks.
I'll do that.
No seaweed wrap this time around. You dive until eventually you surmise that you're at least somewhere around 150 to 200 feet away from the shore. This is where the water is extremely deep, not the deepest point of the entirety of the ocean, as you can get further still along and not be considered still on the coast. Go ahead and roll a stealth check to wait in ambush.
Okay. I'm rolling ass today. A 6.
You are easily spotted by most fish, which quickly turn and flee away from you before you can even get any kind of word in edgewise. The closest thing that comes to you is a barnacle that has made its perch on this rock that you're hiding behind. If you wish to take the barnacle.
Pity barnacle.
Barnacles.
Pity roll. I'll cast invisibility on myself.
Going through your spell list, you cast invisibility on yourself. No longer needing a rock to hide behind, you already have kind of infested the waters with your presence. And, you know, flubbed a roll, so... Any future attempts
I will not. I'm not, because that breaks concentration. I will not do that. I'll suffocate and die. I will not do that. I will, do... What can I do? Not concentration. I can do... Can I magic missile a fish?
Holy shit!
I mean, you can.
He has to redeem himself.
Ego won't let him walk away from this one.
Yeah.
Alright, well, we're using excessive force on fish today. Unfortunately for you, the force damage greatly exceeds its health to the point where it's not kept into one piece as soon as you shoot it. It's blown to giblets, which begin to float around and chum the water, causing other fish to gather around.
Okay, now I will try to stab one. I'll pretend, you know, if there's enough fish there.
That was the plan.
I'll try and stab a fish while they may be slightly preoccupied. I get the element of surprise on them, maybe, just maybe.
All right. Well, go ahead and try.
What do you want me to roll, Adam?
It's an attack roll.
Okay. $29 to hit.
You get a fish, however, it's disappointingly small.
Fish. Fish is a fish. Return. Try. How small is it? before I do.
It's the size of your pinky. Embarrassingly small.
Dang it! I will stay a little bit more and try to get another fish.
Try as you might, you've already disturbed the waters enough. Even being invisible, your body presence does...
I'm not invisible.
No, not even that. It's just like your scent gets caught in the waters.
Okay.
Overall temperature-wise, you have scared the fish away enough. All future attempts will be met with basically tiny, tiny fish that are about the
Okay.
size of your pinky, and maybe a boot.
I will return with the little fish. I'll
Laszlo
try to
returns
construe a
back to
story
the-
in my head.
Laszlo returns to the party. The fish that he's holding is about the size of about, what is that, like 2.5 inches?
Look at this fish, boys. Oh, these are rare as fuck.
I know we're not from around here, but aren't fish supposed? I've seen a.
Let him have it. Let him have it.
You've
Oh,
Let
never
him have
seen
this.
one like this. Look at this little puppy. Look at him. One good bite.
I immediately shut up as Varys says, "Let him have it." DM, as Laszlo was having the battle of his life with fishes, could I have checked over the jewelry that I found on the when I was looting that whole escapade, when I found the 15,000 Samir worth of jewelry? I'm looking for a pair of bracelets if I can find one. If I can find two, actually. Or necklaces that look like they're pairs. They would be a pair.
The jewelry you got from when you got the
When we after
1500
the
Samir.
whole Raw
In the loot
temple
pile.
fight in the loot pile.
Oh,
But-
well, that's just like miscellaneous jewelry. It's not like I didn't decide what everything is. It's just a lump sum of jewelry. So yeah, sure, I'm sure there's a bracelet in there.
Okay, can I find two of them that look sort of the same?
Sure, why not?
All right, cool. I'm gonna start enchanting them. I'll mark them off as day one today.
Gonna go over to the blokes with the fishing. Yeah, it was a real shit one today. Don't tell the fellas, but yeah, look at this little fish.
You might want to toss that back in. It's still growing.
Oh, yeah, you might be right. I'll do that. Yeah, I used to fish, but yeah, I haven't fished in a
Used to
very long
fish.
time. Very, very, very rusty.
Well, you got something, I suppose. You're not empty-handed. But, might want to try not sloshing around so much in the water.
Yeah, any tips? Just other than that, yes, look, Russian. Yeah.
Well, generally speaking, those of you who are coming in from civilized areas, all that perfume that you're putting on to make yourself fancy for the nice rich people, the fish don't care much for that.
Yeah.
In fact, they can smell it on you in the same way that they taste. So if you start chumming up the waters with your fancy perfumes made from, I don't even know what some of these things are made of. I'll just say some fancy flowers.
Sure.
So make sure you're not stanking like a politician.
Gotcha.
And your choice of weapon's fine. Anything that thrusts is perfectly valid. As long as you're not swinging a warhammer or something.
Okay. Well, there's always
Time
another
of the
day.
day also matters. The fish are most active and looking for food right as soon as the sun comes up. After that, when they eat their fill, they retreat back to their dens and don't come out until it's din-dins.
Tomorrow morning is when I will strike. We'll get a fish. All right. Cool. Thank you for the information.
You're welcome. In any case, we'll be bedding down later, and you folks can settle on over there. You seem like quiet folks. Don't have to worry about too much noise complaint. And, well, usually we get up relatively early too, so if you want us to shake your tent before we head out.
That would be
just-
very appreciated for me, yeah. Yeah.
Alright, we'll see you in the morning, Mr.
I'm Laszlo. Nice to meet you. Yeah.
Laszlo, huh?
Yeah. Was your name Laszlo as well?
No, it's not Laszlo, but, I feel like I'd heard that somewhere.
Maybe. Yeah. Where you heard it?
Some people over down south. There's a fish market monger who was chatting up about something that happened in the city, We haven't touched back into civilization in a couple of days, so apparently there's some big hoo-ha that
joined
went
your
on in the
channel.
city.
Oh yeah, probably. Yeah, good. It's a good name. Yeah.
Might have heard that name tossed around, but I don't know if it's the same feller that was supposedly some big shot now in the city. Waltzes in and only here for not but a couple of weeks, and suddenly he's the talk of the town, alongside some of his other friends. I think one of them was called like Ben.
Something like that, probably. Yeah. Well, yeah. Hmm. Well, if I
And
see him,
Garrus? Ben and Garrus? Is that what it was?
I
if
like
I
ice
see
cream.
him, I'll I'll
That
let
sounds
you
like
know.
some- like the ice cream.
Well, I'll let you get
Maybe-
on with. Well, you don't keep that fish. Toss it back in.
Yeah, he's back in there. Okay. DM, is there any way, over a period of time that I'd be able to learn fishing again?
It's
Like a-
gonna
like
take
a-
you quite some time, in the same fashion that maybe that. Well, it's gonna be difficult to train because, unlike the language thing, you need to, have access to the fishing and whatnot.
Sure. As long as I
Gaining-
have the rod, like I could probably like practice if there's not too much water nearby or water,
Well,
like my
it's
casts.
technically a tools proficiency, so there
Okay.
are feats that are typically what you need to take for that sort of thing.
Okay. I'll consider it.
Alright, so that is going to wrap up day 2 of travel time. We're also going to be hitting our break since we just passed the 3-hour mark. Let's look at the time right now. It's 1:41 EST. Why don't we wrap it up or come back in 1:55 or something.
Or
Okay.
something. I love it.
User disconnected from your channel.
Oh, you didn't after all?
Yeah.
You were mistaken? What? Did he actually be?
back.
My name's Gronk, and
I approve this message.
I put all the portals backwards, yeah.
Oh, no worry, Adam.
Hold on.
fixed those.
let me get rid of this boat. And this other boat.
Oh, let me
Other
get
boat.
let me get rid of this nice boat that we got. Wait,
Called it-
Adam,
he called
is
it a piece of
there,
shit, man.
besides the small little boat, the raft, then that long boat, is there another one?
I agree.
Motherfucker put all 3 boats there.
No, but so after the long boat, there's another one.
When you say the longbow,
So there's the raft, right? That's the first one that you get.
that's
And
tier
then you
one.
get the-
tier
and
2
then you-
is the medium one that has,
Little
it's kind of
chest,
narrow,
right?
has a capacity for a 4-slot
Uh-huh.
storage. And then there's the other one, which is the longbow. That one's
And-
technically called the longbow.
Gotcha. And is that one big enough that we can fit a locks? So we can have a locks around when we want to go around?
Never
No.
tried it.
Oh, okay. Well, we gotta try
That's
that.
a good challenge.
My problem is that if we're trying to sail with any laggy boys, the rubber banding's gonna cause the fucking locks to desync with the rest of the boat and fall off.
Oh, jeez.
So you mean Gronk?
Mm-hmm. Great too, unfortunately, depending on time of the day. His
Oh.
internet's not great. He lives out in the middle of the woods
Oh, okay.
of Vermont. So if I wanted to transport any animal, honestly, because Greg's went into the mountains to try to tame a wolf so that he can act as a guard dog for the chickens. But we would leave that at home anyways. But yeah, we need something to protect from the skeletons, and the wolves are pretty fucking brutal.
Spooky skeletons.
Well, they killed our chickens, goddammit.
I know, motherfuckers, yo. And that's crazy because I was just there before you're like, oh yeah, they killed them. I'm like, motherfucker, what the fuck? Is it just because they spawn at night or some bullshit?
Spawn rates increase during the night, yeah.
Oh.
So I put another layer of protection. I might actually just put the pokey spikes as well. Alright, reopening that. Alright, that is all of that taken care of. We just finished day 2. Remember, if you guys have any things that you're doing in your downtime, I know Andrew is away, so before anyone asks, no, he does not get his learning time with Varys because he's not here.
Well, he's gonna ask. It's not.
It's through the VOD now. It's written on paper, and by that I mean it's virtually said. So the VOD's there. In any case, he can blame his family because that's why he's away. So.
Oh, jeez.
Damn it, Uncle Jimmy, you made me lose out on 2
Wait.
days of.
Now, does that mean that he's also like,
Or chocolate?
because if he doesn't practice it like every how much did you say, 5 days, 2 days, it completely loses its value and he has to start from zero?
We did establish that there was time if he wanted to add days based on the 6 days we were in Annapolis. So technically, he did have time to do.
Yeah, but if we travel in a certain
Well,
amount of
I'm
days
saying
away,
though,
that's what
like if it's it was something like a week or 2 weeks. So it's like,
Mhm.
unless we burn through 2 weeks in the session, all of a sudden, it's probably not gonna happen. Like he technically should have picked up a couple days in the time skip. So I don't know.
Well, that's for the DM to decide. So.
As long as it's not an outrageous length of time. But surely you guys won't be out here for like 2 weeks. Looking for.
I don't know, DM. You tell us.
Well, that's gonna be us wrapping up day 2 here at this little fishing cottage. The 2 gentlemen who have been so graciously allowing you to park at their cottage have taken all of their stuff inside, and you can hear some idle chatter as they just have some idle conversations, not pertaining to anything of grave importance. You guys have settled in a nearby flat-topped area, and have parked the camels and the wagon and have deployed either your tents or what have you. In the evening, no hermit yet. He comes at dawn. So anything you just want to do during the evening.
What?
What?
You what, mate? Are you having a giggle?
If there's nothing to be said for it, we're gonna go ahead
Oh,
and turn in for the evening.
Yeah, all I would
gonna
do
ask-
is I would, now that we know the runes are a thing, I would occasionally check, like,
I was going to
maybe,
ask
like,
if anyone wanted
I
me
would
to
check the
scry
runes on the
anything.
egg occasionally.
Want me to scry on anything, Varys? Or Fear, maybe?
No, that's fine. I'm good.
I'm going to no, they're not here. We should message Therno at some point, but we can't.
Oh, we should. Yes, I didn't know. I thought. No, I shouldn't expect Dauntless to do anything about that.
Not my husband.
I
Not
mean,
my
theoretically,
husband,
we
this
could
is
be
the
back
boss's
there.
husband.
We could be back there in the blink of an eye. So it's.
But to get back here, so after we've done the dragon stuff,
I hope
go,
we
"Hey."
leave. I hope we go after the dragon stuff because
Well, like, I'm just
Husbando's
saying
probably worried.
Yeah.
But it's not our husbando. Actually, is it the group's husbando?
No.
Not a
It's my
polygamous
boss,
relationship.
yeah.
He's our husbospo.
Husbospo. Hell yeah, we gotta get paid. By the way, we're
Upgrading.
so getting underpaid. Bless you.
Careful, that might be interpreted as I hear it wrong. You know, that might cut out. Fuck you.
Fuck you, bitch.
I had that happen once when I was wishing someone happy birthday. Because it was whatever. Actually, no, wait. They were wishing me. They were wishing me happy birthday, and apparently when I said thank you, apparently she thought I said fuck you.
Damn.
There was drinking involved. Don't worry about it. Anyways, the late evening comes and you guys turn in for the night. The sounds of the washing shores is a gradual thing that can be used to ease yourself into the night's sleep. Or, for some people, it's an active deterrent, depending on how rhythmic it is. So that was 26. Now we're on 3 days. And 27. June's almost over. As you are woken up first, Laszlo, the two fishermen have come over to your tent and given it a gentle rattle. Not entirely sure what privacy lines to cross, they don't like peek their heads through the flaps. They just give it a jostle and whisper through whatever side they assume your head might be.
Okay. Hello, fellas. Good. Thank you. I'll be out shortly.
Without so much of an extra word, as they don't want to wake the rest of your party, judging by the fact that they didn't want to actively raise them for morning fishing, you peek out and the sun is barely just cresting the horizon, but kind of like just a little peak, just the head. As you can see, the individual is beginning to once again dress down until their small clothes and have their harpoons at the ready. Many of them begin to tie their hair back into very tight ponytails if they require it. Only one of them does so. The other one is almost clean shaven on the head. A couple of extra little tiny hairs sticking out where he has yet to groom properly. In either case, they take one end, and as to not really oppose and essentially piss in the same pond that you are going to be in, they take one portion that is further down along the coast than where you might do so. If anything, they could help each other if, like, they crash into the water, causing the fish to flow up north. If your thing is up north, they'll just collide into you. In either case, in determination to get some fish and to reclaim your fisherman's honor, and don't come back with a little pea-sized little...
Would I be able to mimic what they've done? You know, dress down, spear, ready to, you know...
Well, you don't have a spear.
Well, I got the Quicksilver blade. It can be turned into a one-handed weapon. And I know that it is versatile, that it can be one-handed or two-handed. But if I'd be able to do that. Or if not, I will,
Well, it heavily determines how proficient you are, because the form of the weapon matters a lot.
Okay,
So-
well, shall I just use the rapier? They said that was a fine method, so I'll use that. I will dress down and I'll like slowly go into the water like they've done.
It is cool, as the morning has yet to increase the temperature by basking it in the glow of the morning sun. It is almost a temperature shock compared to what you're used to being in a desert, although it is also still not baked the land yet, so it's still kind of cool. Giving a shiver up your spine, causing your testicles to shrink in on themselves. That's what happens with men.
It is. Yep. Yeah.
You wade into the water until you are comfortable enough to submerge the rest of your body. Eventually, bringing your head down underneath the surface, it is cool and crisp and clear. The waters in the Sea of Embrace are technically from glacial runoff, or mountaintop snow melting, so it's very clean, and if anything is on its way down from the mountains, is filtered through the sand. As you get down, a variety of smaller creatures, such as tiny crabs, begin to scurry away from you as you go past the shallows and into the slightly deeper parts where your feet no longer touch the ground and you're forced to tread water in order to stay slightly above the surface. In order to keep things nice and going forward, you're going to have to dive.
Okay. Just to preface this, I would have casted my alter self before going in, just so I can breathe underwater. I shall dive.
Traversing underwater, you can see small schools of fish, upwards of at least 24 or more, clustering around each other looking for sources of food early in the morning. They cannibalize all sorts of other things of dead fish that are already been dispatched, although don't necessarily have it in them to just swarm and murder other fish, although that's, if the size difference is great enough, they will just swallow each other whole. It's a very, very cutthroat environment down here underneath the surface of the water. No prisoners are taken, no mercy is to be given, from both hunter and the hunted.
No surrender. Undergun. Okay.
So, go ahead and make first a survival check.
Okay. Flat roll. Let's see what this turns into. Some universe does not want me to fish or anything. Okay, yeah.
Gallivanting forward in the water, your arms tread and push away all sorts of small debris of fish guts and scales that are floating just in front of your face. The idle motions cause the turbulence of the water to shift and give the would-be prey enough time for them to scurry away into the deepest portions that they are comfortable swimming in, and would force you to essentially go so far off the coast you'd probably be at least 1,000 feet away. You can see things in here that are not fish as well. Underneath the surface, just along the banks, you can see, again, tiny crabs and even some freshwater turtle-like creatures. They have elongated necks that can be retracted into and out of the shell, almost tripling its length at full erection.
Okay. I think a crab may be more my speed, possibly.
The fish outpacing you, unfortunately, you turn your attention to something that is slightly slower, but has a hard carapace that may, in worst-case scenario, deflect the thrust motions of your rapier, if you catch it at a bad angle. Okay. If you ever try to, tap a coconut with your knuckle or something. So you swim over, and you find a small crab. It is about the size of a bottle cap. The big bottle cap.
I'm gonna leave that one then.
As you leave it alone, realizing maybe it's too small, that weird-necked turtle takes the advantage, snatching up that thing and gobbling it up in one swallowing, crunching bite, slithering it down its long throat and happily swimming away. Doesn't thank you because that's not its.
That ain't the law of the sea down here. Okay.
You're also too big for it to swallow in one thing, so it also skirts away from you, leaving you lonesome, and only thing that is greeting you is the sway of the ocean and the occasional tickle of seaweed about the bottom of your feet.
Okay.
It's at that point you can become very keenly aware that the sun is beginning to permeate the surface of the water. The overall illumination is going from extremely dull, almost grayish black, to slightly more opaque and vibrant blue as the morning sun pierces through. You can see the little god rays as it goes and bakes the bottom of the surface of the water. It does extend your visibility somewhat, and eventually you can see where it eventually drops in elevation, the floor of the ocean turning away almost like a shelf. Looking downwards, you can see that the wildlife down there in the deeper parts are larger in the form of things like something that looks akin to almost like a pike, something that almost looks like a tiny freshwater shark, which are currently not changing elevation, is very happy to stay at this particular depth. And even something that kind of looks like a squid.
I can't go for the squid. I can't. That's too deep. I could, but um, I'm gonna just let my pride rot a little bit, and I don't wanna die. So a pike could be kind of cool though. I think to myself, yeah, why not? I'll swim back up, and I'll have a chat with the fisherman about it. Yeah, got away from me.
They seem to have caught a number of fish, not particularly large. They're all about between 6 to 7 inches, and they have a bundle of about 4 of them. You'll get back into the swing of things, I'm sure. If anything, maybe you need to get your sea legs back. But he holds out one of them. Consolation
Oh,
prize.
Oh no! I can't. I mean, that's yours. You caught it. You know how it is. You can't. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the kind gesture, though.
Well, you know what they say
yeah.
about feeding a man a fish, etc., etc. I've already technically taught you, so might as well give the fish. But if you don't want it, that's fine.
Yeah. Well, thank you for letting us stay near here.
Who's that guy standing in front of your tent?
Oh, he's a friend of one of the people here. I think
He's not wearing any clothes.
Yeah, he's a bit of apparently a famous hermit around in Sanctus. I don't know the name, but
A famous hermit. Seems
Yeah.
counterproductive. To be well known
Yeah, it
while
does.
also being isolated.
He's so isolated. He's well known for being that isolated, I guess.
I mean, you
I
should
mean,
probably
the other
tell him
one's
to
a
put some-
recluse.
You should probably tell him to put some clothes on, at least.
He jumped in the water and disappeared. He jumped in the sand and disappeared. I don't think clothes are not seem to be his thing. But I'll maybe give it a go. Well, thank you either way. Hopefully a fish can be caught at some point, but maybe not the right one. That's probably why.
Throw enough nets in the water, you'll catch something eventually. It's just a matter of chance. Alright, well, we're gonna get to cooking, and then we're gonna probably start making our way towards the fish market down south, so if we don't see you, best of luck.
Alright, well, yeah, see ya.
They take up all of their belongings that are needed to be not left here. The cottage itself has a couple of furniture items that they can't readily take with them, but they lock they lock the door behind them, put the key into a small ring around their belt loop, and they begin trudging their way down southwards. Wherever this fish market is where they're going to, and you guys are left, you not holding the bag, so to speak, and the hermit is currently idling outside of Zen's tent. He's basically like on all fours prone with his face sticking
man.
into the tent flaps.
Hold on. I'd say to him, just give him a little wave. Did he respond? But
He turns around to notice you, but he looks like you just like caught his hand in the cookie jar kind of thing,
Wow.
and he was like, "Away with you, away, shoo,
Understood.
hiss."
Don't hiss at me, please. I'll go back to my tent.
Does that wake me up?
The weird hissing sound as the hermit is trying to get Laszlo to
We
go
fucking
away.
did.
You notice that as soon as you wake up, Zen, like you sit upright slightly, and all you see is his face sticking through the front flaps of your tent. His eyes go wide as if he just like, good morning.
Good morning.
Are you ready?
Yeah, ready. More ready than ever.
Great.
Awake now.
He shuffles into his beard as if he's scrounging for something, and he does indeed produce something. Instead of a tiny wad of paper, instead is a whole pine cone.
Okay. What is this?
He drops it into your palm, and then he motions for you to eat it.
I eat the pine cone.
Jesus Christ. First he has a mango tree growing on his fucking beard. Now he's
It's not
gonna
on
have an
my
actual fucking tree.
Gonna have like it.
The texture is awful. The crunch is not something that is pleasant, like you would with, like, say, a potato chip. And the taste is very earthy and woody. There are slight hints of, like, pine tree-esque, sappy kind of feel, but it's bitter throughout the whole process. Eventually, as you crunch through, you eventually hit something that you weren't expecting. There's a soft, nougaty center.
Oh.
And it is almost sweet, like biting into a hard candy, but it's sweet and soft. Eventually, as he watches you intently, nodding his head like some kind of sicko as you.
Eat the pine cone, yes.
It's the
The wood.
And then once you're done, he hands you the parchment for your quest for the day.
yes.
There is that in the item. It's like he eats weird shit.
Yeah, I
the
can.
ability to eat
This
weird
is my
stuff.
food for today.
So he just gave you his equivalent of a good berry. But now you can have the paper.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. He shuffles out backwards, moving backwards. Laszlo, you can see him like moonwalk outwards on his on all fours, and he looks at you and just gives you like a "fuck you looking at," and then he fucking hauls ass towards the shore, and then dives
See you
in once
tomorrow.
more.
I say to the
I can
guy,
imagine we're all pulling up our tents and we're just watching this happen, and just like
Is this an old man feud is what's forming here? I don't like this, like.
When I see him, I'm happy I stopped being a hermit. Imagine if I was like that.
No one would like you.
That's me in 10 years.
I didn't get any fish again, guys.
Oh
That's
man, you're all
unfortunate.
wet. You want me to? And I whip out my my vacuum. Do you want me to draw you off?
Sure, dude. Yeah, go for it.
Dry him off.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I went to the shelf, and then it got kind of darker and bigger fish, so I didn't go with that. I caught my foot on a rock, and then it knocked up loads of dust, and then all the fish went away. But it was progress. It is progress.
No,
I'm gonna be
when-
retraining myself how to fish. Is my goal.
I don't know much of
Mhm.
fishing, but do you want to just smell neutral when you're down there? Because
I don't think that was it. I think I was just fucking fumbled.
Well, you
and
just
walked
need a
weird.
bath and stop putting on the perfume.
Yeah, I mean that's technically had a bath now, but magic is a little bit overkill. I magic missiled a fish and it blew up. And that
that's what that puddle of blood was
that
yesterday.
didn't go very well.
Yeah.
I got a bit annoyed, so there's that. Just gonna need some time with it, I think.
do you want some help out there? I mean,
What do you suggest?
I know how to catch fish. I mean, I don't. It's not.
I mean, do you want
Pastime
to take
or-
the rod? I mean, go for
I mean,
it.
Well,
I
I
mean,
think it's
I'm
more
asking if you
Laszlo
want
just
help,
trying to
because
get back
you seem
into
to
it.
be you seem to be set on catching these fish, and you need an extra pair of hands. It's really that important to you.
Oh, it's not that important. It's just I'll reminisce a little bit.
Is it
Okay.
you just trying to get back into the groove of things?
Pretty much,
remembering your old
yeah.
life. Oh, all right. Well, it'll just take time. I mean, it's an old
Although
skill.
the water was much colder and it was inanimate
It's an old
pearls.
skill that you're trying to get back, so it'll take some time.
Yeah.
Don't get yourself put yourself down. You'll be fine. I believe in you.
Or maybe I would make some like fishing traps or something. That could be good.
Well, fishing traps need to be laid for a while. No, we're constantly moving today.
Sure. I mean, yeah, if we're ever still for a bit.
By the way, Varys, I did want to ask you, do you want to do your sense dragging thing?
I
Since
can.
It might be kind of. He's in the water. I was down there with him just a moment ago. That kind of scary if that was
and
the case.
I'll take out my compass and see if I can get a general direction, since we're kind of far from Antipolis now.
And while they do that, I'm going to read my note.
Ooh. Do the Zen thing first.
Sorry, yeah.
Crumbly note reads as a bundle of joy. I spark new life. I require your warmth. What am I?
Sounds like
Also, it also says on the bottom, you must eat this.
Oh.
Just look at Zen for a moment.
Parchment or the thing that you have to find?
Then
for
what are
the
you doing?
quest?
Oh yeah, it's a parchment.
You gotta eat both of them, maybe. I don't know. Bundle of joy. Okay.
Well, it sounds like an egg to me, and I know we have an egg.
I'm gonna eat this egg.
I'm not gonna eat that.
So, you do that. You have a riddle. Whether or not you're gonna eat Varys' egg is up to you. And I guess Varys, like if he gets permission or not, you gonna eat that.
Can I eat that thing?
Guys, for my quest, please.
Please.
What is it? What was the thing? I just want to write it down. So a bundle of joy. I spark new life.
I require your warmth. And then on the bottom it says, you must eat this.
Could it be like kindling or something, Zen? Maybe.
Bundle of joy.
Well,
Bundle.
actually, let's clarify. Would he could.
Oh, was you not told us? Or
Yeah, would he have read this out loud to us?
If you're not
No.
telling us, yeah, okay, cool. Don't worry then. I want to keep this secret Zen activities. Sorry. I'll just write that down for the notes.
One of his future notes: you must murder one of your companions.
You could probably do that very easily to anyone here. You must kill them with your beard.
What was the last part again? So it was a bundle of joy. I bring you life.
I require your warmth.
Your
Eat me.
Oh, so you guys want to get on the road?
Yeah, sure. Swanson, get up, get ready. You're being hooked up to the wagon. Come on.
I forgot. Is this like a canvas wagon? Or what's the top?
I don't know. What the top is.
This one is kind of a half-seas thing.
Is it as modeled?
It is framed in such a way that it doesn't really necessarily want you to sit on top of it, but kind of like any car roof, you don't want to sit on the car roof. It'll support your weight of at least one person, though.
Yeah.
But before we do get on the road, I take out my compass and I think of Gurabemna, the Star Child.
Gurgabemnon. Yeah.
Gurgabemna, the Star Child.
The compass is pointing a current north by northeast at approximately 1 o'clock.
I tell Varys that.
That tracks to what the descriptions of this thing were still, which is good.
I would have done if he asked me to see if there's any dragons here, but I would have done that just to see.
Within this proximity of a 5-mile radius, no dragons are seen, regardless of either if it's in the water or otherwise.
I do my thing. I kind of give a motion across my neck and say nothing nearby. So we're
Oh,
gonna
and I point 1 o'clock that way.
cool. Keep on trucking, I guess.
On we go. Yeah. Yeah.
We've moved on to a D10.
Pat, it's your turn.
Ah, yep.
Pat.
D10.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, let's
I'm
go.
gonna roll physically from now on. I just want to see. I want to see if it's a curse of these.
A 3.
Wow. Reset back to a D20. That's a major encounter.
Is this a D10? Did I roll the
Let's-
right dice? Yes, I
I've
did.
got a fucking 1 with that thing. That's crazy.
Again, this happens at the 8th hour. As you're traveling. Let me see. One second. Let me just delete these dice from the board. They're just gonna accumulate. The driver is Laszlo, and the rest of you are in the wagon.
I was gonna say, could I be on top because I wanted to be lookout for birds.
Okay.
Varys would be riding shotgun too.
Well, no, there's only room for the two. So
Oh, right, yeah.
if Zen wanted to ride shotgun, I'd be in the back.
I think he said
guess
on the roof.
Yeah, I'm compact.
He's
enough.
nimble, you know.
He's nimble enough.
Come
Alright,
back
so
with
it's
that.
just me in the back, me and Krios. We're playing we're playing Go or whatever that card game is.
Patty cake.
Go fish. Yeah, that one.
Oh, too soon.
The Larias begins to travel along, and as you begin to tire from the weirdness of the road and lack of fish in your stomachs, you begin to look for spots where you can settle down for the evening. You are a little bit farther away from the coast than usual. The road that you have been following meanders ever so slightly away. While you cannot so much as feel the sea breeze anymore, you can still see it if you look and squint hard enough over the western horizon. It is during this time that the sun begins to not set, but it's lowering itself from its high perch at the high noon point. As you squint to check your bearings and look for any signs of locations to settle down in, not too open so that the sun just beats on you the whole time, but finding shelter usually involves a couple of rock formations that you can follow along. In this case, you find something that is not quite a cave, but it's enough of an overhang that you can almost park the wagon underneath it, and doesn't seem to have any kind of notion, according to Zen's rock senses, that it's going to collapse anytime soon. So it's a safe place to park the wagon, and even has enough room that you can fit at least 2 of the tents underneath, while the other ones are going to have to be just outside the perimeter.
Okay.
Pulling the wagon alongside and taking the camel off of the front hitch, you begin to dress the camel down, removing the harness from it, and you see something, I'm going to say it's going to be Varys, because you know the drill. You can see something protruding from the interior wall of this outcropping. It appears to be some sort of sword handle that has been embedded quite deep into the actual rock face, allowing for the hilt, the cross guard, and about 3 inches of the blade to permeate out from the surface. Presumably the rest of it is still tucked inside of the rock formation. A small tassel hangs from the pommel that is shaped like a ring and dangles from a string and ends with a very large jeweled bit of metal that's the string's about 4 inches long, causing it to flutter in the desert breeze.
Check this out. I kind of walk over to inspect it without touching it yet, but I do kind of look it over real quick.
For you, it's about shoulder height.
What do we got here, Varys? What is this thing?
Sword.
Little sword? Okay.
I put my hand on the hilt Just I don't pull yet, but I just put my hand on it and see if anything happens.
It is slightly cool, as it is, one, tucked away inside of a location that is not in the direct sunlight, and has a bit of a density that you would surmise would come from a well-crafted sword.
Does it look religious in any way? Any inscriptions or any visuals on it that may link it
Make a
to
check
this?
for it, why don't ya?
Ooh.
Aggressively.
12.
All in all, religion is kind of something that you're mildly familiar with, and although you don't get the fine details of it, you get that this is something related to the Sandstriders.
Can I check for traps?
Can you check for traps? Well, I'm gonna need you to walk over to where Varys is if you want to do that.
I shall walk over. If Varys would have told us.
Yeah, I told everyone.
Alright, cool. Yes, I walk over and I'll just check for traps around it. That's gonna be 30-20.
Checking around for traps, you find nothing but sand and tiny rocks that are not quite small enough to be considered sand. And you just have Varys there with his one hand lightly clutching onto the shaft of
I mean, I would have probably taken it off to give him room to look, but like, yeah. Unless
Well, either way, it dangles there, defiantly off the ground.
What kind of blade we looking at? Like a rapier blade? Sword blade? Broadsword?
Appears to be some sort of single-edged blade.
Okay. Nice, nice.
The parts that are sticking out, you can see one end is sharpened and the other one is blunt. Weed.
Is there anything else around this place that may denote why it's stuck in here? Is there anything on the walls? Like
No carvings or paintings.
any skeletons?
No skeletons.
Spooky skeleton.
You want to get a good night's kip and then maybe look at this sword more?
I mean,
I mean,
I'm in as good a shape as I'm gonna be. We might. I'd be more worried like, well, hey, we don't. It could be just a mundane sword someone left here, but if there's anything else to it, I don't want to like sleep next to it and then.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. I mean, do we
who's gonna do the honors?
I mean, is it magical at all? Like, maybe we'll start with that, and then
we do a detect magic first.
I go ahead and take out a small little gem, crack it in my hand, and cast detect magic. And I will roll because I will.
He's over the capped.
I'm overcapped. I'm overclocking, boys. 6.
Whoopsie daisy.
What do I have to roll? I have to roll 2 d20s.
we got to roll a D100 first.
You have to roll a D100.
Thank you, sirs.
And then a D20.
So that D20 is a 6. 15.
How much is your overcap? You need to roll.
Just 1.
Okay, so you need to roll. Basically single digit number, 10 or below.
Oh, I'm good.
So then nothing triggers.
Nothing triggers.
Much to my dismay.
Sorry, Adam.
Heck you.
Where's that D20? Where'd it go? Disappeared.
You detect magic and you sense some sort of magic coming from this whole cave, not just the sword.
Oh, Jesus. What kind of magic am I sensing right now?
It's extremely potent form of... Nope, that is not the website I want to go to.
YouTube subscriber energy is giving off.
Give my boy a subscription.
That is a form of illusion.
On the whole cave?
On the whole gosh darn cave.
What about the sword? The sword isn't given a specific school? It's just illusion as well?
The sword is actually also giving it off an illusion feel.
Go ahead and let the boys know. The whole area is illusion.
Think we should back up.
Hearing that, I decide to scrutinize the cave and the sword a little more closely.
Roll an intelligence check.
Okay. I'm gonna add my d6 to this. I can find my d6s. Okay, there. Last bag. I think.
Scrutinize your insight in the cave. Are you really a cool cave?
Can I
It's probably a
insight
hot
check
cave.
the cave?
This cave's giving
Alright.
off bad vibes.
3 on the
You're a
on the
liar, aren't you,
d6,
cave?
so that'll be a +5 to whatever this is. Let's see. Ooh. 23 total.
The cave's illusion. You can see the fine lines where anything that could be considered as real is blurred. Upon closer inspection, almost pressing your face up against the wall, you realize that this wall itself is fake, and that there might be something beyond its fakeness. And by that I mean on the other side.
Is that the wall the sword is on, or is that like
the
a
whole
different-
shebang. This entire outcropping of rocks that forms an overhang is enchanted with some sort of illusory effect. Maybe it's a fake wall, maybe it's just tricking you into thinking it's a rock, or something else.
Mr. DM, man.
Overlord?
I've got blind sight and tremor sense. Do I sense anything in this area?
Blind sight and tremor sense doesn't dispel the illusion, it just
No,
tells
no,
you that
yeah,
there are things within the perimeter that are not seen by typical senses of the eyes.
Yeah.
No, nothing
Okay.
yet.
I hold up a finger to the group,
Anger. Mm-hmm.
and I inch closer to the wall that's supposedly not a real wall, and I push one hand against it to see, like, basically, like, does my hand, like, basically, if it's not a real wall, does my hand go through, like, nada?
You press up your hand against the wall. Having not touched it before, having only touched the sword, you realize that it is, in fact, not real. You can feel almost like passing through wet paper towel. There's a small amount of resistance, but it goes through extremely easily. It feels almost cool on the opposite side.
Ooh.
I look to the gang.
What do
Any
you see in there? What do you see?
oppositions to pushing forward?
What do you see inside first?
I got none.
All right, I'm gonna
Have a look first before we go in
carefully,
any further.
delicately push on through, see if I can see anything on the other side.
It's a dragon. We already did descents, didn't we? No, that was
That
early.
was
Well,
5
that was at
miles.
the beginning of the day. We didn't.
Yeah.
We didn't do. We haven't stopped to do another one since. The GM tried to summon us to a board, but we couldn't find the specified board.
No,
Okay.
I
What?
got pulled through.
I got pulled through too.
You might need to, because this happened last time that I loaded a board mid-session. I think you might need to exit and come back in.
Let me try again.
Please
Yeah,
and
might
thank
be
you.
A refresher.
Hellspire.
I wasn't. Oh no, I'm here.
I think
Oh.
it's just Alec?
Haha, loser. No.
Jeez,
Okay.
mate. You
I gotta wait.
Love you,
suck.
Alec.
I gotta wait for the thing to. It's like close Steam. Oh, there it is. All right. We're gonna press play.
I don't even need to have job listing here. Get out of here.
Get out of here. Go see family, Mortimer, man.
Why don't you go live on the coast with your husband? You.
Oh wait, you don't want to.
You don't want to live a simple.
You don't
rich
want to.
life.
Yeah, I don't want to be rich.
I'd rather
Have
be
all my
an
problems solved.
adventurer and throw my life into harm's way.
All right. I am loading back.
The harmacist.
All right. I'm in the.
Oh, the harms
starting
dealer. That
village.
was it, right?
The harmsman?
Yeah. Armageddon.
I have summoned you.
Oh, it's a pleasant time. Ooh.
The illusion falls away as you permeate more of your body into it. The rock wall gives way into a formed staircase. Unlit sconces can be seen at your immediate left and right. Leads into a corridor made of artificially hewn stones, unless nature is just really good at right angles. Consecutive right angles.
And we all know that nature is.
All about those
Not.
right angles.
It is relatively dark inside, but at this time of day, and given the fact that you're not completely blind, it does go on until eventually you see that there is something beyond this. But the illusion has been kept up to certain extents at certain layers, blocking view from what is currently rendered on Hailspire.
Gotcha. Guys, watch my back for 1 minute. I'm gonna.
You saying to split the party? I will.
No, I'm saying no. The exact opposite. I'm saying you
Oh.
guys give me one. Stay right here around me.
Okay.
Watch. Keep an eye out for 1 minute. I'm gonna make sure we haven't stumbled onto the lair by accident.
Whoops!
We haven't traveled 5 miles, have we?
No, that was at the
yeah.
beginning of the day. We traveled 8
Okay, what-
hours, so we could have. We very well could have.
Traveled 5 miles and beyond.
So yeah, I'm gonna do a quick primeval awareness, see if there are any dragons within the proximity, and then yeah.
You turn your attention to looking for draconic activity. Judging by the fact that this place is an extremely well-hidden lair, you surmise that you might have a good chance. But nothing on your primeval awareness pings.
Okay, so unless it's hidden by magic, I mean, there's always the chance that there's some kind of magic blocking my senses, but I don't sense any dragons within this domain.
When Varys tells us that, I go ahead and take out my compass and think of Gurga. I can't fucking
Bemnon.
Gurga Bemnon's
Yeah.
lair. That's what I think of.
The compass spins inconclusively for quite some time. It never actually stops.
Maybe it doesn't have a lair, Kalos.
Or
What
maybe
did you look up
we
last time?
are in it.
Or we could be, or just entering that illusion.
Well, no, we
to
had
mess
this
something
issue
up.
where we had this issue because we had to change around the wording because like looking for the dragon, and even like there was a distinction between his lair and his horde. Like there was a distinction.
Okay. I go ahead. Once you explain that to me, I go ahead and think of Gurgabebna's horde.
The arrow points north by northeast at approximately 2 to 1 o'clock.
Is it the area that I'm facing towards, or is it like, am I facing east? Okay. I don't think it might be it, but caution is always something that we should follow.
Do we want to turn around? I asked the question to Kalos, knowing what his answer is going to be.
We have to rest anyway.
I mean, technically, we only traveled the 8 hours, so technically, we still have 8 hours, and we didn't do anything. So technically, we're at pretty much good. We're in good condition if we want to poke around now. Like we're not going to
It
be.
doesn't hurt to take a look inside.
Well, if you guys want,
I'm not opposed to it.
I have a little scouting thing that I can do. It does consume one of my higher tiers, though.
What does the scouting do?
You guys see, it basically allows me to send in a little invisible thing, and I can perceive through its eyes and hear through its ears.
Yeah, it's good. Good. What's a good one?
Special eyes.
If you guys want, I can do that.
You want to try out your new toy? I'm not going to stop you.
It's safer. Yeah.
I go ahead and go into my bag, and you guys see a little. It basically looks like a metallic Tinkerbell. You guys see.
Does it allow you to have your faculties about yourself, like
Nope,
move around
you
still?
guys will have to.
So I'm not very strong. Varus is not very strong. Zen is not very strong. Do you want to go back to the wagon first,
what do we do?
or in your tent or something, and then you can do it from there?
What do you mean?
I'm not gonna be able to. I'm not gonna be
very
able to move you. Well, he's going to be big, heavy armor. I don't want to have to lug him around. I'm not going to be able to do it.
Well, no, the idea is that he's gonna check from here and then
And
move
then he
aside.
can. You can just cancel it instantly. I believe my bees work somewhat similarly.
You want to send the bees as well? Double team?
My bees I can only do at 100 feet.
Okay.
Uh,
I'm just saying. You know, I don't want to be trapped in
it
a
actually
facaded
doesn't.
cave.
It actually doesn't
Is it
say that
Arcane
I
Eye?
go, yeah, the Arcane Eye doesn't say that I go inert. As an action, you can move the eye up to 30 feet in any direction.
I can also
There's
pass. I can also pass without trace us, and we can
but it does
all sneak in there.
when exists in a solid barrier blocks an eye movement, but the eye can pass through anything else small as an inch of small diameter. Yeah, it doesn't say that I go inert.
Okay.
As long as you guys
wanted to
shake
check.
me, I can come out of it.
We've got Krios too with us.
Yeah, Krios can let me know. So yeah.
Cool. Yeah. All
right. You guys see that this little that I tap it on her forehead, and I say, "All right, Charlotte, get in there." And you guys see it flutters in.
This thing goes beyond the barrier of illusory walls that Varys had initially permeated. Into the dark square tunnel, it flies until eventually it disappears from your immediate sight. Of course, Kalos can see through it, so that's a different story. Allow me to remove the hidden qualities of this area.
By the way, DM, it only lets me see. It doesn't let me hear.
30 feet and dark vision, 30 feet.
Alright, so Henry, cover your ears in real life. But then you can't hear my description. You enter into a square room. On one end, you see a closed door. Another one, a shut portcullis, and another one that leads into a currently empty hallway that is not permeated or preventing you from moving on by any immediate sign of door or otherwise. There's also a sign hanging across this on the door, not on the portcullis or the other one. There's just a sign here that reads as, "Guests not welcome, leave."
Looking at the door, is it as modeled as what you haven't modeled?
It is wooden and reinforced at certain junctions.
Does it have a keyhole?
Keyhole? It's more just like a latch and the little pulley thingamabob. Not entirely sure if it's locked or not. Doesn't have an outwards mechanism that seems to lock it, if any.
Is there enough is there space at the bottom or top of the door?
They are pretty well flushed.
Yeah, looking at the the thing on the right side, can I see? I'm gonna send her over there and see what I can see.
It leads into another adjoining hallway. This one is having another door, mildly in similar construction to the first one you saw. Doesn't have a sign on it that says "go away" because they just have it in the first room.
I go ahead and see if I can send her either underneath or on top if there's like space between.
This one is pretty well flushed indeed.
Okay. Go ahead and bring her back, and I send her to on the left side, that little hallway as well.
You come to a sharp turn, leading into another portion of hallway.
I go ahead and keep following it.
A door once more. Similar construction to the rest.
Is it flush as well?
Allow me to check. This one is indeed... has a giant gash across the top. Has some sort of signs of refurbishing, as the coloration of the wood is a slightly different color. But along there's a large crack. What is the dimensions of the crack that you would need to actually permeate this thing?
1 inch.
Right? Yeah.
1 inch? Bigger than my fingernail. The crack is indeed big enough that you could squeeze in through it. It has not been completely fixed all the way.
He goes ahead and flies in.
Is it like a little mechanical, like fairy?
It's
skeleton, like-
just imagine Tinkerbell,
Oh,
but
cool.
it's
Like
mechanical.
robot. Beep boop.
The room here is mostly empty, with an exception of extremely colorful pottery, taken from all sorts that you can tell from just the structure of them. They are very much Sanctus themed from all sorts of different colorations and whatnot. Also, besides the pot, you can see something that is currently hunched over them, removing the lids and pouring in some sort of viscous liquid with a consistency comparable to, say, maple syrup, and then corking them off with whatever mechanism or item that can be used to seal off the lid. They all have different opening sizes and requires different sized corks and whatnot. The creature itself is comparable in build to that of a scrawny child. Very lanky, not very much meat on their bones, and they have an extremely hunched posture. Think like Gollum.
I was just about to say, is it Gollum?
My boy Gollum.
They're clothed, however, and they're not screaming about my precious.
Just gonna stay in there for a little bit just to see what they do. Do they just keep opening and dumping this viscous material?
They have a small bucket that is next to them that they have a ladle for. The ladle is, of course, used to ladle in the contents into the vases, and then he has another thing on his bag, almost like a fanny pack, that is filled with all sorts of saucers that are varying size to cork off the lids. Once that is all done, there is something in the corner of the room that appears to be some sort of small furnace and a pot that is filled with bubbling liquids. Judging by the contents of it, it's either some sort of melted wax or otherwise. A different ladle is used to pour this sealing wax on top of the corked lids of these vases, creating this nice capping effect, kind of like what you do with that one alcoholic wine. Alcoholic wine? That one wine with the red caps on the.
It's
On
like
the
an alien.
bottleneck.
How one of your alcoholic beers, wine bees.
You guys see that I take off the glasses that I use in order to see. Well, they don't want any guests, and there's one door that she was able to get through, and I tell them to call them like creature.
What's a Gollum?
So I described it to them. I don't fucking tell you what it is, you ass.
A Smeagol.
I go ahead and tell you guys, and tell you guys that there is a door, but there's two doors that she can't get into. It does say no visitors want no.
Well, if we mark where this is, then well, we could probably come back to it. This doesn't scream dragon. Eternal exile for Daedalus doesn't sound too great. What are the thoughts? They were nice enough to put a no guest sign.
Put up the illusion, put up the signs.
So they know that if someone gets through the illusion, then they see this, and it's like, well, definitely don't want guests.
Regardless of who or what they are, definitely don't want us here. So we would be trespassing and considered hostile. So this is.
We also didn't hide the place very well, but
I mean, who puts an enticing sword in front of their front door? That's what I'm saying.
probably the
Maybe
lure
the
people
sword.
inside.
Maybe the sword is the focus, and that's just like how the spell gets held together.
Maybe.
Just spitballing, speculating.
Yeah. Well,
You guys
From
want
your
to mark
arcane
it?
eye, the creature seems to have finished his work and is walking towards the door.
Ooh, she follows him.
He opens the door, begins to trundle into the hallway, carrying one of the many jugs that he is able to hold. Some of the contents begin to slosh around, but you can't hear that, so never mind. Eventually getting to this middle junction and into the main hallway that has the one that reads as the no guests allowed sign. He looks over towards the area and begins to settle the pot along the side of the door that is currently closed. Begins to pat himself down as if he's looking for his house keys, and eventually he takes out a single, extremely rusted-looking hooked piece of metal, It is not so much a key as it almost looks like a lock-picking tool. He shoves the tool in between the edges of the door handle and the wall where it's flush up against, and begins to ram it up and down in up and down motions, and sometimes like jamming it further in, until eventually you can hear some crackling sound of what is either some mechanism breaking or just coming unlocked. He puts the jagged piece of metal onto his belt once more, and then begins to motion for picking up his vase. He turns around and notices that the illusion is over there. Although it's still up, there is something that catches his attention. He can see your guys' wagon parked in front of the opening.
I tell the guys he sees the wagon.
I'm just gonna wave.
No, he sees the wagon or us?
He sees the wagon.
He puts his jug down at one of the corners and begins to slowly walk cautiously. His feet slide, and not so much to make little pitter-patter sounds when he moves across the flush stone surface. Getting to one corner, he hugs it and begins to peek outwards, as if to be cautious. He sniffs the air, and you can see that his eyes begin to, like, flare as if he's trying to get accumulated to the amount of light that is different from the interior of this weird building.
I say to the guys, hide.
Act natural. Act natural.
I begin juggling.
It's a natural thing to do. Yeah, I'll hide.
Okay, where do you people go? Place yourselves in any location that you deem necessary. I don't have the wagon here, though, but it's there.
I'll just.
In the middle of the thing.
I'll just completely ignore what I was told.
If he says hide, I will go with Kalos because he's blind, and I'll guide him over here.
Well, technically, I'm not blind. I just received mental images, visual information from the eye, which has normal vision and dark vision.
Maybe you're just kind of stupid. Okay. All right. Well, you people
maybe I just need you to hold my hand because I'm a little spooked.
Well, make stealth checks. I dare you.
I'll go ahead and use my D6 for this one.
Well, that's cocked.
Why's it gotta be cocked? Why can't it be a vagina?
This is such a vagina roll right now.
I got a 21.
Just recite your numbers out loud.
28.
16, Les.
Zen got a 42.
Zen just disappears into a different dimension.
Where'd he go? That guy doing the peace sign and just...
Whoa. He begins to come out towards the entrance, and he does spot Laz Blow.
Hello. Hi.
The creature is extremely pale. His eyes are yellowish around the whites of his eyes, which are not really whites, they're yellow. The pupils are dark brownish black, and his skin is extremely taut against his skeleton, as if he's extremely malnourished. He is quite short, almost like a halfling in size, and generally speaking doesn't have that good of a demeanor. He looks like a cave-dwelling ghoul of some kind. But
I'm not one to judge.
But he is not immediately hissing and making cackling sounds, so... Be gone!
Okay to camp here? Understood.
No. Be gone. Be gone with you. Away from this place. You are... dead.
Okay. I'll be seeing you then, and I'm gonna go get on the wagon. I'm just gonna go down the way a bit. Sorry for intruding. I say that loud enough so that everyone else can hear, and I will go down the road a little bit and just wait for the rest of the group for when they can eventually leave at a calmer point. So I will just, I'm just gonna go down the road a little bit so that I'm not on your turf. Seeing you, and I hop on and sort of
The creature
read.
maintains vigil there, watching you the whole time as you go away. Eventually, when it turns the corner and you're no longer in line of sight, he begins to walk backwards into the thing, cautiously, and the rest of you are still tucked away in your hiding spots, watching Laszlo Grand Theft Auto your wagon.
Ooh, bitch! I can fucking throw a camel out the road. Yeah, I'll just go down like enough away that it's not ridiculous for the group to catch up if they need to, but yeah, and I'll just start just holding position there.
You see Laszlo not go too far. It's probably only maybe like at most 100 feet away. Definitely out of line of sight of anything looking outwards from that cave, and the creature has gone deep enough into the chasm of this junction that it is no longer in regular line of sight. What do the rest of you do?
I go back into Charlotte and see if he tries to open that middle door.
He is currently with his pressed his face up against the wall and is twindling, not twindling, gripping his fingers along the edge with two eyes peeking out from the corner to make sure that the weird person that he doesn't know has gone away. Eventually, you can see that he's visibly counting on his fingers, a countdown of 10, until eventually when all of his fingers are balled up once more, he takes a sigh of relief that almost sounds like he's coughing in the interim. He begins to pat himself down as if looking for some kind of tool, and takes out that metal hooked rusty piece once more. He begins to drag it onto the floor, creating this horrible sparking sound. Well, not sound, you see a sound. Horrible sparking as the rusty metal scrapes against the bottom of this stone floor. Almost like a person drawing a line in the sand, he just makes a single straight line and puts the hooked metal back onto his belt loop, before returning back to his sealed vase and hauling it over one of his shoulders while reaching for the door handle of the previously aforementioned locked door that was initially here, right next to the go away sign, essentially. Seeing as he's already pried it loose, he kind of just pushes it open with one hand, and it creaks. Well, again, you can't hear. You think it might creak because it's so... I don't know.
It's so tight.
Toit like a toiger.
Toy.
With
As
one
soon
foot
as he
holding it open.
follows him, by the way. Just keep following.
With one foot, he holds it open so that it doesn't bump into the vase on his shoulder, and then eventually he kicks open a little wedge of wood so that it holds it open. The creature then, with vase in hand, disappears into this doorway, of which I need to change the thingamajig. Hold on. Toggle visibility. There you go. Into some sort of storage room. Very short shelves that are within his arm's reach, with the exception of the tippity-top row, of which has a series of very fragile-looking things that would be filled with rupees in a Legend of Zelda game. He gets a step stool from nearby, which allows him to reach the top. He places the vase on top of the top shelf where there's an empty spot, needing to move some of the objects over to make room for it. He steps down from the ladder and kind of gives him like a little pat down to get the dust off of his hands. He then leaves the room and begins to wander on back towards what you assume to be the other room where he was doing all the sealing of the, what's it called? The other vases.
So in that short moment of him opening the door and putting the stuff and getting his step stool and everything, would I have seen this door that you modeled over here?
The two double doors on the opposite end. He did not interact with them at all, and therefore are, part of the rendered set.
Gotcha.
So I'm going to put this fellow back over here. And the two double doors are indeed modeled as such. They have an insignia written across the front that are some sort of mirrored pair, with the mirror, of course, being the seam between the two doors. Although the mural itself of whatever this is not depicted quite the same way that you might think it is, because I don't have a picture of a thingamajig, but I'll describe it instead.
Describe it to me, DM Overlord.
Alright, that's kind of weird.
Really?
Describe it to me, Overlord. It's weird.
It's a mirrored image, so let's need to describe one, and you can presumably mirror the image in your head, unless you're one of those people who doesn't. If I say apple, you don't see an apple in your head. One of
Get
those,
out, buddy.
one of those NPCs.
One of those.
On one end of the door depicts a person who is holding up what appears to be some sort of long staff. It is gnarled on one end and is approximately 75% of the man's overall body length, from head to toe. Raising it slightly above his head, it has this weird magical effect, presumably by making these little lines emanate from it, like speed lines when you're doing still images. It radiates some sort of magic that is used and is mirrored on both sides. So there's a man holding up a staff that is radiating magical energy.
I'm not from this continent, so this wouldn't do anything for me, like any brain blasts.
Let's see. No, it probably wouldn't.
All right. Is the seam between the two doors big enough, an inch apart?
No, it is not, unfortunately.
Okay.
In
And
fact,
then
you can also see now that you're looking through this thing that there's a mild bluish tinge, as if there's a layer of, like, petroleum jelly over the whole door.
okay. And then looking at the shelf where he put everything, what do I see?
Besides the initial vase that he brought in here, there are an assortment of things that you would find in some sort of library. Books and other things that, from what you expected, when you went to buy the potions earlier this week, things that someone would use for alchemical reagents. Ceramic pots that are small enough that they can hold probably a couple fistfuls of whatever it is you're brewing. And this guy also has a really fat crystal that you recognize immediately as diamond quartz.
Okay. Charlotte is disposable.
Wow.
So...
Well,
Well, disposable in the fact that I can make another one. So I'm just gonna
bitch.
I'm just gonna stay in there for the rest of the time, and if anyone tries to find me, I'll tell them what I just found, what I saw.
Very well.
I'm just stood on the wagon, look back, like over the seat, like trying to look to see if I can see the group. You guys are really taking the fucking time. Jeez, really.
And
How far away did I go? Like just out of
About
this?
100.
about
Okay,
100.
at 100. Is anyone with 120 feet? I could message one of these.
Guys, am I finding parking or what?
Okay, yeah, what's going on here? Am I swinging back? I can't even see Zen, so like, I can't even see all of you actually. I've got passive.
Just to be clear, I'm the one who said 42, so I don't know what Zen rolled on his stealth check. That was my joke.
I wouldn't.
Oh, I'm
knock
still
it,
muted.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Oh no, I rolled a 34 on myself.
Oh Jesus! I mean, close
Next
enough,
best
right?
thing, right?
And Kalos, I asked you, what did you see?
You would have to look for me first. I'm 21.
Oh yeah, you're hidden, right?
I'm hidden.
What check is that? That's perception, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm really good at hiding. I'm not good at finding
The
people.
most
He's so-
50-50
You are now,
hide
you
and
are
seek
now.
player.
He's so sneaky he could hide from himself.
You can find his
I only
intelligence.
rolled a 14.
You're all lost of each other.
Well, if there's any, I can't even see anyone, so I'm just gonna wait at the wagon. It's not that dark yet. You said it's like 4 o'clock in the afternoon, right? A weird. Yeah, I'll just chill at the road and see if there's probably nobody passes by, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay for that hour to see if anything comes out of those doors.
The only thing that seems to move is the creature with his vases. On occasion, coming to and from this, loading up the shelves with all sorts of sealed-off containers, And if you do this for the whole hour, eventually he does finish his work about 45 minutes in. Every shelf is stocked, and he looks to have a satisfied look on his face for a job well done. He begins to leave this particular area where he has all this stuff stocked, and locks the door behind him by shoving that wedge between the door and basically trying to relock it through brute force. Eventually he tests the locking mechanism by jimmying the handle and realizing, yep, he did it. Maybe we should probably get actual locks for this place. He then wanders over towards this portcullis, at which point you can see him mouthing a couple of words, and then the portcullis raises. Unfortunately for you, you can't hear, so whatever passphrase...
I wouldn't have seen that part because Charlotte would have stayed in that one room with the double door.
Oh, okay, well... And he leaves, never to be seen again. Ooh. Oh god, he fell through the floor.
He's gone.
Why would they make it do that? It's just a hidden zone. Shit, how do I grab him?
Help
Hold
me.
on.
Help, I've fallen and I can't get up.
Is he underneath?
Yeah, he fell through. Let's see.
Grab him.
I can't.
Aim.
Gotta
Move the
respawn.
camera tilt down.
Oh, wait.
Oh, he's in the hidden zone.
He's in the hidden
yes.
zone. I can't even grab him. See, the icon doesn't even change to a grabby.
Make him visible. Make the zone visible. And then aim the camera down with the white as far down as you can get. Inside the. Oh yeah, or you can pull the structure actually to toggle the zone.
Oh, toggle zone doesn't toggle the actual thing.
Or you
it's
can
the
just delete him and
visibility.
respawn him, I guess.
Oh my
Easier.
guy, he's so unique and something.
He's trapped there.
Alright, well, just... Alright.
He's a part of the architecture now. He lives.
Well,
Or
seeing
does.
how it's
With
been
himself.
40 minutes, pick him on
I
an
like those.
stealth. Top down.
I'm just down the road a little bit. I made it loud enough that I would say where I got the fucking spoons, so yeah, you'll know where I am.
Seeing Zen break stealth, I'm gonna step out of the shadows too. Just
The Kalos break stealth.
I'm sorry, I muted myself. Seeing how everyone broke stealth, I'm just gonna get out of my hidey hole and say, and describe and let them know what I saw and everything. And within that hour of me just standing there and seeing, does anyone come out of those two double doors?
Nope.
All right. Well, Charlotte just goes behind a little shelf where a book would be, and she just decompensates herself. She just deteriorates and just.
She is expendable, as you say.
Dang, dude.
And then I go over to the boys and say, describe what the double doors are and seeing if they recognize what that imagery is.
Seeing as the people you're currently talking to are not native to this land, none of you would understand it.
Yep.
You'd have
Maybe if we get
maybe our
Laszlo?
wayward driver would know something.
Well, let's go over
You
to
just
him.
look over and I'm
He's just
casting
like 100
shit. I'm
feet
practicing my fishing on top of the wagon. Like,
Your fucking Uber driver has been waiting for 45 minutes.
yeah.
Oh god, they're gonna charge like $500.
Keep the meter running.
The meter's been running this whole time, buckos. You gotta help me learn how to fish again, everyone. No,
I turned to Kalos. What did you say the liquid that guy was pouring was again?
What
What did
sort
it
of
look?
viscous material?
Wanna?
DM, did it have a color?
Like syrup.
We
Maple
can-
syrup.
We can
Maple
run in and
syrup.
check since he's behind the thing.
And then the portcullis lifting, and I wouldn't have seen that part.
Okay.
The DM just told us that part by.
Are
by
you
the grace
chatting
of
as you're walking
gods.
over? Or are
Yeah.
you coming right, okay.
No one's stealth, so you can see all this coming. The rest of the boys are rejoining you
Go
As
ahead
you're-
and
as you're shadow casting.
What up?
hey, and I give you the description of the door. Do you recognize any of that?
What was it?
Gnarled,
Staffs or
Gnarled.
something.
an
Gnarled
old
staff.
gnarled staff with a figured poking magic.
Could be the bard. Would be the other guy.
I don't know.
It could be a history check.
Right. I'll roll.
And as I so vividly and awesomely describe it, you get a +5 to that
I get a
check.
+5. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use my d6 because.
You look like a man.
It looked like a man with a stick.
You know the guy on YouTube?
Yeah,
does
if I roll
videos.
bad, if I get bad, I haven't got bad. So you said
Grunk's-
+5.
Gronk's gonna bust in. It's like,
You fucking talking! It was one time.
wild card, bitches.
Oh, I'll roll a little d6. See what I get.
Ooh.
6, nice.
Mm.
24 total for
Ooh.
old history boy.
History is actually not the full spectrum, as it also could have been religious.
Okay. Well, if my religion is +9, so that it changes things.
It's still a passing grade. Calm down.
26 now if it's religious.
Alright, well, I need you to chill out there, religious man. Let Pat take the smart guy thing for today. Jeez. He earned it. It's 110 sessions of being an idiot.
I earned it. I equipped an item.
Hey, this guy caught a goddamn toad out of thin air, so that's pretty impressive. That's pretty smart.
I've seen children do the
He's
same thing in my
At least he's
reptile
caught stuff,
studies.
alright? You know, like.
Anyways, so, describing based off of where you are, what that is, and everything you know about the figuratism and displays usually used in murals of religious figures of great grandeur and prominence. This is potentially, if your math is correct, and it usually is, except for when you're fishing, one of the enlightened Osiris. This is Netus of the Light. It is not a pun of I need light, but his first name is
I
Netus.
need us.
Isn't that Dauntless's man, Osiris?
Yeah.
Alright, well, mark this area down, and we'll come back to it.
This is Netus of the.
Do we have a
Something
map?
light.
Well, it's not his place. It was on a door, right?
That is what is depicted on the mural on the double doors. Whether or not this is his house is, he didn't knock on the front door. Netus, can you come out and play?
You could always go in and check, but
Well,
Well, seeing how the princess is in the web
considering
and feeling
Dauntless is
unwell,
also a follower of that, and then they will probably have more sway with an enlightened one of that same religion. We'll put this. Note this place down.
once we come back around and feeling a lot better than what she
are
is
we still
now.
gonna camp out here?
Fuck
I
no.
think we go a little bit down the road a little bit more. I've already made that a little bit. I'll hop in and I will take
I
us
promised
further.
column.
Would we be opposed to a hut tonight? Dusty?
No.
No, if Laszlo would be so dear of ritually
I'm gonna put
casting
my
it.
new sick ass, cool fucking bedtime robes on, and I'll do it. Yeah, for free.
Anyway, on the way down, would I be on the lookout for birds
Sure,
or nests?
you may. Go ahead
You
and
know
make
that lizards do nests as well, Zen.
The what?
Lizards have nests as well and eggs.
Who said that is true. So do turtles.
Go ahead
Do
and
you want me to
make
swing it in the water?
a-
Like,
I think a survival would be appropriate for looking for small creatures and animals.
Bad, I don't have.
I would offer my help if I knew he were looking for something, but if this is one of his.
Can I offer you an egg?
this is Zen's.
If the DM feels like this situation would allow it, I would offer to assist him, give him advantage. But like, if not, then
If it's a hidden thing, yeah.
Well, that's up to Zen to be like, alright guys, wait right here, I'm looking for eggs.
I have
or
rolled a
if he's-
16.
Well,
Oh,
the
he
die
doesn't
has
need
been
our help.
cast.
Yep.
The die has been cast, and the results are in. Canada is something, I don't know.
On fire.
I
It is.
don't know if it is still.
I think it still is. I don't know.
Alright, so, with all of that in mind, hamana. Your tracking skills, unfortunately, are still kind of localized to this cave mouth.
We
There
have
are
trout.
There are signs of activity in the form of discarded skin from a lizard who has shed its exterior flesh. And the trail leads into the mouth of the cave, unfortunately.
Back in the cave.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, we gotta go back.
Egg.
I need egg.
Well, little dude didn't seem too impressed with me being there.
What
I
can
can't
that
go
little
back.
dude do
I don't
for
want.
us?
Probably not good things. Considering he was scrolling stuff on the floor using magic. I don't know. I don't want to step on his turf. But if you want to go back, you can sneak over there.
That's what I was gonna do.
I'll just go like 50 more feet down the road. Then that's not that
Want
far.
me to come with you? Give you a
I'll
hand?
set up a
Whatever
little
you
That
do?
would
camp
be
here.
nice, yes.
I'll set up a little base camp here.
All right.
Alice, you want to come?
I'll just be fine here if you want to leave me.
I'll go ahead and give you just
Just
so
leave me in the cat. Just leave me in the cat. You.
fine. Okay, are you
We're only
sure?
100 feet away.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Before me
We're
and
scrapping.
Zen
Be fine.
take off, though, I am gonna cast Pass Without Trace to give us a little help on this on these stealth checks.
Isn't that like plus 10?
That is a straight
Yeah.
plus 10.
God damn.
Good luck.
You approach the mouth once more. The tiny little tracks of moisture left by the fresh lizard that just got out of its skin has not evaporated just yet, causing these little pitter-patter of lizard footprints to cling alongside of the cooler surface of the rock, hewn and flat as it may be. As you approach, before entering line of sight of anything that may be looking down this hallway, you may roll your stealth checks with that fat plus 10.
Yeah. Fat.
That's a PH fat.
Ooh, what's a fat number right there?
30.
Uh,
34.
22.
As you guys approach the mouth of the cave, you go silent as your footsteps make no noise. Your breath barely moves from your lips, and everything is still in the air around you. The only thing that is causing a noise is probably Laszlo pretending to cast.
Pretending.
Yeah.
You said the sea was kind of nearby. Am I able to go set up over there and actually practice fishing?
Nope, I said the path began to meander away from the sea.
Dang, I'll shadow fish then. Yeah.
Shadow fishing. Doesn't catch you actual shadowfish. Imagine
Unless you're in the Shadowfell.
Dude, sick. So, you get to the mouth of the cave and you can glance in without putting your whole body in the entrance. It is currently bereft of the scrawny man. And you can see a lizard. It is scurrying deeper into the things, though, using the cracks in between the pavement and rocks as little hidey holes, looking for something, either be it warmth, or in this case might be something looking for something cool to lower its body heat.
I let everyone know that I'm gonna go in, sneaky like.
Alright, go ahead and move yourself along as you wish.
Go up to the wall.
The wall that eventually is going to breach into this first inner chamber, as you completely described, is matching everything that you've seen from or heard from.
And it's dark in here, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Everything from Kalos' description is holding fast, from the door to the empty hallway to the portcullis that is currently in a downed position. You also look down and you notice that the scratched mark left by the creature is a straight line that is permeating basically everywhere that I'm going to put this little marker. Yeah. Like that.
So they're like straight line. There's like, I could see lines on the floor.
Yeah, it's just a straight line. Actually, maybe I could just use the line tool for that. Yeah.
Oh, so it covers the entire thing?
Yeah, you just do a huge swath across that.
Seeing that, I'm going to sneak back out And I guess you two are still standing there.
Yeah.
Nice.
I tell Kalos about the line thing. Got some suspicion about it.
No, that was the. Oh, you want me to go see if I can disarm it? See if
It
it's
might
crap?
be. I don't know. It could be magical. He was
Alright.
doing magical shit, right?
Yeah. Varys, we should go.
I was just checking the radius past
Yeah,
Trace.
come with us. Come on.
Come hither, gentlemen,
And we go.
sally forth into the cave. Zen stops once more right before the line. As you come into view, those of you who have the ability to see in this nighttime activity, well, it's not, it's 5, it's like 4 o'clock.
Isn't it all of us?
Yeah.
No, not all of us. I go ahead and put on my aviators. No, I can see now.
Nerd.
You're not actually
Echoes out of the
flying.
cave.
What are you wearing
Go
with a
ahead
bomber
and
jacket? You're not bombing anything.
Go ahead and inspect that line, DM, and see if it's a trappy trap.
You look at the line in close inspection. It is a groove that has been stretched into the ground that almost is about an inch deep, and is as straight as anyone can, carving directly into stone with a rusty pick. Investigate at your heart's content. Or not. That's up to you.
24.
The item itself is potentially some sort of first response mechanism. Maybe if you touch it, it'll screech like a banshee. Or maybe like a ding-a-ling sound as if you chipped a bell. Either case, it's the alarm spell.
Ooh, I can't disable those normally.
So does it happen if you touch it or if you pass it?
You pass it.
Oh, that's
I go ahead. You guys see me take out a little bit of talcum powder and just and cast Dispel Magic.
Like the Mission Impossible lasers and...
Yeah.
Alright, go ahead and roll a d20 and add your spell bonus modifier. 31.
That was for my magic check.
oh.
No big boom. Would have been funny though.
This is fireball.
Alarm spell. Bah!
In just add into it.
Int modifier, not the score.
24.
Well, I don't have a level 24 spell, so although the groove in the ground doesn't, because like it's a physical groove, you just dispel the magic part of it. So there's still like a line on the floor, but it's just now it's just a line on the floor.
I go ahead and give the thumbs up to the boys. Say,
Okay.
let's go ahead and proceed.
Is that the
as
only
we,
line?
as we keep going though,
pass
yeah, I'm just gonna keep inspecting for any more trapeze.
Well, that's going to be up to your passive perception and investigation now, if you're going to be doing that continually, so...
What is that number? It's 10 plus proficiency bonus, and if I'm proficient in it, I add 10, so 20. Right? That's how the number goes?
Your passive, yeah, your passive.
Yeah, and I'm in, yeah, so 20.
Well, you're in the room. It says, guests not welcome. Go away.
In common?
In common tongue.
We're good.
I see where the lizard went.
The lizard went into a small crevice in the floor. You see this little pit right over here? That right here?
Yeah.
It's disappeared into that crack.
I want to take a look in there.
Okay, you peer inwards, and you can make a check, please, of investigation, which you're good at now.
Yes.
My time has come.
17.
I'm looking at rocks and I'm smart now? Damn.
Yep.
You can see now that there is a little tiny foot that you can spot. It's of the lizard. It's not been able to burrow particularly deep and has found a hidey hole here.
And it's just in there.
It's just like in there, holding still. Maybe like, if I don't move, it won't see me.
I don't need the lizard itself. I need something else. Callus, and you said there were ingredients in one of these rooms?
You think any of them are eggs?
I'm gonna go over here, DM, to the door, and see where the guy put in the hook thing to open the door and see if I can pick it. I'm not going to pick it. I want to see if I can pick it.
Picking mechanisms are varied between locks. The kind that you would have in most civilized areas involve a series of tiny tumblers, of which point you can use the little lockpick itself to push them, the little, what do they call them, pins. This one is not so much tiny pins as it's just one big pin. So if anything, the thing that the guy's carrying is just an oversized lockpick.
Oh.
And requires something a bit more forceful than just the tiny dainty hands of like finger twitches to move the pins. It's just like an upscaled lock. So if you think about like a cross section of a lock, or like you do the Oblivion minigame for lock picking, just imagine that, but like blown up so that each pin is approximating the size of a pencil, instead of a tiny little pin, like a sewing needle.
I tell the boys, I mean, technically I can pick it. Do you guys want me to, though?
Might as well, yeah. We can always put it back, right?
Looking at the mechanism, DM, could I put it back if I wanted to?
The locking mechanism to reincorporate it involves essentially you would just wiggle the door until the pins fall back in place. That might make a bit of noise. You are shaking a door after all.
Yeah, I tell the boys it might create a lot of noise though.
Then we're not coming back. Maybe. Or just do it on the way out and we run out.
So pick it.
You want to just double check the door first. He was cautious enough with the alarm spell.
I go ahead and do what Zen says because he's pretty fucking smart now.
A burst of brilliance from Zen almost puts you on your back foot of, wow, is this really the same guy?
Didn't just open the door?
Make another investigation check on this door to look for traps.
25.
While the locking mechanism is crude and rude and extremely loud, it is in fact the only thing that is holding this door together.
Okay, I look at Varys. Varys,
Sorry,
this is going to create a lot of noise.
No, that's only when we open it, right?
Yes, when we close it anyway.
When we close, well, that's only if we relock it. We'll relock it when we're heading out of this cave.
But Varys, can you cast haste on yourself and Zen so we can get the fuck out of here fast as fuck?
Yeah, I could probably. I'd have to drop the stealth spell.
Or Zen, you're pretty fucking fast. Just run as fuck. Run fast as you can.
I'm sure we'll be fine.
Okay. I go ahead and pick the lock.
Sleight of hand check.
Yes, sir.
Pick the lock. You can pick your nose, but you can't pick your friend's lock. Yep, that's the phrase.
Would this be sleight of hand or thieves' tools?
Sleight of hand is technically just thieves' tools with proficiency, if you have the thieves' tools proficiency.
Yeah, I do. Okay. So I go ahead and give myself a +5, because...
Hey, you can't do that.
Yes, I can't. Fuck you, bitch.
Alright.
18, 28 to pick the lock.
The mechanism is quite rude and requires a bit more elbow grease in order to get the pins to face upwards and out of the way of the locking mechanism. Occasionally, you can almost have to feel like that it gets stuck fast, and you need to like lean forward in order to make the stuff move the way it's supposed to. If you ever seen what the military does back when like you ever seen those oversized guns that they would train military on to field strip their weapons? It's essentially like doing that, of like a regular M1 Garand or the extremely upscaled one that they use so they can show how the moving parts work. That's essentially what you're doing. So just blow it up bigger and do the same techniques. Eventually the lock mechanism, you can hear it click relatively quietly and it's free for you to open.
Go ahead. Before I enter, I check for traps.
Checking for traps once more.
Dirty 20. Keep rolling 10s.
Nothing in the immediate area around the door frame seems to be trapped. No tripwires, no little bell above the thingy, just door.
Okay, and I go ahead and step on in. Looking at the ingredient shelves, what do I see? I see the diamond quartz that you described, books. What else?
There's a large diamond quartz, comparable in size to the one that Laszlo was paid on his first initial thing with the family. It is set into a silver platter that has been shaped to fit exactly the dimensions of this diamond quartz. It is relatively dull in hue. Judging by what you know about the diamond quartz, this one has essentially lost a majority of its luster and is essentially acting as no more than a lantern like they do in the lobby of the Crystal Spark family. So this one is more or less inert. Not particularly useful in most things that you would want to use it for.
I go ahead and look at Varys and then point at my ear and then just do the whole, keep an ear out.
The shelves themselves are of course filled with the ceramic vases that you saw the creature filling with the syrupy liquid. They do have a series of labels underneath each one, presumably so that this thing can be well documented and organized for future use. And there's also a series of books that look extremely weathered and old, to the point where no lettering on the spine or on the surface of the books are legible due to weathering and age. That's redundant.
Looking at the bookshelves, do I see any traps behind that would activate if you were to pull a book or something?
You can see the dismantled remains of your Charlotte. On top of that, you go ahead and make just always with the investigations. Just keep doing it. He'll run out eventually.
28. That's a high roll. Nice.
Looking over the shelf, you can see that each of these vases has been specially laid into the shelves with a half-circular shaped locking mechanism that keeps them fastened, so that even if you jostle the actual shelf itself, they'll hold in place as long as you don't just start smashing the vases themselves. In any case, these locking mechanisms have a small metallic almost like a piano string attached to each one, so that you surmise it would make a loud ploing sound if it was forcibly removed without disengaging.
Okay.
I'm not sure if ploing is a onomatopoeia.
So that's any of the items in here.
It goes for just the vases.
What are the labels on the vases anyway?
Sure, let's read off those ones. What languages does Zen speak?
Dwarven and Common.
You haven't gotten your Tongue of Many Sun and Shadow, or
No.
whatever the fuck it's called yet, so unfortunately, this is not legible to you at the moment.
Looking at the labels with my eyes, do I recognize?
Languages, por favor.
Common, Elvish, Deep Speech, and Infernal.
Negative.
I see if Varys is looking over, and I do a little wave, and I point at the labels.
Varys' language are also not covered here.
Oh.
Okay.
I say, I don't say anything, and I just make a little motions with my fingers if we should get out.
What are we looking for anyway?
I don't know. Zen told you.
But there's no actual ingredients here other than the vases, right?
There's no eggs.
The ingredients
screens.
are presumably inside of the vases. Some of them are like the size of a jewelry box, so they could hold smaller things. There's the big vases that the guy was sealing off and putting on the shelves. What could be in them? Could be egg.
And they all have some trap mechanism, right?
It's not so much a traditional trap. It's just an alarm if you don't disengage the locks on the base of the shelf.
Could I, if I disengage the lock, could I redo it?
With your newfound intelligence, probably.
Okay, so I'll disengage it first. Will that just be your sleight of hand?
So let me give you a quick thing, because there are multiple vases, and you're going to be
Okay.
disengaging one at a time.
Oh, they're one for each.
One for each, yes.
Could I maybe
Could me and Zen
intelligence or wisdom to try to suss out what might have what I need?
I could say you could finagle both. Because, like, intelligence is like using, you know, when you're trying to guess the number of beans in the jar
like
thing?
you're rationalizing it, while wisdom would just be.
Like,
Then what are we looking?
if I was an alchemist, I would use this size of a jar for this kind of reagent.
Yeah,
Like
so I'll use intelligence, and I'm also going to use my
jar.
d6 on this one. 6. Not the highest. 16.
You surmise that one of the smallest jars, the ones that are on the lower shelves, would be most likely the best ones to go for. Eggs aren't particularly big, and you surmise unless this guy wanted to have at least like 40 eggs in a jar,
Or it's like an ostrich egg.
they wouldn't be using the biggest of the jars.
Are ostriches even native to... Are there ostriches here?
Not in Sanctus.
Okay.
They would be in the... Actually, make a nature check before I give you the answer.
Okay. I get +4 to nature now.
He's so good
I
at
rolled a
everything.
15.
You would find ostriches most likely in actually your home of Gromnel.
Really?
We got to make a trip now. I know
Even though
questions
ostriches
asked.
are from Africa. That's more Middle East, but... So, how many of the small vases are there?
There are a total of 3 of them, all on the same shelf. The containers are slightly different, as the paint is chipping on one more than the other. Going from left to right, they are listed in what is essentially the amount of wear and tear on the jar. So, oldest on the left, newest looking jar with still a fresh coat of paint on the far right. And there are 3 total.
I'm gonna try, actually the more worn one, because I think that they use that one a lot.
Alright, so you spot the mechanism behind it. With a sleight of hand check, we can see if you can disengage this.
Go ahead and add a +5 to that.
Stop it.
I'm using all of my flashes of genius.
Go on, get
It's 19.
What is
With a
this going to
quick
do for his ego?
With a quick flash of your wrist, you push a small metallic spring mechanism that is latched underneath the vase. Kind of like when Indiana Jones moves the statue and then puts the sandbag on top of it. You press down with one finger, remove the jar, and slowly remove the tension
Actually, it would
on
have
the
been a
upward
dirty
spring.
20, because I forgot. The Prestige Fees tools adds another 1.
Oh my god. Either way, it was success. You get the vase out. It feels like there's something liquidy inside of there, and then something that is suspended in said liquid. It's currently corked off. This one does not have a wax seal on it, but it does have a disc-shaped stopper on the top.
I'll take a look inside.
You pop it, and there's immediate little sound as you remove it from the thing. A putrid odor begins to permeate the room, as if someone just let loose the foulest fucking fart. And you look over to Kalos just to see, was it him or was it the jar? There inside, you can see something of a dark, murky liquid. It is almost pitch black in coloration and is slightly opaque. There you can see floating inside of them are these round objects that are... as you allow them to shift around, these appear to be human eyeballs.
Ugh.
Jesus. All right.
I get flashbacks to, what realm was that?
The astral?
Where we ate, human...
the Shadowfell.
The Shadowfell. I remember those yummy fingers, and then I put the thing back. I recork it and put it back.
All right, Zen. Re-trigger the thing, and let's get out.
Would you like to try any of the other 2 jars?
I'll check the fresh paint, and then I'll be done.
Okay, this one also has its own mechanism, so please repeat the same check.
I have rolled a 25.
Same mechanism, same procedure. You're getting very good at this. If you wanted to do something in the future, you could basically get this done without a second thought. In either case, you get this one relieved from its little setting on the shelf, and you have the same jar. Same shape, more worn, no wax seal on this one.
I'll just take another look.
You uncork it. I'm not going to make the popping sound again. And are you familiar with century eggs?
Yes, they're the Chinese ones. Aren't they, like, pretty much rotten?
Yes.
Yeah. Is that what's inside?
Yeah.
How many are there?
There are a total of 4, bobbing up and down in this brackish liquid and bumping into each other, and another foul smell is emitted, but a different kind of literal rotting eggs.
Just take the jar with you.
Then they'll know it's gone.
Well, They don't know it's us anyway.
Fine, let's go.
You recork it so it doesn't slosh around as you're running, because otherwise you can be leaving a trail of disgusting liquid in your hands. You are the first out the door, and Kalos soon behind. The door is left slightly ajar, just so that you guys can get out, and you turn around to...
You gonna close it?
Yeah, I go ahead and turn around and... okay, remember, run!
So what are we doing? Why did we do...
Varys, don't question it! I'm gonna close it, I'm gonna lock the door again, because we're expert thieves in this bitch. And then just...
Don't you have like a silent spell or something?
Well,
I
no,
don't.
well, let me reread the...
Pass
Pass
without
without
trace doesn't make you silent.
Okay.
Just makes it
Well,
so
it
you
makes
can't be
it-
tracked
well-
by non-magical means, and gives you the plus 10.
Yeah.
I have the silence spell.
Oh, that's right.
He's over shadow
Vicious.
casting.
He's
Gotta
over
cast-
yonder.
Catacasting does sound cool.
Well, in either case, Kalos is preparing to lock the door. He gives you guys the signal to prepare to sprint. You can get into a...
I'm gonna get into the sprinter's pose.
Nice. One arm is footballing the jar, the other one
Yes.
is fingers tipped on the thing. Kalos, you close the door and begin to jimmy the lock until eventually you can hear the several clicks required. It's at that point that you close the door. Let me close. Look at that. Technology. And as soon as you hear the cue from Kalos, you begin to book it. It's at
Okay.
that point that the last thing you see is one of the doors open, and that creature that was telling you to go away walks out with appears to be a fried rat on a stick. Kind of just chewing on it idly. He's like, "Hey, be gone, you bad people." And it's at that point you guys sprint out.
Well, when I'm sprinting, I have 100 feet of movement.
Jesus fuck. See you in the funny papers, buckos.
Oh yeah, I would be like,
Your hit and run commenced. You get into the your getaway wagon where your driver
shadow casting.
from the movie Drive is shadow casting.
I put it away quickly as soon as you guys running out. What's happened? I'm ready to...
I have no
Hop
idea.
on the seat.
We just... I still have no idea why we went in there.
I'm
Listen, Zen.
Oh, I'm going. Then gets there first. So I
Zen
ask
just
him,
seemed really
"Whatever's
determined,
wrong?"
and then he grabbed these rotten eggs and told us to run. So I don't know.
I'm not going to question it. All right, Zen, where am I going?
You guys vault into,
we're going to camp.
you guys vault
Alright.
into the back, and immediately
stop
as soon
moving
as that Laszlo hits the reins and onto the road, you hit once more. There you guys can see that Zen is clutching onto his ill-gotten gains of stinky
that?
egg.
Then what is that? It smells.
Some eggs.
I'm
I'm just gonna assume the
not
eggs are
going to
important.
question it. Cool. All right. I'm going to go along the road a little bit more.
You guys travel along for how long would you like to go until you're stopping?
Well, this happened on the 7th hour, right?
No, I rolled the
Okay.
8.
8. Like half an hour down the road. If you for rolls purposes, if you need me to go an hour, then we'll go an hour down the road.
I'd say just go an hour down the road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go an hour.
If you are traveling on for an extended period of time beyond the initial 8, you are going to have to do a quick check of Constitution saving throws. Even if you're not actually walking, it still counts.
If I remember correctly, Zen has a negative to his con.
No, I don't.
No, you don't?
No.
Okay, never
This
mind.
is
No one
charisma.
has.
He's a monk. That's one of the things he's good at.
Okay.
Right? They have proficiency in that.
I got a 17 on mine.
Oh my
Yeah,
god, I get a...
No, we don't actually. What?
Fuck.
It's a con saving throw.
Yep, this is just for the exhaustion of traveling beyond the 8 hours. It
Uh,
starts
12.
off pretty low. You're fine.
20 something.
You're fine.
20...
Did you get a Laszlo roll? Did you?
No,
20
you
something.
guys are all fine. The check begins relatively low, but then escalates quickly until you're panting and out of breath and exhausted and about to die.
Remember when Andrew had like 5, nearly
Mhm.
like he had loads.
What you mean when you almost died?
Yeah, when we almost
Yeah.
fucking died down in the fucking hellscape? Hell yeah.
Yeah.
You travel on for another hour before you and the camels begin to get exhausted from the travel, even though you guys are in the back or just sitting. with your
I'm really
stinky
tired
eggs.
sitting down with my
Yeah.
smelly eggs.
Well, if it's corked, does it still smell?
It still permeates to some extent. Some of the liquid has begun to essentially seep into the cork and is being held in place. Plus, overall, it is still it stank. In either case, you have your ill-gotten egg, and by the time you guys finish and begin to set up camp, you can see Zen just sitting in the back of the wagon, the jar on his lap.
Does he look content at least? Like, what does he look like, Pat?
No,
Does he look-
I would say I still look puzzled
Okay.
because I don't know if this is the answer. I'm just waiting until we sit down for dinner.
Okay.
Are we setting up camp?
Sure. Yeah. I was debating starting camp there, but I didn't. You guys went back, so I didn't know if it was.
No, good thing you didn't.
Good. All right. Well, yeah, I'm gonna set up camp.
You begin to set up camp. The camels are unhitched, the fasteners on around their heads are removed, and your camps can be deployed. All the while, Zen is eagerly waiting to see if this is actually the answer to the key, or just maybe a jar of smelly eggs. And then there's 4 of them, so I'm just saying, it could be, have a snack, besides just Zen. Anyways, so, what's the deal when you guys set up camp?
I start enchanting.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing special, I don't think. Right?
I mean, what do you want me to do? Want me to set up? What do you want me to do? A tent or what?
Maybe we do the hut tonight, just in case.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. Yeah. Want me to do a hut? Well, if this guy's magical, he's just gonna be able to break it. But I can do it if you want. I'm
Doesn't
not gonna
hurt.
be able to do the wagon, so.
If you don't mind doing the tiny hut, that'd be
Cool.
great.
Yeah. All right. I'll put my robes on. Well, I put my robes on earlier, and it's been an hour, so I will do a free cast of Tiny Hut.
I'm back.
Thanks to the Pharaoh's garb, it doesn't cost anything to put Liamin's tiny hut up for the night. Once you guys all shuffle in and feel comfortable enough to do whatever it is you're doing, such as enchanting in the terms of Callus's work, you folks do anything you want until you go to bed.
I got some good casts in while you were out and about.
So
Hey,
while
Les.
we're waiting, I take out an egg.
You uncork the egg while inside of Lehman's tiny hut.
Oh,
Oh no,
the whole-
outside!
Hot box!
This is how you do mustard gas.
Yeah.
You uncork it outside of Lehman's tiny hut. Despite your eagerness to get this quest done, the overall prospect of having to eat one of these things is not the first thing on your priority. You fish open the lid, causing the acrid stench to fill the air around you. I don't feel sorry for the flies that have gathered around here because they're almost just as perturbed as you are. You can reach for one with your grubby fingers, I guess, if you want, or
Yeah.
Use those as
I'll
fishing bait.
take
I can
one
use those
out.
as fishing bait. Not
oh
the-
my
the
god,
flies.
that's so true, right? It's because like
So do
the
they have a
stinkier the
shell
better
on
for
it?
fishing.
no, they actually have already been peeled
Yeah, I'm looking. I'm just looking at pictures.
of century eggs. Well, as you can imagine, they are blackish and green on the interior when you cut them open. Well, if you do cut them open.
No, I was just gonna swallow
Just
things.
pop the whole thing. Alright.
Fuck.
Whole without breaking it?
Maybe they don't have shells.
You
I
st-
figure if I swallow, what kind of size? Is this like a chicken egg or small?
Chicken egg.
Well, they could be. I'm reading that. They can be other eggs, but
I could have made it a tiny little quail egg, but it's funnier
Yeah.
if it's chicken egg.
chicken egg.
So, I mean, I've never swallowed a whole chicken egg in my life, so I might imagine it's not very pleasant.
Why not, Adam? You haven't lived.
You do have to swallow all these eggs.
I know it doesn't say I have to. It said I have to do one.
Well,
Who said you had to do it?
you hold
I
it, and it is a dark blackish gray. And
Wait,
the
I'm gonna
cons-
take out my flask of whiskey as a chaser.
Sure.
A much needed chaser. That's...
You're gonna chase one almost toxic ingredient with something that's poisonous, technically. So, toxin for a toxin. Zen knows how to pick his poisons, mostly because he's immune to that.
Yep.
So if anything, it's just a foul taste. You can't get over puking.
Oh no! What is the magical item? It means you could just eat things that are just Yeah, I'll be right then.
So, you pop the egg in your mouth, and the moment it hits your tongue, you feel a tingling sensation, almost as if like something is like tap dancing on the surface of your taste buds with a series of needles. You immediately try to determine: do I just swallow all at once, or do I chew?
Well, no. I'm like, is he coming out? Is he coming out yet? I'm gonna wait a second.
I don't know if I can eat the guy and then blow up. Reverse Thanos him, like whatever.
You notice that the thing does not begin to expand in your mouth. So you can either chew it or swallow it all in one gulp. I'll let you determine that. It doesn't really matter to me, honestly. And then you swig it back with as much whiskey as you're willing to drown it
I
out
would
with.
chew. No. He said eat, so I'll chew it.
All right. As it bursts open in your mouth, whatever contents are in this thing that have been, I guess fermenting is not quite the right word. It's a little bit beyond fermenting. Bursts open, and you can feel another rush of acrid liquid that almost has like a motor oil consistency, and it sloshes down your throat, almost so that it coats the interior lining and causes you to almost immediately retch, and your gag reflex is going to overdrive. But you need to eat this thing for the quest, so I can't puke it up, or else I'll have to probably eat one of the other eggs.
I ate a gallon of honey. I think I can do this.
Well, honey is nice and sweet. This is
I also
putrid
did not
ass.
throw up after finding out those delicious morsels were human flesh.
Well, that was enchanted, but anyways.
Oh yeah.
Either way, this is a different kind of beast. You chew and swallow and wash it back with whiskey, kind of swishing it around so you get all the extra things clinging to the roof of your mouth. Make sure those are not going to be lingering there, because that's going to make your breath awful if that begins to, gestate.
Yep.
And immediately from behind, from some unknown cactus, as if he's doing a Scooby-Doo bit, he comes out from behind the hermit. He looks at you as if he's expecting some sort of like, well, how was it?
I could probably have worse.
You want to eat the rest of that?
Do you want some?
I would, but I'm dead.
Oh. Unfortunate.
He grins, and you can see that he's missing almost all of his front teeth.
Well,
That's two.
Yep.
Yo, you're on your way. You're on your way. He keeps saying you're on your way as he walks backwards, accidentally like bumping into the cactus behind him, and then he like shuffles behind it before disappearing.
He's a ghost. Would you just go through the cactus?
You're on your way. You have 3 more eggs.
I do. I'll keep them. Someone
He's gonna try and
want
persuade
these.
Laszlo to eat one. It's really tasty. It's really
What?
good.
I don't-
No.
Don't worry. On Wikipedia, it does not say what they actually taste like.
You know have you all seen Nacho Libre?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know when he goes up and gets the eagle egg?
Oh my god.
It's that. It's one. You got to crack the egg and you got to eat it. And he's like, okay, I'm gonna do it. Just fucking throwing up and falls off.
Well, thankfully, Zen is immune to poison, so he actually doesn't even need to check on this, because normally I would have him do a Constitution saving throw for poison.
But I would say, would you rather eat a century egg or balut?
I'd rather eat the balut, because it is technically
The bullet?
cooked all the way.
What?
I'd get a shot than eat an egg.
You'd
Yeah.
rather have the century egg?
Oh.
If you, the only thing that balut is weird about is like when you get to the head.
Oh yeah, the head of the chicken.
Everything else is whatever. I mean, you just when in doubt, just salt the hell out of it. Anyways, so that's 2 for Zen's quest progress. Whether or not the third one's going to be significantly harder, or
What
maybe
does
Eat another egg.
well, you get your first
According
milestone
to
at 3.
Britannica, century egg tastes like ripe blue cheese with ammonia.
Oh, my
Ammonia.
God.
That's lush. Yummy. Yummy.
I like how everyone is like, "What the fuck does century egg
Ammonia?
taste like?"
Why does it not taste great? What is this?
Fucking Chinese
They
recruit.
say a lot of folks saying they taste like blue cheese.
Yeah, but then the ammonia part.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think ammonia might override.
Apparently, it's more if it's spoiled, it has more ammonia.
Oh, if it's spoiled, the whole thing seems spoiled to me.
Century egg.
They're not
You want to
actually
know what you
fermented
make
for
it? It's
centuries.
preserved in clay, ash, salt, and quicklime and rice hulls.
Preserved
Ash.
in ass.
Ash.
Might as well be preserved in
Fermented
ass.
in ass.
Yeah.
Alright, fellas, so that is Zen's second quest completed. The difficulty of them is going to be relatively easy for the first tier, and it's going to revamp until eventually you might need to do something heinous to get those last perks, but we'll see.
How heinous can a hermit be? Okay, that's what I'm saying.
Murder one of your companions.
Boy, is that how he became a hermit?
Self-fellatio.
I
in a public
mean, he's
place.
got that monk. He's got that monk dexterity.
You gotta remove a rib for that. Anyways, not that
He's
I
got
would know.
prehensile beard. Okay, right?
That's a HJ, not a BJ.
Yeah.
Or a beard job.
BB. Shut up. Oh, that's gross.
Alright, well, you cork the jar, and you have 3 eggs, if you want to add that to your inventory.
I did add it to my inventory.
Trick someone eating them.
And you reincorporate. You guys can see Zen coming back in. He's kind of like doing that thing with his tongue where he like cleans off his teeth.
He's grabbing his belly. He's like, whoa.
And even though it is corked, you can still kind of sense the
You can still
stench.
smell the eggs.
Hey, got any mints or anything?
I have unlimited whiskey.
Someone want a kiss?
Yeah, keep drinking some of that.
It's gonna smell like egg and whiskey.
Yep. Callus, you think if you put this in your magic bag, the smell will stop?
Are you gonna try and duplicate the? Are you gonna put it in the
they're
magic bag?
manufactured. You can't.
Oh yeah, shit.
I mean, probably.
But will that,
fuck.
but will that
Fuck
make
they are.
everything in your bag stink?
Oh god.
No. Okay.
I mean, all I have in there are just metals, technically.
But do you want your jewelry to smell?
I mean, can jewelry stink? I don't
Yeah.
know.
Probably can. Whatever that egg is.
Oh,
probably,
actually, then would you mind if I just check if I can make any alchemical bases on it?
Sure. I don't want to tell you what happened.
I don't want to know either.
I ate it, guys.
I'm gonna go ahead.
I'm saying no. Why are you
Actually,
eating that?
you
You
know
don't
what?
eat that.
You got 3 left, Callus.
shouldn't be
Here.
eating
I'll check tomorrow. How about that?
See, that can't be good for you.
Tasted fine for you, Zen.
Laszlo,
Yeah, what up?
would you mind trying to scry again on her?
Well, there's not much privacy in here, so if you're okay with
I
that,
don't
yeah.
really mind. Gentlemen, he'll be scrying on my girl.
A lot of you people do that here. Like,
That's kind of weird. I don't know. I've been asked this to do things like this a long time.
To be fair,
more
I
so than you guys than
scryed
any
on
other
my
group,
own in private. You guys have no idea that I've.
oh
I
yeah,
have
we
not
did. Okay, we didn't. Okay.
All the
I forgot.
scries that I did on my own, I did not inform you guys of any of them.
That is
Okay.
true. Okay, you're right. I forgot about that.
I
Turok
didn't even-
kicking
I-
ass is just
I did not even tell you guys about Turok, so.
Turok
Lord.
kicking ass is just for Varys.
So it's just Kalos being a creep.
Hey man, I mean yeah, I guess so.
Anyways, so you try to scry on not Triss Marigold, and it's also not Natalie Portman.
Don't say that. We killed Natalie Portman.
You murdered Natalie Portman.
Not
Yeah.
Natalie Portman. Sorry, Bucko, wrong channel.
I'm not
guess
doing
so.
it again. 2 for 2. She's got something going on. I can
Plus,
scry on.
depending on what kind of magic she's using to block it, like she might be aware that someone's trying to.
Probably, yeah. So I'm gonna not do it again. For now, I mean, there could be locations, or we'd have to have a think. But is there anything anyone else wants me to scry while I've got it out?
No, I'm good.
I'm gonna scry on a location then. You know what location that is?
A toilet.
No. I want to scry on. What do I want to scry? Anything not back on Rutosh you think would be useful to look at?
Oh,
Okay,
the
so
university. See, or Soul Homes, just to see if they rebuilt.
I will do the Pretty Flower Shop outside because that was being rebuilt, and that would be a good. A secret market is a good litmus test of of if a place is doing okay. So I'll do that. I'll scry outside of there just to see if it has been reformed. And to see if more people are in those face masks that we started seeing, because the air quality got kind of, mushroomy.
You go ahead and Pretty Flower Shop Scry, over in Solholm. It's been enough time that you surmise that the reconstruction of at least this flower shop is done. It's a relatively small building, so overall construction time wouldn't be the same as, say, the Temple of Ra. You go ahead and scry. The time dilation does say that you guys are about 5 hours ahead. So that at this time it would be about, I'd say
It'd
about
be open still, yeah.
3 in the afternoon, if you guys are 8 o'clock over here. You go ahead and scry. You can see one thing, of course, is the storefront, where you can see that the proprietor, your friend Lucio, is currently tending to some flowers as is traditional. The interior of the shop has been completely refurbished. Everything is new that needs to be replaced. The windows are beautiful stained glass. It seems that he's put some more money into these stained glass windows rather than just regular glass that has these flower murals that have been painted onto them. Some look like roses, some of them look like lilies and whatnot. And one of them is just like, in order to commemorate the occasion, he got one of them that looks like a fairy circle, which of course is the mushrooms. Because, it's appropriate.
Okay. So does he look okay? He doesn't look like a mushroom man.
He doesn't look like a mushroom man, no.
Okay, good. Pretty Flower Shop / Soul Homes. Okay. I sort of, you guys can look at it as well. Look, it's all good.
Well, take in mind that's just the interior of the shop. It could be a hellscape outside. You wouldn't even know it.
Well, he's fine, so that's all that matters. Well, if they're okay, then that's a good sign. Okay. I'll ask for a minute. Nothing. No proprietors come in. Nothing. Just chilling out, sorting his flowers out.
No, at this time, most people get their flowers done relatively early because they don't want to buy the flowers that have been lingering for too long.
Yeah.
So they get the fresh cut ones early in the morning when he opens up shop initially. Everything else is going to either be turned to compost or otherwise.
Okay. Well, that's good. All right. There's a little bit of peace of mind. We can do university tomorrow, Carlos. Yeah. A little bit of evening entertainment for old Laszlo. We can go do a little trip around the world. That sounds kind of fun, actually.
With
if
that
I
in
have
mind,
the faculties to do it.
Are we going to say today is done for today?
I would.
Yeah.
Okay,
There's
so
no
that's
fucking water near here, so I can fish. But just know I'll be shadow
4.
fishing when I.
Give it up for day 4, the morning of. Dawn arrives, and while you guys are inside of the Lehman's tiny hut, unfortunately you have not given permission for the hermit's ghost to enter, so he is currently leaning up against Lehman's tiny hut.
I'm gonna raise out of it and go, good
He's
morning
occasionally
again.
like, he turns around, knocks on the surface, and it's like, oh.
Good morning to you again, sir. I understand you want to speak to him. I'll dismiss the hut. There you go.
He doesn't even say a word.
Camels.
He immediately just like, instead of leaning up against the thing, he's now like on his knees, shuffling towards Zen, like waddling forward. He places a hand on Zen's shoulder, and he just goes right through his shoulder, and he goes down to his ear and starts whispering until eventually he gets to full talking volume. Hey, wake up! Hey, wake up! Hey, wake up! Hey, wake up! Hey, I got another one for you.
You're really quick with these.
I've been doing it a long time. Pinecone?
Yeah, thanks. Actually, surprisingly good once you get through the hard bits.
Yes, I agree. Now take this.
Okay.
He hands you the note in one hand and the pine cone in the other. He doesn't wait for you to even eat or read the note. He immediately just dives headlong into the ground.
Very shy.
That diving thing is useful.
He's a hermit.
I know.
So, do what you will with the good berry pine cone. The rest of you will actually take piercing damage if you eat it.
What? How?
It's
A pine cone.
Yeah,
pine
yeah.
cone.
It's the exploding kind.
No, it's just that you have the bangle.
Oh, so I'll eat the pine cone.
So Zen's taken care of for today.
That's my morning snack, and the bees get the mango. And
Self-sustaining.
While everyone's setting
I
up.
was gonna say we have kind of like outfitted you, so you could just be Bear Grylls. Like you're just
Technically, I don't even have to eat this pine
Technically,
cone.
he's got an excess
I'm
of one
eating it
because
for
he's
fun.
got
I'm just drinking my own piss for fun.
Oh God,
he's
I
got
could
honey.
do that.
He's got honey, mango.
Boy, check
and now
note,
pine
dude. You
cone.
might.
Says I can get sustenance
Drink
from
own
odd
piss.
organic sources.
That's an odd one.
All right.
Anyway, I'll
Right
also
this
read the
second,
note.
but I'm gonna probably get off in like 20 minutes, so I don't know.
We're actually going to be ending real pretty soon because
Okay.
I don't want to do too much without Andrew, and I know that honestly that whole area you guys just passed in the
Is
fucking
Andrew,
cave
yeah.
is mildly, if not completely, related to Osiris.
Well,
so.
how about this? How about
we
this?
marked the location.
Yeah.
True,
How
that's
we've
fair.
only gone a day. We haven't even gone a day away. We're an hour
just
down the road, so we can just double back. Because it is
Come on.
relevant to him. Needers of a Light is definitely.
So I'm gonna give you guys
yeah.
this last quest, and by you guys I mean Zen, and then
Do
I
the
think
quest
we're
around
gonna
here,
probably
maybe.
and
Just
then
drink your own piss right now. No.
It doesn't even come in a riddle or anything. It just says drink your own piss.
Just do it, okay, for my amusement. You look around and he's like over in the distance. But yeah, ooh, yeah. I mean, I'm fine with that. Yeah.
This one reads as: I'm scared of the light and I love the wind. Wherever I take, I spread my will.
Scared of the what?
I'm scared of the light and I love the wind. Wherever I go, I spread my will. I don't mean will as in Gronk.
Spread the William Woods.
I have a week to think about that. A week to think about that.
I'm scared of the light.
But you also
love the
post that
wind.
in the Discord.
Sure.
Where I go, I spread my wings.
Spread my will.
Spread my will. That's got some kind of. I'm not gonna say anything because it's Zen.
I'm
it's
scared
pet.
of the light and love the wind. Wherever I go, I spread my will. With that in mind, we're gonna hold on. So we're on the 28th, which is where we're gonna stop for today. This is the morning of the 4th day of travel, and we're gonna begin with we're on a D8.
Yeah.
D8.
No, we reset, right?
Oh yeah, we reset. That was, yeah, this fucking tunnel thing was the
morning of the
major.
4th. To roll a major. We are at. I can't believe I rolled so bad on that fishing consecutively, but it was amazing. It was cool. It was funny. It was a good goof. I like it, but I was like, oh shit! Really?
I've been pretending to be a fisherman this whole time. In fact,
I can't even fish.
I was a pearl diver.
All I did was raise the anchor, and that's it. They called me Anchor Lad.
Well, I did fish, but it was probably not that kind of fishing.
Well, let's go ahead and